Happy celebration. My name is Jennifer Kretschmer. I am a TV producer. I'm a performer on D&D Beyond Silver and Steel. I also have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and I'm an ambulatory wheelchair user. I have funky collagen. We are so excited to have an incredible panel here today to talk about building an inclusive dungeon. We are going to build an inclusive dungeon in the next hour. So you will actually have something you can play in your game at home very shortly. So without further ado, I am going to introduce our panelists. For those who need visual description, I have red hair, which is curled. I'm wearing a rose gold necklace. In 5'6", I am wearing a purple gradient sheer shirt over a black camisole, and behind me I have a fairy forest. Our first panelist today is Elsa Hunisson, who is a self-described deaf-blind hurricane in a vintage dress. She was the creator of the Fate Accessibility Toolkit and is also a Hugo Award-winning nonfiction and fiction writer and editor. Today, Elsa is wearing a blue top, purple and gold wire-framed glasses. She has a white occluded cataract and pink and gray hearing aids. Next up, we have Mackenzie DeArmas, who is an independent D&D creator. She is the lead writer of The Islands of Sina Una and a contributor to MCDM Productions, D&D Beyond, and Mage Hand Press. She is also autistic. Mackenzie is a young Filipino woman with light skin, dark hair with an undercut, and black-rimmed rectangular glasses. She is wearing a purple button-down shirt, and her background is a multicolored triangle pattern. Next up, we have Alicia Marie, who is a deaf, hard of hearing costume artist, author, and fitness pro. She works with Warner Brothers, Mortal Kombat, DC Comics, and is a playable character in Sony Interactive's Predator game. She has long, straight pink hair, light brown skin, and she is wearing a blue striped top and has a kind of cool cathedral swirly fantasy background. And then finally, we have Sarah Thompson, who is a disabled freelance writer and games designer for tabletop RPGs such as The Witcher, Paizo's Finder Games, and Hellboy. She is also the creator of the Combat Wheelchair and has helped produce a line of wheelchair miniatures for tabletop. Sarah has short gray hair and is wearing a black short sleeve shirt with a D20 on it and a silver chain necklace with a disc-shaped pendant. She has tattoos on her arms, and her background is a black and white mandala effect tapestry. So let's get into some tabletop, everybody. So what I think we should do is figure out who our quest giver is first, and kind of what the quest we want our players to achieve is, and go from there. Okay. Yeah, Elsa, what do you think?
You know, I always love blind rogues. Can we have our quest giver be a blind rogue? Because they just make me so happy.
Awesome. Yes, absolutely. What if we had a guild that had like a thieves guild that had a huge population of disabled and non-disabled rogues in the city?
Yeah.
Which means we can build an accessible, thieves guild stronghold and go from there. Okay, so we have our quest giver is going to be a blind rogue. I think maybe we'll add some hints as to what they have done and why they're asking the player in terms of a sensory description. Like things like if you're a rogue, you're doing a lot of lock picking and fine detail work with your fingertips. So if you were to shake their hand, you might recognize the callousing with a perception, or rogues instantly would recognize it. There also may be some callousing from the cane.
Yeah, with my cane, I usually have like some calluses. There's a thought, blind people need their adaptive devices, and that includes when you're running through a dungeon. What if they accidentally left their cane when they were stealing something from somebody?
I love it.
Good idea.
Specialized.
Well, and the other thing is that would implicate them if they got caught. If someone found that, like at the site, that they would absolutely know who did that. Because canes, I think it would be really cool to like specialize the cane too.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's got all of your lock picks built into the handles so that you can actually pull them out, and probably also have some kind of weaponation, the bottom, stabby.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so what if they left their cane at their last gig, and so they need someone to go back? Because as everyone knows, when you have adventurers go through a dungeon, that dungeon usually gets destroyed. It would be pretty treacherous even with a cane. But what if they had like a back way in to go retrieve it, but they needed an alibi so they could stay in the city? Right? That would be a reason to hire adventurers.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to leave that behind as you're right. Application. Also, just adaptive aids are nice to keep around. What? Who could help them with that?
Let's see, if we could have, so maybe they need a way to get into this thing. So we need some sort of like teleport or portal or some sort of, what if we did like a Sphinx? If they can poor thing, what if we made the Sphinx the head of the Thieves Guild? Because Sphinxes often don't associate with other Sphinxes, but they will occasionally protect things. I think there's something super cool in that. Mackenzie.
Yeah, I like that's real cool because like when we normally typically think of sphinxes, we think of them as really like solitary, and when they're protecting something, it's always like a treasure or something material. I really like the idea of like maybe having like if a sphinx can protect secrets and basically be a secret keeper, and that's the quote unquote treasure they're keeping, that would be pretty interesting. And maybe even like if they're the master of the Thieves Guild, and maybe people don't even know that a Sphinx is running it, and that's part of the layers of protection. And even getting information or getting employee out of the Thieves Guild requires getting the Sphinx's respect. So it's a very high level, refined Thieves Guild. I mean, what kind of like what sort of level adventure do you think you want to do for like this dungeon?
I think it would be cool to have like a higher level adventure, maybe like, I don't know, somewhere in the 8 to 12 range.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, especially because like there's so many people who say like, oh, if you, especially when it comes to video games, people say like tools for accessibility are quote unquote easy mode, and that's not true at all. Making things easier to access does not make them easier. So getting to make a space where it's accessible and still high level and challenging play is super awesome.
Yeah, I think so too.
Also, I feel like that's true to life in certain ways. Playing, real life as a disabled person is basically problem solving on hard mode. So, yeah, that sounds like a good setting.
Okay, cool. So we're going to go with a level 8 adventure. Or no, we can go up to 10, I think.
Say, like, if we can just put it a generic, like, tier 10 to 12? 10 to 12 is good.
10 to 12 works. So it's a higher level adventure. Let's think about so the goal is to retrieve the cane from the location. So the Sphinx can port them, but obviously the Sphinx is going to have some tasks. Before we get to those, let's sort of talk about the Thieves Guild itself and what it looks like, what it feels like, what it smells like, what would be there. What do you think, Sarah? What do you think about what would be good in a Thieves Guild?
Especially because we're going from the angle of having a blind rogue, I think maybe having there be sensory puzzles, so things that require touch, or other senses beyond just what you're seeing, because that also encourages a DM to describe things beyond just a visual, because that kind of thing, it makes you better descriptions, makes you a better DM, and so on and so forth. And I think that would be really cool, like having puzzles, maybe that they involve braille in some kind of form, or they involve tracing patterns.
Got something? Yeah. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, tactile puzzles are really cool, and there's a couple different ways to do them. Like there could be things on the walls that are tactile because, you have directions for where to go, but also like, this is how you open this secret door by pressing these particular spots on the wall. But also you can, with your feet, as a disabled blind person, you use tactile information on the ground too. So like this particular spot on the floor feels a little bit different from everywhere else. Maybe I don't want to step there. Like, it's a Thieves Guild. There will be traps. You just have to figure out where they are, for yourself.
What if we made Braille part of Thieves' Cant? So if you know Thieves' Cant, if you're a rogue, you can read Braille. But if you don't, then something like Comprehend Languages would activate it. So you could do communications in Braille that might be really interesting to put into that. And I think also in the guild, I think it would be really cool. So let's say you walk in and there's a fireplace, so you can smell kind of smoke and burning wood. The air probably has some meat. I have a feeling it's a little rowdy. ale and mead. Maybe noisy. I think there's probably a fair amount going on, but people pushing carts of loot up ramps, little hidden cubby holes in the wall that everyone knows where their own is, sort of thing. And I think you can always flesh that out with whatever you want to put in for your city. I think that might be.
There's definitely also like the smell of damp dog or dragon, depending on what kind of service animals are hanging around.
Yes, guide familiars are awesome.
I just want to comment on how awful I think wet dragon might smell. I feel like that's gonna be like wet dog and wet animal smells. But I'm wondering, what does wet dragon smell like? I don't know if I want to know the answer to that question.
Probably like brimstone or something really unpleasant to smell.
Wet brimstone.
Wet earth.
What kind of dragon it is, though, right? Because if it's like a copper dragon, you're gonna get a coppery metallic.
Or like ozone from lightning, or like blue
dragon.
But I've been moist lightning.
That means a green dragon's gonna smell like really bad.
Oh no.
Dragons in general are just anyone who had a green dragon as a guide familiar, I would just be like, I'm gonna be over here now.
I mean, never touch guide animals, but especially don't touch guide green dragons.
Oh no. Hand off. Like it.
Sarah has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Go ahead.
I just want to point out in chat, someone said, as a pro tip, using people first language, please don't use disability first language.
Identity first. That's what I was typing into our chat.
Yeah, the whole put the person first thing is something able-bodied people decided that they should refer to us as. Like, you should see a person first, and like that's kind of gross. So just disability first.
It does vary from person to person, and there are people who do prefer people first language. However, I believe, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but everyone on this panel prefers identity first language, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So we are all using identity first language because that is what we prefer. We are not separable from our disabilities. We can't put them. This is an analogy Sarah used on a panel we were on together. It's not like a bag I can set down and walk away from. It is not something I can carry with me and then not with me. It is part of me always. And so, I mean,
I will just say for myself, like, I'm a deafblind person. I have never known any other existence. That's just kind of how it is, which also, this Thieves Guild very specifically does not take kindly when people try to remove the disability from their disabled thieves. This is an anti-cure Thieves Guild. So
there's a terrible trope in storytelling about disabled people that people need to be fixed or cured. I think we all sort of subscribe to the social model of disability, which is that there is standard human variance. The same way we have tall people and short people, we have a variance in our bodies and brains amongst a diverse population of humans. So for a lot of people, we have no desire to be cured or fixed. It's part of who we are and part of our identity. So I think the narrative of like every disabled person wants to go get fixed, everyone wants a magical cure, like that's just not true. We have figured out really amazing ways to live our life and creative solutions to getting through how we need to in a completely inaccessible society. It makes us often better at many things. For me, I'm a TV producer. That I wouldn't be able to do what I do if I wasn't disabled, because I have to think about planning in a way that I think non-disabled people don't. I have to plan for everything and every possible contingency. It also makes me a good DM. Elsa.
I like to say that on basically any disability panel I'm ever on, but adaptability is a disabled value. Like we have to adapt because we don't have any other choices, but that means that we're really good at doing things like problem solving or like figuring out how things fit together or how we can solve an issue that we have. And we do it very quickly. It's like, sometimes it's like, I have to get into that building and they don't have a ramp. So now I have to change my plans or solve that problem.
Yep.
Like either way, that's fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so let's think about kind of how we can plug that in. The other thing I think is really important is the idea that disability isn't binary. You are not one thing or another. If you are blind, it does not mean you have no vision. 90% of blind people have some vision. And it's similar with many other disabilities. It's true of ambulatory wheelchair users. You're not faking it if you can walk one day and you use a chair the next or a cane the next. It's just things are variable and people are very much on spectrums. Two people can have the same condition and have completely different experiences of it.
Clearly, Keller and I do not have the same version of deafblindness because, well, hi.
Also no eugenics. Helen Keller is the only disabled person that most people can identify. And if you dig into her life, that is not necessarily the paradigm of that. So instead, looking to like Judy Heumann and awesome other figures in disabled history. Let's think about how to bring some of this into the system. So I'd love to introduce a mechanic of like blindness, deafness, the spell as a spectrum, like roll a d20, and depending on what you roll is the degree of change you have in your perception. I think that's a really interesting way to go. Mackenzie, and then
actually, Alicia hasn't gotten a chance to speak yet, so I'll let Alicia go first. Cool.
Yeah, one of the things that I like, when I think about this panel and how to insert a character that is deaf or hard of hearing, is how to work with the character in the game, and kind of bouncing off what you were saying earlier, Jennifer, not to have where the person comes in the game and then the other characters are like, well, how can we cure you of this? That's not really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to show you how to balance the mechanics of having a player that has disabilities in an instance. And one of the things we have to remember is that, yes, we are characters, but we're in a fantasy land. So it's definitely okay to be deaf and to utilize spells like message and find familiar, or to really make use of feats like observant, which gives you +5 to your passive perception and investigation scores. So I think a lot of times people want to give penalties to disabilities. Like, well, if your character's blind or your character's deaf, that means you have negative this and this. But I'm like, why not just make it where everything is all about the role? So it's kind of like, for instance, say an NPC, the NPC can't hear. Well, instead of so you roll for it, you roll a stealth check because you're trying to get around the NPC, or I guess take advantage of the fact that they can't hear, and you fail a stealth check. A failed stealth check is a failed stealth check. Maybe the deaf character notices your shadow, or you tripped over a rock. It's really just about being creative while staying within character in the right way. So I think it's really just about the player learning how to work within the confines of the character they're creating. And I'm excited to actually build the deaf character next and play in Jen's game.
Yeah. Well, and also if you have a deaf character, you're going to be immune to certain spells that you have to hear to have affect you. So, Mackenzie, did you want to finish something and then we'll go to Elsa?
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking because we already kind of have we already have mechanics built in for that kind of sliding scale in base 5e already, with the idea of dim light and dark light, where you can only see, and you say you can see up to this far and then further in dim light or something like that, or you can with dark vision and stuff. And it already has that sort of sliding scale of, okay, this area isn't as visible as something else is. And I think it would be really easy to sort of extrapolate that out in base and make a table that's like, you can see this many, these, or you can have that scale sort of based in that system. The system already has that built in for a more sliding scale rather than the sort of binary pass-fail mechanics of how blindness and deafness currently are portrayed in the game.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. And Elsa, you'll be next. I forgot to mention, there is a link to our full bios and also links to our work in chat. Within that, I have a tabletop accessibility kit. We also have a link to Sarah's combat wheelchair. So those both are all in there, and take a look at those. We answer a whole bunch of questions about disability and ideas for mechanics in games and so on and so forth. I forgot to mention that off the top. So Elsa, go ahead.
Well, the other thing I always like to mention is that, D&D is a fantasy world, but it's based on sort of this medieval or adventuring time period. And all of these historical eras where we didn't have modern medicine, there's a lot more disability, not less. It's just that the construction of disability that we have from a society didn't exist then, because our modern construction actually comes from the 19th century. So you have a whole bunch of disabled characters in your world right now in your game. You're just not seeing that because you're not thinking about it in terms of disability. And I think that's important to acknowledge. This field is full of disabled characters and always has been. It's not just because we're calling it out today.
Yeah. And also, it's worth noting that a lot of these accessibility devices were available in those time periods. This, the wheelchair goes back to, I know, Sarah, you know exactly when, but it goes way, way, way back. So let's think about how we cue our rogue cues our players to the Sphinx. Yeah, Alicia.
Thanks. Oh no, I'm just like putting it in my head. So we have blind rogue, quest giver, adventurers. We have to get to the Sphinx. Okay.
Well, since all disabled people, or at least many disabled people, have problems with stairs, I kind of feel like there's an elevator or a lift.
Well, and the Sphinx
in
can
this
fly, so that makes perfect sense.
Magical elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trapped magical elevator.
Oh, yes, that would be really cool. So if we need to get there, what if we use the Braille there as a clue? So in the like if we have stone walls, there could be Braille embedded in those walls, that pattern. Mm-hmm. So what if we just give like an arrow and the players are sent to a room that has an arrow, and it seems like it's a hidden door type situation. But if you are a rogue, if you can have comprehend languages or tongues on, yeah, Mackenzie.
Oh, I was just thinking because I've been playing a lot of Breath of the Wild lately, and they have a lot of these puzzles where like you have to. It's not just as simple as pressing a button. Sometimes it's like you have to specifically light a fire on a platform in order for something to activate, or you have to bring lightning down onto a platform in order for it to activate. What if it was like, there was an arrow on the wall made out of raised stone that's really obvious, and then there's like the Braille sort of in the cobblestones above it, and then it was like, instead of just people can try and push there, because obviously when you see the arrow, you're going to want to push and nothing happens. But what if it was like you have to have like a lightning discharge or a flame discharge or something happen at that point in order to trigger the arcade engine that causes the elevator to move?
The instructions are just literally in Braille that you have to read them.
Like, and it's like, and if you're a thief, then you'll know it automatically, and that makes it really easy for the Thieves Guild. But for people who aren't thieves and need to be tested by the Sphinx in order to be worthy, it would make sense. It would make sense.
Yeah. What if you have to like light a match and hold it to a certain spot, and so you can smell the sulfur, so you get sensory. Yeah, Alicia, what you got?
I know. I'm listening to you. I'm like making like a no.
Yeah, you were doing something to say. By the way, we are using a hands up mechanic just for accessibility. So we're making sure to get everybody in the conversation. Okay, so they have to figure out that they need to light a match and hold it to the wall to activate. And if they think it's a secret room, you can get that through a smell check, like a perception check. You could get it through the language. You could get it from noticing changes in the floor, maybe. Mm-hmm. What else? I think that's enough. That's three different ways of getting there. Yeah, Mackenzie.
I was just going to say, this kind of touches back on something we mentioned earlier, but then we never really we hadn't circled back to yet. The idea of, and this also comes a little bit from a designer perspective, since I do a lot of work designing adventures and dungeons. When you want to design puzzles and design dungeons, and even when you're writing room descriptions, when you're making dungeons, you always want to try and engage more than one sense. I know a lot of times when we're writing dungeons, we always fall into that fantasy trope of really flowery visual language, but that's not always accessible nor helpful for players and characters. There are some players like me who struggle a lot with understanding spatial reasoning with through text, and so it's a lot easier to ground me and my character in the world with descriptions of smell and sound and touch, and that extrapolates out to when you're designing puzzles. You can't always expect your party to always have certain spells prepared. You can't always expect them to have like comprehend languages ready. So you have to have different avenues of solving it. So like in this case, we've got like, no thieves can't. You can use magic to cast a spell. You can also do a perception check and check on smell or notice the soot marks on the wall and stuff like that.
Awesome.
I'll pass it to Elsa.
Sort of like I don't, because of my blindness and the way that my brain works, spatial abstract reasoning doesn't really work for me. So there are a lot of different places where players may not be able to do that kind of thinking, but there's other ways to solve problems. I just wanted to kind of double tap that because I think it's a really important thing to highlight.
Yeah, one other thing I want to make a note of is with maps. You can always make your maps textured for players who need that. You can use hot glue or you can glue string to the outline of your map and give people a tactile option as well. And also with puzzles, one other thing you can do is you can give a physical puzzle to solve at your table. You can figure out a way to make one of the possible solves physical. So if you operate with solutions in different modes of play, you really can give a lot of access to people. Alicia, you had something?
And also, yes, from and coming from a player perspective, if you are going to play a character that is disabled or differently able, this is where it's really important to communicate to your DM and to the other people in your adventure group so that they are aware. Because when I think of things like, I'm coming from a deafness perspective, but it's someone actually said to me once, well, why if your character can lip read, why can't they lip read? Well, as a deaf person, I'm thinking, if you're in a dungeon and it's dark, I can't see you. I can't read your lips. So those are things that I would automatically sort of keep in mind. And for your DM, if your DM is aware of what your character can or can't actually do, they can sort of plan for it ahead. So this is where communication is really important. So they know ahead kind of how deep you're going in playing this character.
100%. So, okay, so we've now figured out a puzzle to get us up to the Sphinx, right?
Yes.
Let's get to the Sphinx's office. And now we've got to figure out what the Sphinx is going to present to the players as a test to prove their worth for this
test.
Challenge. Yeah.
Oh boy, Sphinx riddles.
Sphinx.
Well, so Sphinxes have the ability to plane shift. There's something really cool about moving players to a couple of different planes and having those each hold a different type of puzzle. What if it was like oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, what if it was like finding an object among other objects or
keys?
I don't know. What if made it like a small, like a one of those little tiny round bells amongst a ton of ball bearings?
Oh no.
They could go anywhere. It could cause dexterity checks. It could be, you could use sound to pick it up. You could use visuals to pick it up. What if that's one of the, Mackenzie.
I'm just imagining dumping a bunch of adventurers onto like one of those tilt tables and it's just full of ball bearings and it's going and you have to find one jingle bell among thousands of ball bearings as you're getting rocked around and everything's like
and they're all trying to find the one.
Up that. What if we would make it even more confusing and like put it in a storm setting where there's wind, there's noise that's going to make it harder to find the bell. There's rain and lightning and all sorts of stuff happening.
Sensory overload.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that one hits close to home.
Do you want to talk about that, Mackenzie?
Yeah. Okay. So for those who aren't aware, sensory overload is essentially what happens when you get too much sensory information. It's actually kind of like when you get when you have super high passive perception and it's always commonly jokingly referred to as like, I see everything or I hear everything. And that's kind of what sensory overload feels like, where you just are getting so much information from the world around you that your brain cannot process it. When it happens to me, I like to describe it as blue screen of death, where like my brain literally just stops and goes blue screen and I completely like zone out. It happens when I get a lot of intermittent like beeping that I can't place, and it just sort of messes with my head and it causes like static to go, and it makes focusing on things really, really hard. It's helpful because of it, I've learned how to sort of focus in on hone in on things, and I use like fidgety things, like I fidget with the pop socket on the back of my phone, or I'll like one of the things is I'll chew on pencils and stuff. So if you ever see me on stream with a pen or pencil in my mouth, it's helping me focus, and that helps me sort of calm my brain down, and so I could hone in on that focus. When there is so much
that idea of a stim toy,
I would love,
and we turned it into a magic item.
I would love magic stim toys.
Oh, going back to something you said at the beginning, what if we played around with blindness and deafness in a magical item?
I love that. Which it could be really valuable in this situation, because it would allow you to block out one of the sensory inputs and hone in on the object, right?
Yeah.
I think that would be super cool. So what if the rogue gives it to them? And most players, when they get an object that is going to, give blindness or deafness, they'll look at that and have a very strong negative reaction, I think, if they're not well-versed in disability. But in this situation, that's an asset. That is really a great way to help solve this puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
I just am laughing at the idea of handing a deafblind character who picks it up and nothing happens to them. They're just like, this isn't magic. What's wrong with you?
That's so cool. Oh, I love it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's have the rogue, the initial rogue, the quest giver, give them that magic object. And that can become an asset in this puzzle. So we have kind of a sensory overload adventure moment there. And then you can throw in whatever, different planes or puzzles would suit the campaign you're running, maybe. And that kind of will get us to the place where the Sphinx can take the players to get the artifacts, or not the artifact, the cane, which is in this final room.
So, okay, ball bearing room. The Sphinx sort of throws the ball bearings, you said, throws them, and they have to find the one. How do they know which one to find?
Because it rings like a bell, and it also has a slightly different texture.
Okay, so it looks slightly different. So
because ball bearings are usually like completely spherical, and then if you're looking at a jingle bell, it's like not perfectly spherical. It's kind of got that oblong-y shape, and it's got the rim around the edge, and it's got the holes so that it can actually make noise. And so by touching it, you'd also be able to track it by sound. But
it's another puzzle too, which is nice.
Yeah, you could also, that's actually a really good one to make a tactile puzzle. I mean, you don't have to get a literal 1,000 ball bearings, but like having getting a craft box from like a store and putting some like marbles in it, and then a bell, and like trying to have people go like through it and figure it out. That would also be a really good tactile avenue to allow for different access for players.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. I really like that idea. What else can we do with this?
Well, I mean, so I know Sphinxes usually do, they like to do riddles, and those are either really great or really bad, because riddles always rely on non-literal readings of words. And for me, it's either I get it immediately or I will never understand it, because that's how my brain works because of my autism. I sometimes read things very literally, or I read things completely wrong the first time around because that's how my brain's wired. And that helps me sometimes when I'm thinking out of the box for riddles, but other times it's like, I don't understand what this is. And so I've always not entirely enjoyed the idea of riddle characters in D&D and having it tied explicitly to get this one esoteric question right to advance the quest. So I kind of like the idea of maybe having the Sphinx have different avenues and giving the players an ability to choose if they want to do the more tactile or more sensory one with the ball bearing, or maybe they do have a riddle for those who are more, who's both players and player characters are more inclined towards that. And then maybe like one other avenue that doesn't quite fit either, but also provides another means of getting to the final room. So that way everyone has a chance to have a challenge but also have fun solving it and be challenged in a fun way and in a way that doesn't make them feel like they are less than for not being able to solve it.
Yeah, I think that's why multiple solves are always really important in general.
Yes. And also thinking about, in terms of learning how your players play as a DM, there are usually three types of learners. There are visual learners, there are auditory learners, and there are kinesthetic learners. So you'll notice if you pick up on the things that your players describe when they describe their characters and their actions, how they describe that will help cue you into what kind of learner they are and help you kind of tailor your game to those players as well.
I think it's also important, this is something I wish that I had known when I was a teenager playing D&D, but like going in as a DM with kindness is so important, because I think that a lot of people tend to play a game and it's like, oh, well, let me torture my players. And it's like, well, this is about fun. So making sure that you're actually being empathetic to your players and creating a space where this is an environment that you can actually like win, and you're not sitting at the table for the next 3 hours banging your head against the Sphinx's riddle. Like, that's not fun for anybody, maybe you.
Yeah, I think also just one of the best ways to kind of learn new approaches is really to kind of educate yourself about this material and communicate with your players. Make asking about access needs part of your session 0. Take breaks. Breaks are one of the best tools we have available to us as DMs and as players. I have noticed the attention span, or the attention that players put onto the game dramatically improves if I have a break every hour and a half to 2 hours, regardless of any neurodiversity or physical needs. But also I tend to run an open table where for any reason you need to get up and go or move or stim or whatever, you are welcome to. It looked like, Sarah, you had something you wanted to add.
No, I don't. I'm just processing. Yeah, no, like I agree with the whole. Anyway, when you make puzzles in D&D, they should have multiple outcomes anyway. Like there isn't just like one answer a lot of the times. You know, it's the same for like any puzzle, any riddle. So, you know, if you're restricting it to there can only be one answer, you know, you're going to find your players are really going to struggle, regardless of whether they're able-bodied characters or whether they're disabled, they're going to struggle.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing that I was thinking about is how integrating some disabled history into your campaign will really make things interesting. For example, American Sign Language is closest to French Sign Language because it was a French monk who kind of popularized it in the States. So the grammatical structure of ASL is much closer to FSL than it is to something like British Sign Language. They're very, very different. And sign language is not a universal. There are many, many, many different sign languages. But if you do something like that, you're already building out world history, which is super cool. Elsa.
And I also think it's really important to acknowledge that many deaf people have home signs in addition to standard sign language that we speak in the community, because for a lot of people, our families don't speak sign when we start out, and so you need some way to communicate with people. I think it's really important to acknowledge that like disabled people have been adapting for a long time, and it's not just because sign language that's been standardized came along that that's the only one.
Yeah. I think there's also just exploring how, yeah, Alicia, go ahead.
Someone actually told me something about that I thought was pretty cool. And people who are differently abled as far as blindness or deafness, missing a major faculty like that, we tend to have this thing that's sort of hyper awareness, sort of. So I think it's really cool to imagine like in game, like using that as an actual like skill, being hyper aware of like your surroundings, your passive perceptions, like way up like that. That's probably an interesting way of making, but go ahead, Elsa, what you're saying. Go ahead.
I want to just push back on that a little bit as a deafblind person, because I don't think of it as hyper awareness, but I think of it as we pay attention to things differently than body.
Like I know I have to watch it. Like I'm really, really aware of like everything around me because I know I can't hear, you know?
It's the reason why I push back on that is because so often people are like, oh, so you're like Daredevil, you can hear everything. And I'm like, no, yeah. And also like, I think that puts us into a weird superpower mode instead of acknowledging that we just experience the world differently and we notice different things and we approach the world in a way that is very different from able-bodied people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more like we're just aware. We have a sort of different spatial awareness, so to speak. You know.
Yeah. I also want to talk a little bit about. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say, like, that's the what Elsa was talking about. That's the Daredevil problem, in which disabled people can only exist and be seen as capable if they have a superpower that erases their disability in the first place. You know, people can, like, I've even, you know, known people who forget, like, until they kind of mention it, like, last kind of, oh yeah, Daredevil's, you know, blind. And I'm like, that should be the first thing that you know about him. Yeah, and that's why in chat people were talking about, you know, when they play a blind character, they don't want to have blind sense or tremor sense or anything like that, because that's not how they really interpret the world. It's all about, you know, they just interpret the world differently, not to a point where, like, you know, hypersensitive spidey senses tingling kind of thing whenever a weapon comes near them. You know, it's things like that. And yeah, and those need to be, I think, discussed with your DM as well. And also like having an open dialogue. And also when you're talking about your character experiencing things and they are experiencing the world differently from the able-bodied characters in your game, is describe it as your character experiences it, even if it sounds different from the other characters' descriptions, because then people will understand what the experience is actually like compared to how media portrays us so very often.
And also just remember that blind people or any other disability can be any class, because I'm a deafblind sword fighter. I go and play with sharp objects for fun. But like a lot of people be like, you're blind and you play with swords, what's wrong with you? But it is an actual thing. And there are a lot of blind people who do sword fighting. And so if you are somebody who wants to play a blind character who's also a paladin or a warrior, there are a lot of resources out there so you can actually learn how that's possible without reverting to tropes that are the blind swords person trope. Because it's actually a lot of fun and easy. And yeah, I like swords.
I think it's worth noting a couple of things. One is about mobility devices. I think our device, oh, I'm sorry, Mackenzie, you know, you were, go first.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to, like, because we only have a little bit of time and I really like what we're talking about when it comes to building characters, building disabled characters in a way that doesn't fall into any tropes. And I know we technically have one more room of the dungeon left, but I'd love to, like, I really like this conversation. I think it'd be cool to focus more on like building out, like how would we populate this Thieves Guild, and looking at those tropes and everything you've mentioned so far with, like, you can be any class to with any disability can be any class. Like when it comes to autism, like in media, we're so often portrayed as like the beautiful minds, math going across the face, you know, super ability to pinpoint medical diseases and find incalculable solutions. And that usually means we're typecast as wizards or clerics or something along those lines. And that's definitely not the case. And being able to fight back against those tropes in a way that's not beneficial, but constructive. Building characters who do experience challenges, but they aren't specifically, who do experience challenges, but they're not solely challenges because they're disabled. And being able to say, like, they're good at things, not solely because they're disabled. They're good at things and they're disabled, and kind of having that ability to build out disability more than just a fun, quirky character feature.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. So, like, let's talk about then, let's go into some NPCs or some potential player characters that we could build out for people to play. And I just want to address one question or one thing that was mentioned in the chat, which was someone said, I'd really like to play a disabled character, but I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong and it's going to be offensive. So I think the most important thing if you're doing that is that, first of all, you're acknowledging that this is something that could go wrong. But I think the most essential things you can do are try and educate yourself and learn and listen to disabled people, and their perspectives. If you make a mistake, learn from it, apologize, and move on, and don't repeat it. Use it as an opportunity to grow. But I think it's really important. I love something that Chris Spidey said in Harlem Unbound, which is, we're gamers. Like, we tell stories, and part of that is inhabiting other lives. You have to trust that when people are doing this from an authentic perspective of wanting to play a character who is not a joke, who is not a gag, who is not, a subject of inspiration or trying to cure them or fix them or any of the tropes of disability. That's important, because you're going to learn about what our experience is moving through the world. And I think, our fantasy informs how we think about reality. And I think we can always make our fantasy better than our current reality. It's something that's really important to me and part of why I love this, and it costs you nothing to switch a set of stairs to a ramp. It's just imagination. And it has so many gains, like your gelatinous cube can get down and attack your players because there is a ramp. Even in the DMG, UNT have ramps in their temples because they can't do stairs.
They snacks.
Yeah. So that stuff I think is really cool and really important. Also, I also worked on the Fate Accessibility Toolkit, which I highly recommend. It's phenomenal. Take a look at it. It's written all by disabled people. Else, do you want to talk about that briefly?
The Fate Accessibility Toolkit is written entirely by a team of disabled gamers. We cover a number of disabilities. Frankly, I wish we could have covered more, but the goal was to have it from a disabled perspective. So it was the authors really informed what disabilities we wrote about. And it is a toolkit both for having disabled gamers at your table, but it is also about getting to play disabled characters. So if you're looking to play character, this is a system neutral book in a lot of ways. It is designed for you to be able to read it and go, oh, these are ways that I can play a deaf or a blind character or a character with PTSD. And all of your D&D characters have PTSD if they've been through more than one adventure, just putting that out there. It is designed to help you have those tools so that you can respectfully engage with disability at your table. And I really hope that people will learn from it, because that was the goal, was to create a dialogue.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal resource. I cried when I read it because normally we don't even get a paragraph, and this was well over 100 pages of canonical material that was published. And it is so valuable to use as an external resource for D&D. It's so powerful to have disabled voices getting to tell our stories and talk about how we experience it instead of having outside people deciding what our lives are like. So
trying to make
so we have NPCs. We can have a character who's using Sarah's combat wheelchair. We can have characters you can adapt mechanics like Tensor's floating disc, or familiars, do a variation on familiars that are combat neutral, but provide assistance to the player. You can even put them into some sort of ethereal dimension at some point, so they are not physically present but can communicate information. What else could we put in there?
Well, I mean, druids definitely already have the ability to have a service critter just sort of at their disposal. I'd love to see that in a game where it's just like, yeah, that druid just has service animals. It's fine.
Oh, I actually thought of, because what is it? The Artificer has a Steel Defender, and I kind of just made the connection right now because I play a character, an autistic character over on Critical Bard's channel, and she has a Steel Defender who takes the form of a robotic Deinonychus dinosaur, and she actually uses that to help her focus and keep her calm, and so even things that aren't necessarily related to beasts or animals or that in the traditional sense, they still have those, you can still have that guide partner even if they're not a dragon or a familiar. You can the Steel Defender for her is really important to help her focus and navigate the world.
Also, it might be interesting, we do love dice rolls a whole lot, but I almost wonder if having service creature works. The service animal, if it's a function that is related to that character's disability, it never comes into play as a mechanic. It's just the service animal does their job.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. 100%. And a lot of links to the things we're talking about are in that accessibility resource document. There are links to everybody's everything available and in the panelist bios as well. So I think we're sort of coming towards the end. I think let's go around and talk about what you think is the most important thing that you would like people to take away from this or learn, and also what do you think would be the best thing that could happen in terms of representation for tabletop for disabled players and characters? So let's start with Mackenzie, and then we'll go to Elsa, then Sarah, then Alicia.
Yeah. So I'm approaching. So when you ask me like what's the thing I want people to take away, I approach this from both like as a disabled TTRPG player, but as also a person who designs a lot for D&D, designs a lot of classes and adventures and all that. Really honing in on the idea of never having those like gatekeeps where there's only one solution to something, or there's only one way to perceive something in a situation. Even for a party of all able-bodied characters, you're going to have people who hone in more on touch and smell or sight or sound. And so when you're designing things, especially if you are new designers coming into D&D or you're wanting to start DMing, try and keep that in mind. Keep the idea of multiple solutions in mind, different avenues in mind, different ways of describing things in mind. That will not only help you become a better designer, it will help immerse your players in the world more. It'll also help make accessibility a norm. So that way we don't have to, we can talk about disability and we can talk about accessibility, but we're not just talking about accessibility and disability. Like the only panel, like it will come to a point where we're invited to be on panels that are more than just disability and accessibility. We are more than just like, the disabled panel. I think that would be super cool, working to make that more of a norm.
I think that's why we decided that we were going to build a dungeon instead of just talk about this, like putting it into play.
Yeah.
So
what was the second question?
What do you think would be the most valuable thing that could be added to gaming or tables?
For me, I think talking specifically from my experience with disability, since I'm autistic, I would love to see people move beyond the stereotype of people who are autistic or neurodivergent can't play role-playing games because they're too quote-unquote social. That's not true, as evidenced by the fact that I am here. And I'd love to see that be more used, have just autistic people playing D&D for just out there in the world. It is really helpful as a therapy tool or to help teach social skills, but it shouldn't just be like that. Shouldn't be the only time we see autistic people playing D&D. We should just see them existing and playing and DMing and getting to play a bunch of characters and exist in those social situations without having that caveat of, this is to help them improve and get better. Because I like how my brain works and I don't want to make it any different.
Elsa.
I hope people take away from this panel that it's possible to build accessibility into any setting, because clearly we just done braille, ramps, all of these other things, and they all matter and actually work within the world that we're talking about. So accessibility is not a new concept. It's not foreign. It should just be there. It can be in your worlds without having to be a big deal. Like you can just have disabled characters in your setting. It doesn't have to, again, be a big deal. Disability be more than just those tropes that we keep talking about. I know it seems like we harp on them, but it's because they're there and they're ever present and they need to not just be the only thing to see. And I hope that people really just take away that disability isn't a negative. That's what I really want to see in the tabletop world at this point. Disability is not a negative. My blindness is not a 5-point flaw. My deafness is not a 5-point flaw. I am not I didn't roll a bad character. I actually am a great person and I have a life. Not negatives, they're just part of who I am. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. Sarah.
What do I want people to take away from this? That a lot of the resources are available online for free. You know, you're not expected to read scientific books or anything. There are plenty of blogs out there written by disabled people who very well document their experience in a way that's accessible to people. Also, understand that you are able-bodied. You won't ever understand really the full experience of a disabled person. You won't understand how far the problem goes in society. You won't ever understand it, but it's not about you understanding it so much as it is lifting us up and making sure our voices are heard. That is what is important. And making sure that when somebody wants to play a disabled character, that it isn't treated as this kind of you know, unique or odd thing. Just, yeah, you want to play a disabled character, okay, that's fine. You know, like normalizing is kind of where I want to get. Like I want to, me and Russ, when we were talking about the miniatures for the combat wheelchair, we were saying we would like it to be that one day I could publish online a combat wheelchair 3.0 and no one would bat an eye, that it would just be that normalized that, you know, that's it. And I would also like people to, because there are plenty of free documents on this as well, learning about ableist language, the roots, where it came from, why you can't say it, why it's not your word to say, and understanding that a lot of the terminology about describing disabled people, such as putting person first language and things like that, you need to understand the history of that language and the fact that it has been forced upon us a lot of the time by able-bodied people who think that, you know, for some reason they should have to see the person first, which is kind of disgusting, like we're all people. And I think it's just very important that it goes beyond just what you learn at your table, that you go there and you do your research and that you learn, and just remember to stay open. There will be times where you say things that are ableist, that you behave in an ableist manner, that you do something that's offensive using your character that's disabled, and that's fine. If someone calls you out on it, don't double down. Just accept and say, okay, how can I avoid this happening again, and learn from it. Just see it as an opportunity to learn. You make your characters more realistic because they are more representative of the real world. Yeah, I just think, you know, it very much comes down to being open and having that open dialogue with people.
Cool. And Alicia?
For me, especially as, I mean, a new player and a deaf player, I would love to just see more deaf, hard of hearing people not being afraid to, you know, play this game, try to get into it, learn more about it, because it really has changed my life. And you'll find that a lot of people are really open to helping you be a part of the game. So don't be afraid to reach out and try to just jump in. I think a lot of people like me, I like the idea of having a character that is like me in this fantasy world that I love so much. I do definitely want, and I like the idea of keeping it authentic, but I have no problem celebrating things about myself that I'm extremely proud of. Like I am a pretty amazing lip reader. So if I want to build a character that has a crazy lip reading skill, guess what? She's going to have it. I guess, like Mackenzie was saying, don't be afraid to have characters with disabilities in your game, because the games are easily and already mechanically balanced for it with roles and stuff like that. So, bring the differences in and celebrate them, because that's what makes this all exciting. I mean, it's fantasy and it's fun, so do it up.
Yeah. For me, I think it's people taking away that disability is non-binary, that it can change. People may have different capabilities day to day, and that, you know, someone using a wheelchair one day and walking the next doesn't mean they're faking it. Someone choosing to wear certain assistive devices or use certain assistive devices, or someone's focus, those all can change. It's all flexible often. And that's something we never get to have depicted. I also would love to see, I want to see disabled characters in art in books. I want to see devices, and also like in a world where monsters are constantly ravaging, it feels like we have to, like there would be so much more disability in the world, and it would be so much more accessible because clerics and things are very costly. We are going to wrap up now. So the first thing I want to say is we are going to publish this adventure. We are going to finish writing it as a group, and we are going to publish it. Follow our socials to find out when and where, but it will be soon, and it will be in a format that can be distributed to everyone. I'm sorry?
Somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. We will announce that very soon. We're going to go around one last time and get in touch. You can find all of our stuff in our links, our bios. If you want to talk to us about consulting, that's all available in that document that has links to our bios. And also, if you want to educate yourself, the accessibility doc has a list of essentials, starting with Stella Young's TED Talk, which is key. It's called "I'm Not Your Inspiration. Thank you very much." We're going to go around and give very quickly our socials, where people can find you, and we will wrap up. So same order, Mackenzie.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie DeArmas. You can find me at Mackenzie Lane DA on Twitter, which is in the little description thing below. It is also my name in the Twitch chat if you have trouble spelling it. And that's basically where I announce all my projects. Shoot me a follow there, and I will definitely update about this. Thank you so much for having me again, Jem.
Yay. Oh no, thank you for being here. Elsa.
Hi, I'm Elsa Hunason. You can find me literally everywhere on the internet as Snarkbat, SNARKBAT. Yes, that's a blind joke.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you're muted.
Yeah, Jen. Yeah, thank you for asking me on. And getting to talk about this. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter at MustangsArt. MUSTANGSART. I almost spelled it wrong then. That was embarrassing. But you can find most of my stuff, my projects on there. They're free. And there is also updates about the companies and things that I'm working for and projects I'm working on with them. As you know, I can talk about them because NDAs are fun. But yeah, you can follow me there.
And Alicia.
I'm really excited to finish this dungeon and put it out and see what people think about it. But anyway, you can find me everywhere at Alicia Marie Body, at Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, and on Facebook at Alicia Marie Live. And that's where you can also find information on what I'm doing next. So,
and I am Jen Kretschmer. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram as @DreamWisp, DREAMWISP. You can find my link tree there as well, which has all of my contact information. And then I am on Twitch as DreamWisp Jen. So thank you all so much for being here and participating and helping build this incredible dungeon. And we really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this stuff. We can't wait to share it with you. So have a wonderful rest of your celebration. Bye.
So fast.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occult SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're going to have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature comes straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water. But this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now, any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light tail skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. And this just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players die.
I mean, should we sing "Hustlin'"? Is that
No,
the typical?
I shouldn't.
No.
You could.
Well,
I could have done that.
Something in that vein. My understanding. Oh, obviously. Welcome to the second PAX Online Q&A.
Sorry, I couldn't be there with you. I'm still at the beach.
Yeah, it's fine. As long as you got that tender that wireless Fi.
Obviously.
We should be able to succeed. Now, my understanding is that you have shared with me a screen full of cues that lurk in want of an A. Is that basically right?
Do you see me tantalizing them even now?
Well, yeah, I see you just brushing so gently.
All right, gross. The realist one from the fakest place asks, can't fight love, so FF come... What is... I don't understand. What does that say, Jerry?
I'm looking at it on your screen, and I think these are...
Hashtag coming in? Is that is that something the youth say?
Yeah, I could go get a youth.
I think it's hashtag coming in, and it's
cosmic, maybe.
No. No, now you say that's right.
Yeah, but it's some kind of beast. I don't know what young people are having sex with anymore. I mean,
well, these are two birds.
You see, from on my side, it looks like it might be some arms that have been grafted somehow onto either a shiny pigeon or a seal.
No, it's two pigeons kissing, and someone's added human arms, which goes against the very laws of God.
Well, it's a continuing subversion of nature's design.
Every day.
Like Fruitopia.
Further from the light. All right, here we go. You got this.
Indeed. Angus McDonald, longtime ally, from right here in the PAX Online crowd asks, you accidentally signed the wrong document, and now they're making a live-action Penny Arcade movie. It's time for casting, and they ask you for your wish list for Tycho and Gabe. Who are you putting down? I mean, you have it easy because you already know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sean Connery for Gabe.
Yeah, Sean Connery for Gabe. I think it's Sean Connery for Gabe, and then on my side, we'll do Vin Diesel.
That one doesn't make any... No, that doesn't make any sense.
Identical. It's just like, I'm going to be too busy to do it, but
you
get Vin Diesel in there.
If they didn't hate each other, it would be cool to get The Rock and Jason Statham.
Well, yeah, my understanding is that there are...
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occult SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is where I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water. But this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now, any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light tail skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. And this just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Trick Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents.
Should we sing Hustlin'? Is that
No,
the typical?
I shouldn't.
No?
You could.
Well,
I could have done that.
Something in that vein. My understanding. Oh, obviously. Welcome to the second PAX Online Q&A.
Sorry I couldn't be there with you. I'm still at the beach.
Yeah, it's fine. As long as you got that tender that wireless fi.
I do.
Obviously,
obviously.
we should be able to succeed. Now, My understanding is that you have shared with me a screen full of cues that lurk in want of an A. Is that basically right?
Do you see me tantalizing them even now?
Well, yeah, I see you just brushing so gently.
All right, gross. The realist one from the fakest place asks, can't fight love, so FF come. What is, I don't understand. What does that say, Jerry?
I'm looking at it on your screen, and I think these are
hashtag coming in. Is that is that something the youth say?
Here, I could go get a youth.
I think it's hashtag coming in, and it's
cosmic, maybe.
No.
Well,
no! Now you say that's right.
Yeah, but it's some kind of beast. I don't know what young people are having sex with anymore. I mean,
well, these are two birds.
You see, from on my side, it looks like it might be some arms that have been grafted somehow onto either a shiny pigeon or a seal.
No, it's two pigeons kissing, and someone's added human arms, which goes against the very laws of God.
Well, it's a continuing subversion of nature's design.
Every day.
Like Fruitopia.
Further from the light. All right, here we go. You got this.
Indeed. Angus McDonald, longtime ally, from right here in the PAX Online crowd asks, you accidentally signed the wrong document, and now they're making a live-action Penny Arcade movie. It's time for casting, and they ask you for your wish list for Tycho and Gabe. Who are you putting down? I mean, you have it easy because you already know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sean Connery for Gabe.
Yeah, Sean Connery for Gabe. I think it's Sean Connery for Gabe, and then on my side, we'll do Vin Diesel.
That one doesn't make any. No, that doesn't make any sense.
Identical. It's just like I'm going to be too busy to do it, but
you
get Vin Diesel in there.
If they didn't hate each other, it would be cool to get The Rock and Jason Statham.
Well, yeah, my understanding is that there are tensions between these gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. I read an article.
Even at the contractual level.
I read an article about some of the biggest feuds on sets.
Really?
Yes. The number 7 will shock you.
Were you shocked by number 7?
No.
It was fine.
But it was interesting to see that they didn't get along. Apparently, they're both very much the, I'm the strongest guy in the room type of guy.
Yeah. But didn't you say that, like, there's a contractual obligation somewhere in there that, like, they have to, like, get hit or hit an equal number of times or something like that? Like, they have to...
Yeah, like, they want to make sure that they're the one who beats up the most bad guys and doesn't get hit as much.
That is the most... We have discussed this before. Some people have stupid dreams.
Well, yeah, they do. Yeah, we've met a lot of people, and we'll walk away and be like, "Man, their dreams are so dumb.
Yeah,
why do you want that?"
You need to aim higher than the number of pretend villains dispatched.
Skater Boy from that one song asks, "Have you ever dated someone who thought they were too good for you?" That's going to have to be a Jerry question because I've dated exactly one person.
Well, I mean, you dated exactly one person, but that's not to say that there weren't encounters. Previously,
I had encounters, but like at a zoo. You come by between 2 and 4.
Yeah, exactly.
They give you a sack of nuts.
No, it's like we saw the red pandas. No, if somebody thought they were too good for me, yes, but I had 3 girlfriends at that time, so I mean,
you had room.
Honestly, it just saved me time at a certain point.
Yeah. There you go.
Confounded Todd from Black Cauldron Forest asks, oh boy, hunger outweighs thought. Okay. Bioluminescent bug. Why does my butt glow? Again, online as it is in the real world, the PAX Q&A.
Oh, it's a poem, Jerry.
I know that.
It's a haiku.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I'm just saying is that really it's an opportunity for others to build their personal brands.
Yeah. He's got some work out there now. building that portfolio. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
The AI meme maker from the internet asks me, my friends,
Yes.
my friends.
Yeah.
What is?
The AI meme maker is a real automated device.
Huh.
And this is what computers think of us, I think is what we're learning.
Okay. Here you go.
Jeff Raven from the Pit Crew, by way of Club PA. Of course,
Thank you,
welcome
Pit Crew.
aboard. Indeed. Dear Gabe and Tycho, firstly, thank you so much for continuing to stream and be active with your community. In a world thrown into chaos, your content has been a beacon of light in an otherwise dark time. My question is, will we see Tycho take the helm and do a video game stream as in days of yore? Well, it was much easier when I could just have Josh, make sure that the stream happened. I haven't developed the suite of skills that Mike has for home streaming.
Set of skills. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it seems like if I want to get a stream out there, the only way to make it happen is to investigate that stuff here from home. And the truth is that I mean, I'm always playing some kind of indie horse shit.
Yeah, exactly. I think that a lot of the stuff that you just tell me on the phone, I think you could get out of your system easily in a stream.
In a more productive way. Maybe.
Yeah. All right. Black envelope. Are you ready?
I am. I'm prepared. I got it. Talit Axor from Sydney, Australia. Hello, of course. When my eldest son was born, I successfully campaigned for permission to dub him Gabriel. The next year, my best friend had his first child. I received an announcement via text that he had named the poor lad Tycho. No. I passed this on to my family, and after some initial distaste, we began to appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
It's like, ugh, bleh. Until about a week later, when we learned with barely concealed relief that his real name is Scott. So I feel like there is a substantial gulf conceptually between Scott and Tycho.
It's a good joke though. Nobody got hurt,
Oh man. My question, what is the hardest you have ever been trolled? As an aside, the cosmic mirroring of our respective broods was restored a few years later when my second was named Elliot.
I don't know if your son does this or not. They ever put the tape on the bottom of the mouse?
Oh my God. Dude, it's all the time.
Noah thinks he's, a genius. And I come in and I'm like, okay, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I guess I got to rebuild this computer.
Yeah, exactly. Because you go super far down that rabbit hole, right?
Like immediately I'm as far down into this thing as I can go.
You're up to your fucking elbow in it.
Plugged in.
Yeah, exactly. No, and there's a light. You lift it up, you're like, okay.
Yeah, okay, it's making...
No, dude. What I get is my wallpaper. So now both children do it. My wallpaper changes, multiple times a day. It's like my wallpaper is the battleground for my two children.
Yeah.
And it's like the last time he installed like Bonsai Buddy. Do you remember the old Bonsai Buddy?
No.
This thing, it stopped. You'll have to look around online. It's like a ape of some kind. But they're always pasting it into the wallpaper in new places. I don't know. I feel like I don't need that in my life. I feel like life.
We deserve better.
I feel like life is hard enough as it is.
Jeep from Grand Caravan asks, sliced bread, what's better than it?
What's better than it?
What's better than it?
I feel strongly that sliced bread is in the middle somewhere in terms of true quality assessments.
Well, since its invention, I think it's been on a steady decline.
Yeah, it's because when it hit the scene, it was like, oh shit,
sliced bread.
Wow, it's I just got this whole loaf.
But you must not have gotten that saying until 5 years after, maybe. 5 years after something else comes out, and they're like, "That's as good as sliced bread."
God, and I guess it never occurred to me, like our primitive forebears.
Yeah.
Right. It had never occurred to me that, I mean, maybe when they got some bread out of a bag and it was like sliced, they were like, shit. Like, I
Yeah,
just don't, I never had that. I never had that part of the experience.
I don't like slicing bread. Do you?
It's not my favorite. No.
There you go.
Gao from the magical land of Prydain asks, not a question, but a request.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't ever cease your exploits in motorsports and the management thereof. They are unexpected. They are an unexpected but endless treat. And I look forward to the weekly routine of choosing the correct tires for Gabir Motors, obviously with the pretend hashtags from drivers that are not real.
What do you mean pretend? They're real hashtags. The
I mean,
drivers aren't real.
I guess the hashtags are real.
Yeah.
But no, Motorsports Manager obviously is ridiculously, like, it's more entertaining than I could ever have imagined.
Why have we been able to play it for 6 months?
We don't play anything for 6 months.
No, we don't. And we certainly don't get better at it.
No. And that's been the craziest part about it. So just so that everyone is completely aware, Motorsports Manager is basically, you can do other sports besides F1, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got endurance races, got GT, it's got all kinds of stuff in there.
Yeah, so basically you, like, end to end, like all the way down into the pit, you are managing every aspect of this sport. And even saying it out loud, it sounds like it might be dumb. But the fact that it has maintained our like rapt attention for a half a year, but not just our attention, like then the channel fills up with people who also want to make decisions.
Well, and it's grown. It keeps growing.
It's very, very odd. But that's sort of been our thing. It's just like to find some weird little avenue and then learn about it in public. Is sort of like our deal, right?
Black envelope.
Oh, it's Gao again. From the magical land of Prydain. Still, if you had to choose, I think this is a double. I think this is a haiku and a regular question.
It is.
If you had to choose a new AC Inc. character, what class would they be? Artificer. It's easy. It's easy to choose.
No, I would still be a wizard.
It's just too fun for you, right?
Yeah, I was playing Kingdoms of Amalur, and anytime I play a game, I play as a wizard, no matter what the game is. If it's a game where you have an option, I'm going to play the wizard. And I was like, this time I'm going to play something different. I'm going to be a rogue. Within like 5 hours, I had spec'd all sorcery. I was just casting spells.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't take very long.
And these magical chakra blades, like...
You're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. Exactly. So what else you got?
I got something for you.
They've left this one in. This is obviously Mike Bueland, our Technomancer, who is responsible for large aspects of the experiences you're having at PAX Online.
Gao from the
Gao, you need to get out of here.
Yeah.
You need a hobby.
Will there be more Seattle by Night adventures? I love the antics of Tom Hollandaise. That's me. Jameson Keene. That's my friend Jerry. Amanda Brooker and Betty Lancaster, especially when paired with storyteller extraordinaire Jason Carl.
Indeed.
Please, I am at hunger for, and I need my fix of hot vampire action.
Well, that's the fantasy. I mean, there's no ink set down or anything like that, but people are still telling us about this incredibly silly vampire game we did months ago, which, I think ultimately we've learned to listen to it when people say they want more stuff.
Yeah, I had a good time playing as a vampire. I would bite more people.
Yeah.
Johnny from Stagwood Hollow asks, how does the first video game you ever played compare to the last video game you played?
Interesting. The very first game, at least the very first game that I can really remember, was Zork.
Yeah.
So a text adventure. And so it's all black screen and then some words. And the very last game that I played is like I swear to God, it's like a combination of every trend at once.
Yeah.
It's like a roguelike sort of pseudo JRPG stuff, like executed all in pixel art. Like it's just like the cherry on top of a trend sundae. It's called Star Renegades, and it's actually pretty cool, but it is all the things I just mentioned. So you have to want those.
The first game I have a memory of is Pong. I can remember playing that with the dial, the knobs.
Yeah.
As far as the last game I played, it was Kingdoms of Amalur. I'm hooked on it. It's too good. It
still works.
I mean, yeah. If you can divorce it from all of the stuff around it, the craziness about people going to jail and embezzling money and all that stuff, like the game that these ill-gotten funds were used to make. Obviously, I feel very bad for the people of Rhode Island.
But
this game is incredible. If they just played it,
they could appreciate it. As
yeah.
I do.
Mike, from literally also hosting this panel, asks.
This is a meta joke.
For Jerry, did I ever tell you that I bought a DeLorean a couple of years ago? I ended up selling it after a few months. I really only drove it from time to time.
Thanks.
I'll be here all night, folks.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get you something good. Are you ready?
Yeah, just really play the pointer over it. Find the right one.
This one's hot.
Don't just jump in.
I feel like heat.
No, it's like when you open a pack, like in a digital TCG. It's like, which one am I gonna do?
It's gonna be a good one.
Which one's looking right? Here? Schickler from Horsetown asks, in Penny Arcade, the series The Muppets, which employees are represented by which Muppet? I see that they haven't given us the easy one, because obviously Beaker, right, and Bunsen Honeydew, like, we're already handled. They haven't even put us in there. It's like, who do we put in for the rest of them? Dude, Sam the Eagle would be a great Kiko, honestly.
Sam the Eagle is Kiko, absolutely.
It's the same base. Well, there's some key differences, like the beak. But I mean, in terms of
the
vibe,
hair,
yes. One of them is a human man. Like, but I'm just saying that, like, the vibe.
Oh, you're talking about Kiko, yeah.
Yeah, the vibe is the same vibe.
That question wasn't as good as I was hoping.
Well, I mean, listen.
I'm not saying it's bad, Schickler from Horsetown.
Well, maybe Schickler was just warming up, and there's some supreme cues later.
Let's go to a green envelope. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's get it.
Get it.
Jerry, from also hosting this panel.
Is someone behind the scenes doing this?
This is Laura. I know. It
doesn't matter what I click on, does it?
Jerry from also hosting this panel. Yeah, it's completely driven by them. For Mike. I guess theoretically from me for you. What do you get when you cross an elephant and a rhinoceros? Your National Science Foundation grant revoked and demands to attend a number of biological ethics hearings. That's honestly,
a good joke.
This is great material. My compliments to the chef.
Okay, now am I alone in constructing a theory that no matter what we click on, we are just fed the next question in an already predetermined set of questions?
Well, in a rich narrative crafted, no doubt, by Laura from work.
This is like when Neo figures out he's in the Matrix.
Yeah.
It's just like that. Go ahead.
Nevermore from Maryland asks, Mike or Jerry, do you have any board game suggestions to introduce people to the world of board and tabletop games? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people already play various kinds of card games. That's just like where they stop.
Yeah.
But there's other things that you can do even with the same cards. A really strong intro, I think, is probably Forbidden Island. What do you think?
Yeah, I was gonna say one of these cooperative games.
Yes.
Forbidden Island, Forbidden Desert.
Yeah, you want to start, especially if you're going to get somebody into this stuff. It's definitely a good idea to start with a game where you're all on the same team.
Yeah.
And you're all working toward the same goal, so you can learn that stuff together. Because the alternative, you don't want to like jump right into the fucking Thunderdome right away with something like this, like some crazy shit, like, you know, Catan or something like that. Like, you don't. That's not what we want. Let's begin. I have been more angry at you in Ticket to Ride, I think, than I have ever been angry at you. Yes.
Really?
Well, it's because of the
I have
diction.
no recollection. I have no recollection of this.
I was so mad at you that I could not talk to you.
If someone asked me if you and I had ever played Ticket to Ride, I would say no.
That is so shocking, and
When
frankly, like you, that remember we had that app on the iPads, and we would play it on the airplane.
Oh, the app.
And then, so you know
Yeah.
how we would like play like early on, and then I wouldn't talk to you for the next 4 hours?
Yeah. I thought you fell asleep or something.
No, it's because you knew that you would hurt me. You knew that placing that train would hurt me very badly.
Yeah.
And you did it. You still did it.
I played a win. And I
You played a hurt.
Strike first. Strike hard. No mercy.
Sir.
Ted from your friendly corner bicycle shop asks, why couldn't the bicycle stand up straight? It has severe structural issues.
Ted, you know what? I understand that you have these dreams.
I don't think that one rises to the level.
But
I'm going with a black envelope. I need something.
We'll see.
If it even matters.
Eek from asks, I once had a friend who was wonderful to hang out with and very interesting. Listen, I love this story. I'm sure it's going to be maintained at this level in terms of joy.
I'm going to invest myself in it.
Yeah, invest yourself fully, because I think we can safely enter into it, and it's going to be life affirming.
Okay.
At some point, I had to cancel a hangout because of a work thing and never rescheduled because my life pretty much fell apart after that. I only tried to reconnect 9 months later, tried to explain. She never responded. I saw her in a store a while later and she ignored me. That was 3 years ago. I mourn what we lost, but I respect her decision to end contact.
Good.
Have you ever watched a friendship simply end and wondered?
You're going to have to answer this one.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it would feel like to need a person.
Yeah.
To want another human being. No, I'm just kidding.
No. Yeah, I mean, I think that, yes.
Gotta let him go.
I definitely have, but it's like, when it comes to us, it's like, to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, obviously, I would benefit from this person's continued attentions, but I have no illusions about how fucking annoying I am at all. Like,
oh sure,
I know that I ask a lot of the people around me. I know
if
that
someone leaves me, I'm just like, yeah, great. That is surprised.
That is a credit to them, and they should be
Healthy
congratulated for it. Yeah, it's like I am your biggest fan. For pulling that card.
Teach me how to get away from this.
Yeah, please help us both.
Can I come with you?
Yeah, away from me. Schickler. All right, now hold on. Now this is the second entry.
I've already made up my mind.
In Schickler's, you hang on there. This is the second entry in Schickler's Horsetown Chronicles. The last one, kind of a Muppet thing. I don't know. Let's see where it goes from there. Some fantastic video game ads have existed in magazines and television spots throughout the years. Which ad campaigns do you remember most fondly?
Oh man, I have very fond memories of the original Crash Bandicoot ads. The guy dressed up.
Dressed up
in the big Bandicoot suit.
Yeah.
bring back fond sort of early 90s memories to me.
The one that I remember the most, and I'm not even sure if they ever actually pulled it off. Maybe they just announced it to get notoriety. But there was, I think it was like Shadow Man. Acclaim was offering Shadow Man advertising for people's tombstones.
Oh, wow.
And so it's like hey, give over a place on this tombstone for an ad for Shadow Man. And I mean, already it's getting a little bit weird, but the quote that really sends it over the top is that they said that it might be particularly attractive to poorer people.
Oh, who need money to pay for their dead person's funeral.
And I was just like, that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's incredible that you can disassociate yourself from reality like that.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like, maybe I lack empathy. And I'm not even saying that isn't true, but I think that's a wild ass ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Hand sandwich from Desperation Falls asks, love languages are bows, but nevertheless...
No, they're not bows, they're bogus.
Oh, they're bogus. But nevertheless, what's yours? Mine's unsolicited food delivery. If I like you, you're getting a lasagna, and I won't hear another word about it.
Interesting.
You just send people food?
I feel like that's very... I feel like sending someone food is actually quite intimate.
Yeah, I mean, the most I send, even people that I really love, the most is like an Amazon gift card.
That's like the apex?
Yeah, because then in my mind, it's like, well, you could do whatever you want with that.
Yeah, it's like giving them branded money. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's less crass than just giving a person $15.
Cash. Right.
Yeah, it's like, that's weird. But what if I gave you branded money?
Yeah. And all I'm doing is I'm giving you possibilities.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just experiences you haven't had yet.
Yep.
Yeah, my love language is touch. Right, keep going.
Gross.
Whoa.
Go ahead, man.
You know what? You jump in there.
One.
You see it. I mean, I know that it's nothing like that. But Knackbrook from Ox3 asks, do you believe in subliminal messaging? What about superliminal? Or just liminal? Hyperliminal? Xliminal? Do you think you would notice if a question changed while it was still inside the envelope in a year of all digital PAX? I'm starting to feel like I am observing myself from a third person perspective. Now I'm weirded out.
It didn't change.
Not yet. We are about to be manipulated big time.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've been doing, but you mean more than usual.
No, hold on. Did you see how now all the envelopes are different? There's no PAX ones out there at all?
They're always changing.
Nick from Louisville asks, thank you for writing it out. I appreciate it. I almost certainly would have called the place you're from Louisville. Dear Morkinger, what are your IRL dump stats? If you could reallocate points, would you? I mean, I think that I have a low con, but I do have asthma. I don't know if asthma in this case counts as like a debuff.
I think if your con is pretty high.
Yeah, maybe.
Honestly.
Unless I have to move or do anything, and then it's
I think dexterity is your dump stat.
Oh, well, that's guaranteed. Do you remember when we opened up that Game Boy Advance and we tried to install that Afterburner screen, and even though
just like crazy,
but you didn't want to do it because you didn't want to ruin your Game Boy.
Yeah.
Right? Even though you have incredibly fine motor control.
Oh, absolutely.
Being a lifelong artist. But then you let me do it, and it goes like this. There's solder everywhere in there. I just closed it up.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really shameful. I would say my dump stat is strength.
Yeah?
I'm just super weak. Yeah. Physically, morally.
Yeah, ethically.
See, lots of white envelopes now.
Yeah, all right. Maybe it's okay. Maybe we're not being manipulated 24/7.
Russian
Oh,
spy from
no.
FBI working from home due to COVID asks,
See, but the other one had the Russian name.
yeah, what games which have been touted as must play and best buy have you skipped and why? Which not so recently released games do you think you could come back to and finally pick up or continue and finish still?
Well, you're literally engaged in the re-reckoning right now.
Yeah, I'm going back to a game that came out in 2012 that they just re-released.
Exactly.
I'm having a great time.
Must play, man.
Well, I mean, neither of us played Last of Us 2.
That's true. Basically, we decided with that is that we were redlined on tension, fear, and anguish.
Yeah,
and we didn't actually have to. We didn't have to simulate it in HD with the HDR lighting and the blood effects.
Green envelope.
Hey, it's John, Coffee Robot from Norwich, UK, asks, there was a big trend in people tidying their houses and clearing out their junk this year due to lockdown. But what's one completely useless thing you own that you'll never, ever get rid of, not in a million years?
It's a cool question.
I was just going to say, I mean, I wish that junk clearing thing had happened here. We never got around to that.
No, we should have. It's a great idea.
I mean, because we're actually at home, right?
Yeah.
There's all kinds of things we can just reach over. There's all kinds of technically useless things all around.
I have a prized possession. This is my Pac-Man glass.
Wait, dude, that's been there forever.
Yeah, I mean, this is an original, and I use it for all kinds of stuff.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's very appropriate. I mean, obviously,
also have this tiny man bird
who wants to fight. I mean, on stage, even though it would be deeply appropriate, I've never had the opportunity to display it. But this desk ornament, I mean, is it useful in the classic sense? No, it's not even on my desk. I literally had to reach up to a shelf and get it. But it's not going anywhere.
You earned that.
I did. God damn it. I hustled daily, and that was the result.
Oh, man.
I got you.
Go ahead.
Sad anime protagonist from some mountain town asks, my life is super hard and I have many reasons for being depressed and or socially stunted, but the fandom thinks I'm ungrateful for the giant robots my dad forces me to pilot and should just stop being depressed. Anyway, I need help. I really need help, but also a question, I guess. How can you tell if your crush is actually a godlike being? Now, I feel very strongly that this refers to an actual anime.
Almost certainly. I didn't watch that.
I don't know
it's
which
not
one.
Appleseed, and it's not Bubblegum Crisis. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. I mean, it's not. It's obviously it's not Gundam Unicorn, which is the only one that I would know about. Maybe it's an Evangelion thing. I don't know.
John Durgelheim from the most real of places.
It's not even a real name.
Yeah, it is. So, Durgelheim. Has Penny Arcade ever made a strip that no one has understood, similar to Farside's Cow Tools? What is Farside's Cow Tools?
Well, here, we have an incredible opportunity here. Cow Tools. Can you parse this in any way? Oh, is one of them is like an udder with one?
I'm really struggling, man.
Can you parse that strip at all?
I really don't know. I'm going to have to invest. I mean, it has its own Wikipedia article here that I'm going to obviously need. The cartoon was intended to be an exercise in silliness.
Well,
While
agreed.
never met a cow who could make tools, I felt sure that if I did, they, the tools, would lack something in sophistication and resemble the sorry specimens shown in this cartoon. I regret that my fondness for cows, combined with an overactive imagination, may have carried me beyond what is comprehensible to the average Far Side reader. God,
But dude, but we've seen that before. It's like
cow made tools, they wouldn't be very good.
But can you imagine like the modern version of this? It'd be like, because of course he'd be like on Insta, right? And then he'd like put up, it's like an all black background text with some white text on it, like an apology for how just completely inconceivable.
I mean, do we have any that no one? I don't think that we have any that no one has understood, but I think that we excel at making strips that half of the people understand. Yes.
And the other half don't. And then occasionally they swap.
They swap back and forth. That half is always changing.
Oh. Horrible Goose from Charming Village asks.
Watch out.
Yeah, check this honker.
He's going to get you.
Yeah, he's on his way.
This is one that's left in here.
No, here. But we should say, how do you feel about a garbage collection mechanism being added to the ISO C++ standard specification? This is literally the types of I've had conversations like this with him.
Uh-oh.
All right, now hold on.
Your boy.
Well, I was just going to say, now this is, I mean, functionally speaking, this is the Horstown Chronicles trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be something here where, are we going to ramp up? Like, is this where the sophistication kind of takes it to the next level?
I mean, I already read it, so.
Oh, how was it?
It's good. It's a good question. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, read it.
They tuned it up. Did you ever wind up educating your children in the old ways of video games? Do you keep any older consoles hooked up in your homes? Well, yeah, it's very, very easy to have at least like, pretend versions of old consoles now. They'll sell you one that has all the games in it, and it just looks like the old system, but is smaller somehow. No, I have actually been messing around with the present that you gave me, Michael.
Oh, hey, I bought you that.
Yes. That is the Evercade. It's sort of like almost like a little, emulation machine, but it has like an HDI out, and then it has cartridges that are basically sort of like brand cartridges that have like the must-play games from certain eras, which is kind of neat. And I have tried
the Interplay one or the Tecmo one, right?
Exactly. And I like to make sure that the youth sort of know the arc anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they've been around old games all the time. We've had arcade machines in the house.
Well, yeah, and
old
the games
hooked up.
And the games that were really popular, certainly when they were younger, are sort of all like the aesthetic is all classic aesthetics from when we were growing up. Like it's actually something that weirdly we kind of share with them.
Arthup from some future time when PAX can be in person again asks, is the pattern on Tycho's traditional shirt based on anything? More importantly, when can we expect a shirt with that simple, clearly non-trademark violating design to show up for sale in the PA store? Nothing against the Gabe logo or whatever Namco calls it these days, but some of us have a need for a blue-on-blue Tycho shirt in our lives.
Is that true?
I mean, it was just a split decision when I drew the first cartoon.
Well, yeah, because you had to do it. Like that was the last thing you were thinking about, I assume.
Yeah, I never thought about them really reappearing. I just drew a shirt.
And now you've literally had to draw it for 22 years.
22 years, yeah. I don't know if we'll sell it. I don't think a blue long sleeve shirt.
We have had that conversation certainly in the past. I think that ultimately we decided that very, very few people are interested in that. And you'd have to do it completely custom end to end.
Yeah.
Because you want to do it with actual panels, right?
Yeah. Well, the designers would want to do it right.
Oh, exactly right. Now, a mask with the stripes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Fix from Nominal Orbit Trajectory asks, Dearest Jerry, seeing as Michael has kitted himself out as Mike Race Car, during tech quarantines, lockdowns. Have you done any work on your SCA kit and caboodle? No, I haven't done it, but it's like I went to a SCA event, one, and I really, really enjoyed it, but I've never had a necessity to get out those the garb of an Italian merchant again. It's just never.
It's just hanging in the closet still?
No, it's literally still in the trunk. I have not needed
Wow.
a brocade vest for years.
Schickler from Horsetown.
Hang on, the quadrilogy?
Now he's pushing it.
Wow.
Okay.
Schickler from Horsetown asks, for the inaugural season of the Penny Arcade Wrestling Federation, what song will be played when each of you enters the ring? Oh, man.
Fast Car.
You just kind of bring it down a little bit.
Yeah, and everybody's kind of crying by the end of it, and we're all sharing hankies.
No, it's got to be Soft Cell's Tainted Love. Bum, bum. Right? That one that was like with the Tainted Love.
Okay.
Something wrong with the love.
Adge Corp
Indeed.
from C Team Twitch chat asks, what do you call cheese that isn't yours? Well, the dad answer to this is nacho cheese.
Yes,
but
of course.
Someone else's cheese.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
That's fine.
Cookie Mom from Cookie Brigade Quarantine Zone asks, fuck just doesn't seem to be cutting it as a swear to express my dismay at a situation anymore. Do you have any suggestions for stronger swears to use?
I like to say shits lately. Like
Plural?
Yeah. Shits.
It's like
good.
When one shit won't do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the issue with fuck, eventually, maybe sometime next year, fuck will imagine that fuck as its currency, it's going to diminish with use. And I think that we've just had a lot of opportunities to use it right now.
Yeah.
And its super bar just needs to refill. In the meantime, shits works great. I am especially fond of, and I think that depending on the enunciation, I think horse shit is doing a lot of work for me right now.
Yeah. Maxwellian Demonus from the surrounding aether asks, if one were to posit the nature of possibility and the worlds beyond, the principles and subjects of interest and fancy, if a realm could be reborn or fade, bringing blood and storm, its shadows coalescing into a grassy field akin to heaven, in all the possibilities, what would your final fantasy?
No, what would be your final fantasy?
What would be your final fantasy?
Oh, interesting. And then right down at the end, they're like, hey, my final fantasy is 14. A Realm Reborn.
Is that the opening to A Realm Reborn? Did you just read an advertisement, or?
I think so. I was just going to, Maxwellian Demonis, like AKA Square
PR.
Yeah. No, my Final Fantasy, the one that actually really like endures the most for me is, and I don't think that it's most people's like favorite.
Probably not.
But 10 is actually my Final Fantasy for sure.
Oh yeah.
Like for me, all the dad stuff, there's just some really big whacked out ideas. And obviously, the idea that there's like somebody's special job it is to communicate these souls after, and it's like, if we don't respect these souls and all this bad shit happens, like there's just a lot about it. And the aesthetic was killer too.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 too, because for me, that was the one that got carried.
No, you don't mean 10 too.
No, not 10 too. 10 also.
Yes. Really? Oh, yeah.
That's the one that got Kara into gaming, and we sort of played together, and then she ended up taking over.
Well, she took her handle from it.
That was
right?
a fun one. Yeah, that she got Yuna. That's been her handle forever.
Right.
All right.
Angus MacDonald from Canada asks, what PAX online panel event are you personally most excited for? Obviously, oh, man, you don't even understand, dude. Like,
I bet he's got some cool ideas.
I guarantee that he does. I mean, I grew up playing his shit.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing. It is just the weirdest thing. Like, it's just like a name. I couldn't even picture it. I just knew that this was a cool person.
Yeah, you just see it on the books.
Exactly. I just grew up with this entity that gave me these really useful ideas. But obviously, we're overjoyed to have Strix Beestinger return with us on the Acquisitions Incorporated stage for sure.
The Signs from all over the Philadelphia Convention Center asks,
Is it Wash?
please?
Man, that's really odd.
Why would they make the faces?
I mean, I guess I'm not going to forget this. Oh, scroll down. Oh.
Do not
Yeah.
touch.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I'm disturbed by the pointing hand there. And it might be true for a while. Cohen Leonard, interesting, from Hallelujah. Oh, I get it. Asks, the Portuguese word saudade maybe, describes a feeling of longing, melancholy, or nostalgia that is supposedly characteristic of the Portuguese or Brazilian temperament. I'm not Brazilian or Portuguese, but I feel that. I don't have a question. I just wanted to share.
Saudade.
I'm into it.
Mr. Ripe, pronounced ripe. Hey.
No, Rip E.
Oh. From outside the WSCC, waiting for the doors to open, asks, we can't do the pork fry knuckle crack online, so how about another old tradition? Jerry, can you sing us a shanty?
Let's see. I will.
I bet he can.
There we go. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, so there's apparently a word there in Portuguese about a specific type of rich sadness. And then it just reminded me, because we got into racing recently, it reminded me of sisu, which is a Finnish word that you should look up because its definition is beyond my ability to calculate it.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, we can do both things. I mean, we might not be able to hear the strangely wet sound of everyone cracking the knuckles at once, but I will call it out, and then you can do this into your microphone, right?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So 3, 2, 1, crack. It's crack on 1, and don't hit the microphone. But
Sorry.
don't right. But don't. We're not cracking on 1. It isn't 3, 2, and then do it. It's like 3, 2, 1, and then in the space where a number would be, just after it.
Let's just do it.
Okay. You ready? 3, 2, 1. No, it was yucky. It was still yucky. Even if it's one person,
Yeah.
the sound is real.
Wet knuckles.
Gosh, I mean, in terms of,
Sing a shanty.
I mean, I have
Sing me a song.
Oh, I can sing you a song of a lad that has gone, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's just such a strange, just out here in space. Like, there's not a lot of oxygen, you know?
Do your best.
Right. Sing me a song of a lad that has gone. Say, could that lad be I? Merry of soul, he sailed on a day over the sea to sky. Mull was astern, rum on the port, high on the starboard bow. Glory of life shone in his soul. Where is that glory now? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Still works.
Cool
I
trick.
remembered the words.
Oh, it's a technomancer.
Oh, does P equal NPY? I'm going to send him a text about that later. It might. I don't know.
Select answer from Q&A asks, where question equals, what has never been easier?
I assume that something never being easier is related to D&D Beyond. That's my guess.
Oh.
That's my guess.
Well, the math has never been easier.
And, I was just going to say, well, no. And now that you can click the dice.
I can click the dice. It really has never been easier.
Right. What do you got?
Oh, my
okay.
God.
Hold on. The quintology.
That's
It's
not
like-
a real word.
Now it's time to invert some of the concepts. Now it's time to deconstruct, really investigate. right?
You are now in charge of Tiger Electronics. What intellectual property do you turn into your next handheld LCD game? Since Hasbro owns both Tiger Electronics and Wizards of the Coast, when do we get the Acquisitions Incorporated handheld LCD game?
Oh, there's like 2 frames of animation for each of us. It's like a game. It's like a Game and Watch type thing.
Is Tiger Electronics still around? Are they making stuff?
Yeah. They make little digital toys. Yeah. Man, honestly, now I'm just thinking about what it'd be like to make a cooperative, like a Payday type thing, but in Waterdeep with wizards, clerics, warriors, and rogues
on a tiny LCD screen.
Well, yeah. I mean, now I'm not worried about the LCD anymore. That concept might not 100% work, but if anyone ever wants to make a fantasy heist game with a proven IP, get hold of me.
I think you could do something where there's like doves coming down, and Jim has like a wand. And he's got to zap them.
He's got to get him?
Yeah.
He's got to hurt him somehow?
You only have a couple frames of animation.
He's got to hurt birds. John, Coffee Robot from Norwich, UK, asks, to make the week feel more like PAX, I've learned how to make a cheese steak wit whiz, of course. Or whiz wit, I think. Are either of you doing any PAX traditions at home that you'd normally be doing in a far-off city?
That's funny. We wrote a comic strip about this very thing today.
Yes. It will be available on the Monday during PAX as an experience. You will see those things. But in the same way that Scrooge is exhorted to keep Christmas in his heart all the year, like I have been preparing by just stewing in an anxiety that is so real. I feel like I could reach out, grab, and break it.
Yeah, I tried just crying until there were no more tears.
Yeah, just wring them out.
Yeah, and I was like, feels like I'm there.
Yeah.
Hidden Trader from USA asks,
shit,
will there be a new C team or other frequent D&D AI stream? I'm just starting now at the beginning and love it. Sad to hear it's ending.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is currently the final season of the C team. That being said,
all good things end.
Indeed. And that's ultimately, you can only reset those things so much. If you want to try to tell a story that has at least the potential for authentic ramifications. And stream games have certain dynamics that make the real growth arcs difficult. But those characters, I'm sure that we'll see those characters again for sure.
Adam, wow.
Crazy.
From Oakland, California asks, what's something you miss about classic PAX and something you enjoy about PAX Online?
Oh,
That's
man.
a good question.
Well, PAX tends to be about food.
Yes.
It's about going to different places and like having my specific place. Like at PAX South, is there a place that you go every time?
Yeah, I don't know the names of any of the places.
Well, no,
I just
you just know the location.
I know what to order.
Yeah, you know the location that it's at, right?
Yeah. That was just going to say, the thing I miss about classic PAX is PAX South.
Yeah.
Margaritas, the Riverwalk.
No, there's hot shit down there for sure. I have 2 places for the PAX South one. It's Tacos y Salsa, which is a pretty straightforward a name as taco shops go, and Henry's Puffy Tacos, which sounds bad but is good. And those are like my A+ go to every time. In Melbourne, I guess they say. It's Mugen Ramen. It's right there in a laneway downtown. But yeah, every one of these zones, typically we have a steak. Like I don't really eat steaks generally, but that's something that we have done at PAX East. Right?
Yeah, I think as far as something I enjoy about PAX Online, I mean, I'm literally in my pajamas below this shirt.
Yeah, no hard pants. That's the rule. Now, but the other thing is you can't miss for PAX Unplugged, you can't miss the market.
You can, if you don't want to get sick, if you don't want to get the poops.
What, did you get sick at the market?
I get the poops.
What
Bad.
what did you eat?
A Philly cheesesteak.
You got it from the market? Like,
yes.
really?
I've also had good ones. I've had good experiences there, but I did one time get a whew.
No, man. Alyssa and I also found a place that makes poutine, but it's like a poutine. Imagine poutine is a genre instead of like one thing. It was kick ass.
Laura from work asks, is this a question? No.
I don't think so. Not in the classic sense. James A. Caster from Kettering. No, it's not. Papadums are bread. Oh, I see. This is connected to the Off Menu podcast. Also, your favorite starter, main course, side dish, drink, and dessert. What is this about? Oh, there's a comedian who also has. He's a British man. I don't know.
Okay.
Beyond that, we like
mozzarella sticks to start.
Chicken sauté to start.
Chicken strips and fries for main course.
Main course, filet mignon.
Side dish would be more mozzarella sticks.
Side dish, creamed spinach.
Drink, Sprite, and a milkshake.
Drink, probably Fish Are Friends from Aslan.
Dessert, fresh chocolate chip cookies and milk.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like at the Heinz Center?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just, Pillsbury out of your oven.
Yeah. For me, in terms of a dessert, I myself am partial to strawberry rhubarb pie.
Yeah. Look how different we are.
Yeah.
But we're still friends,
We're both special. You know what? It's like we can still meet in the middle.
Opposites attract.
It ain't fiction.
It's just a natural fact. To Tycho Bruhe of the Woolross clan from Small Size Network Audio System, not to be confused with Network Access Server, asks, hello, Tycho. I've heard you are good at these kinds of problems, and I ask for your help. I'm trying to become a rapper, but the error message says I can't use Lil Nas because it's already in use. Other suggested names are Big Endian.
Yeah. Raid. Left to right. Right to forget. End of file. Digital NOS.
It's already taken. Terms of service. Certificate authority.
No.
Which one should I pick? Or maybe I should go with something else.
I think Raid, out of that group, I think Raid is great, but then the rest but then the rest are just excellent album names or tracks.
Yeah, Raid's the rapper name.
Yeah, out of this bunch for sure.
Raider Ray. Grant from Columbus asks, Mink the Merciless and Jerka Herka. In recent years, there seems to be more instances of accidental continuity in the comic, where you'll make a comic that's intended to be a one-off, but then you end up returning to it the next strip. And even the strip after, a la Alpha Centauri or Blue Mountain E-Cards. Oh,
that was fucking nuts. But I actually just went back and read all the Alpha Centauri stuff again.
Is there a reason for this? Not that I'm complaining, since these are some of my favorite strips. Has your conception of what the comic should be changed over the years?
Not really. I think that what has happened is that, especially in those particular cases, it's just too dumb.
Yeah.
Like we just can't, once we get our teeth into it, we just got to shake it.
Yeah, and the dumber it is, if it's so dumb that it makes us laugh, where we're like, God, what we could do is you could keep going with this joke, and then we'll just automatically write the second one. Sometimes it's because it comes so easily.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's like once we've popped the top. I mean, this phenomenon holds true in other contexts as well.
Yeah.
Essentially, once we've popped, stopping is difficult, if not impossible.
So if we're still laughing at a joke, we're just going to make more.
Yeah, we just hang on to it. Well, gathered friends, thank you so much for rolling through the second Q&A here of PAX Online. Thank you so much for showing it up. Obviously, lots more to come. We'll see you.
Bye, everybody.
you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also, feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright. So we're going up to door 4. I'm going to open that. Get round behind the obstacle there. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're good. Keep moving. Go into the vent.
Oh no. He was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent. Ooh. I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door. Yep, just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. All right. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, all right.
Close that door in his face. I'm just gonna open door 10 as well, so the crawler.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime?
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I want to do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm going to do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water. And I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm going to let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm going to switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm going to use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green. Purple, I'd probably start with pink and then go with the purple ink. Like I said, any color you want, you can use the same philosophy. Kind of paint the base white, add a light color that's kind of your main body color, then add a dark ink. I'm going to put a little bit of my base blue. This is a very light blue, nice soft blue. I'm going to put a little bit of that white in there. I'm going to sharpen my brush. I sharpen my brush by just twisting it. Just put a little line right where we want the glow to really read. Very quick, very simple. Just to give that heat, because things radiate heat from the center. At low point. And the hotter it gets, the whiter it gets. Just reframe it just like that. Now we got a nice, simple, quick glow on our ultra. So remember, you can use that technique, you can use that same philosophy on any type of glow you want. You can do red glow, yellow glow, green glows are always fun to do. I like a good green glow, and blue glows. Just lay down a nice white foundation, put in your main color, use a little ink. Might be something new to you, but it's a really fun thing to play with. Really pigmented, real powerful. And do the dark outline, and just put that little bit of hotness right back in the center. So I hope you found that enjoyable and informative, and keep enjoying PAX. And until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
What do you think it's like here, being a kid in the hospital? How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it, or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one, that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be
All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our Weaving Asian Stories panel. My name is Daniel. I'll just do a quick introduction to who I am, and then we'll get into the panelists. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Asians Represent podcast. I'm a designer based in Toronto. A lot of my work revolves around my experiences as an archaeologist and as a Chinese Canadian. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it to our amazing panelists from all over the world. Let's start with Steve. Steve, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you awesome?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Steve Nguyen. I am also streaming from Toronto, Canada. I'm a Canadian Vietnamese man. I am just recently a best-selling author in the Unbreakable RPG anthology for D&D 5e. Otherwise, I'm just generally a tabletop RPG and D&D enthusiast, and I'm so happy to be here. I am also one of the cast members of the Asian Represent crew.
Yeah, and don't forget all of the streaming stuff that you and I did. That will kind of work as the foundation for this panel. But we're gonna get to that later. Let's get to our next panelist. Amar, tell us why you're awesome.
That's very generous. My name is Amar, he, him. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Any Winning podcast Asians Represent. I'm also one of the cast members of Dungeons and Asians, which was one of my coinings because I like my terrible wordplay. And I'm also facilitating the Al-Qadim, the critical read of Al-Qadim. So we're going to be talking about that today too.
Hey, and then our next one, Pam. Coming from it's like 4 a.m. where you are.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Pam Punsalan. I am a designer based in Metro Manila, Philippines. So yes, it is 4 a.m, but I'm happy to join everybody. I'm part of the admin team for Asians Represent. So the Discord was kind of my child, and then everything kind of launched in from there. I do a lot of design work primarily about the fact that I am a queer woman based in the Philippines, and that I have some experiences due to the fact that I grew up in Canada. So a lot of my games are about queerness, intimacy, diaspora, and weird stuff. One of my games right now is Sundo, We Once Mortal, where you play Angels of Death. That's kind of my aesthetic, as obvious from the purple hair. I also am one of the point persons for RPGC. So if you want to ask any questions about Southeast Asia and the tabletop scene, I'm probably one of the people you want to talk to. I've also contributed to some major stuff, and I grew up playing D&D for a really long time. So I'm really happy to be doing this.
Yeah, that's RPG SEA, not RPGC, RPG. For all of those who are tuning in and aren't familiar with it. And then in another part of the world, we have Ahmed. Ahmed, who are you and what are you doing? You're doing some important work.
Hi, I'm Ahmed Al Jabri. I am talking to you from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. I translate and expand the community for D&D between Arabs and non-Arabs. And I try to break cultural barriers for those who want to incorporate Arabic culture and Islamic ideas into their setting and vice versa.
Yeah, and you've played an important role and an important perspective in our Critical Read Al-Qadim series. And it's just one Saturday a month. It's just incredible to learn from you and learn from Amar. So before we get started, I know our time is super limited. I kind of want to go over, what this panel is all about. The point of this panel, Weaving Asian Stories, is to introduce new perspectives into the D&D community, engage in constructive conversation, and try to make sure that constructive conversation continues. And then, of course, create a space for Asian voices in the D&D space. I really like to think that stories are like people. You could really love them, but that doesn't make them perfect, no matter how much you try to overlook their flaws. A little, earlier on in this quarantine, when everything kind of changed for the world, Steve and I kind of had this idea. We had this idea that we would try to read through the AD&D Oriental Adventures Handbook, and we would stream this on our Twitch channel. And it kind of turned into a long 26-hour ordeal where we invited Asian creators from around the world to kind of experience this text with us from our different perspectives. And so what we kind of want to do today is talk about the legacy of those products, of Oriental Adventures, of Al-Qadim. But we want to provide you folks with solutions on how to move forward, how to move beyond these things. But in order to do that, there are a couple of things that we have to do. We have to talk about, our foundational perspectives on these and the frameworks that, these books maybe unintentionally use to cause harm to the Asian community. So first and foremost, I want to lay out that, Oriental Adventures and Al-Qadim are products that serve as an escapist fantasy, primarily designed for people who don't look like us. These things also, there are elements of these books that are actually features that are of the Western world or of the European world, but are overemphasized or exoticized in an Eastern setting. Our friend Adam Ali, who's also a part of the Critical Read Al-Qadim series, says that he likes to say that these cultures are created in opposition. Right? And then, of course, these books use stereotypes and tropes without really thought of consequence. Now, when we do all of our readings, when we're reading through older D&D material, and we're reading through 5th edition D&D material, because I know a lot of you out there are probably like, wait a second, Oriental Adventures and Al-Qadim, those are AD&D books. Those were published in the 80s. Why are we talking about them now? Don't worry, we're going to get to that. Now, whenever we're approaching books like this, we kind of like to approach it with the framework of 4 things. One, world building is based on harmful real-world stereotypes or reductive blendings of cultures, ethnic groups, or even time periods. Now, this isn't the result of like racism or malicious intent, but rather an example of how appreciation of cultural stereotypes can result in a tool for creating an other. This is really harmful and problematic, as placing certain themes in prominent positions actually conveys the importance of tropes to the reader who might not actually know about these cultures. So really our goal is to educate you folks and educate the broader community. Now, our second point is that these books and portrayals of Asian cultures and Asian characters are often viewed through the lens of violence and savagery. 3, Asians are often depicted as uncivilized or in need of saving. That kind of goes back to this othering. And 4, Asians are viewed as objects of fetishization. Now, I kind of want to go to the panel and I want to ask a question. And I put this in our notes, but I also didn't tell you folks that I was going to ask you this question. I want to ask you folks, what's a stereotype to you? Because there are a lot of people who are like, oh, there are tons of stereotypes out there. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, right? But what is a stereotype to you, and how do these stereotypes kind of affect how we interact with game material? And like, feel free to just chime in whenever you have an answer. I've got one, but I didn't want to jump in first.
Yeah, why don't I jump in here first? So stereotype itself is a super loaded word, and as it gets used over and over again in media, it's very easy to kind of lose sight of the impact that it can have, and it's going to change meaning based on context and all that good stuff. But from a point blank, if you're just going to ask me, what's a stereotype, Steve? What I'm going to say is that I think it is a symptom of something that's very human, where people want to just take patterns that they see and categorize them, put labels on them. Generally, if you have stereotypes in media, which we just call tropes at that point, no real harm is done. However, when your stereotype or your trope applies to real people, their lived experiences, and their identity, then you begin kind of meandering into this area where you can actually take a lot of their identity, what makes them feel unique and feel special and feel individual, and you can begin to erase it. So for me, a stereotype, when it is in context of a person, is a way to conveniently erase some of their identity for whoever happens to be making that stereotype.
Yeah, no, absolutely, totally. Stereotypes kind of act in a way where they're driven for our desires for simplicity and to differentiate individuals, but they also erase a lot of nuance. And they erase a lot of the nuance that actually put these things into context. I think one of the common stereotypes that we see in sort of Eastern themes like D&D or other TTRPGs is that all Asians eat rice. Like, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Right? But when you look at, Asia in general, or from my perspective as, a scholar of this, you look at rice and you'd be like, there are parts of Asia where you can't even grow rice. Rice isn't a part of the cuisine. Yet in books, we see people talk about how like, oh, have you eaten rice today? Being a common greeting. And I mean, that's where you take these stereotypes and, create these sort of negative pictures of people. Does anybody else have any ideas of, or anything that they want to contribute to this idea of what a stereotype is? Because this is an important framing tool for us for when we go into, the 5th edition world of D&D.
I think I've got something. A stereotype is also something grounded in common sense, or what we call common sense. But what we do not realize very often is that common sense is formed by many things around us. So if you're surrounded by multiple stories, your common sense will naturally be informed by different perspectives. But if you happen to be in a single location where there is an astounding majority of a certain gender, religion, or race, then your common sense gets formed by sensibilities of other people that may be carrying their own harmful ideas of another person or another train of thought. So the goal here with a stereotype is recognizing who showed you what that is supposed to be like according to them, and what is it actually like by listening to the person involved in the stereotyping or the person who is being stereotyped. So it is all about challenging your so-called common sense and then learning from other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If I can jump in here with that a little bit. I studied psychology and philosophy primarily, and one of the things I want to emphasize here is stereotypes aren't neutral. They aren't just descriptions of the world and, oh yeah, okay, I mean, maybe sort of, some Asian folk do eat a lot of rice, and that's true. It's actually, once you accept a stereotype, you are blind to new information coming in that might contradict that. So you start taking the information that's coming in and putting it into the one box that you know, and thereby missing the depth and richness of the specific individual or the specific individual culture that you're actually interacting with.
Yeah, and we totally see this with a lot of world building. Ahmed, how about you? Do you have anything that you want to add to this?
Yeah, it's one of my most annoying things is just how they end up grouping us all together. Like for me, because I'm an Arab and I'm a Muslim, so because I'm an Arab, I'm Middle Eastern, so I'm probably Indian as well. They mix me with Persians and sometimes with Turkish people, and then because I'm Muslim, so I am looped in the same group with even Malay, Indonesian people, all the way there, and North Africa and Mid Africa. So there's so much to go around, and then just smushed together into one label, which is really annoying because you're missing out on so much.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think we're not here to tell you what you can't put in your game. We're trying to help you sort of make your game richer, make your worlds more interesting and nuanced, and help you make characters that can tell more complex stories, right? And I think that's the big thing. We're not here to police your game. We're here to help you make your game better. So I want us to go to, and I know this is very recently on Amar and Ahmed's minds because of the readings that you're doing right now. But I want to talk about one of the biggest stereotypes that we see in D&D and how it fits into 5e, okay? And how we can move past this and why this can be harmful. So in the Dungeon Master's Guide, there is an optional rule. There are 2 optional rules there. One for sanity, which we're going to disregard, but there is one for honor. Okay, and the text reads as such: if your campaign involves cultures where a rigid code of honor is part of daily life, consider using the honor score as a means of measuring a character's devotion to that code. This ability fits well in a setting inspired by Asian cultures, such as Karatur and the Forgotten Realms. So let's talk about that. And I know like depictions of honor are found in almost every East Asian game, and not just D&D. But here we're seeing an example of a stereotype being applied to all Asian people. But for me, the big thing about honor, and I'm going to get to where the Dungeon Master's Guide actually does something right, is that the idea is that honor is everywhere. The idea of loyalty, the idea of devotion, the idea of a code of morals is a human experience. And this is sort of the perfect example of how we see a feature that's found in other parts of the world overemphasized in an Eastern setting, where they're used to create this other half of the world. Now, in the Dungeon Master's Guide, it does say that the honor ability in the next sentence, it says the honor ability is also useful in any campaign that revolves around orders of knights. It's a solid move. The only thing there that, that I would comment on is that, while the book does note that honor can be found in other parts of the world, the text makes a blanket statement about Asian cultures, but then says that this can also apply to a particular socioeconomic group. And we've seen, honor kind of used in other, Asian cultures, like in Al-Qadim, where they have some, more harmful stereotypes about honor rather than being, rigid code of duty. There's a little more to it in other books. I don't know if Amar or Ahmed, you want to comment on that.
Ahmed, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Like having something like such a concept becoming a mechanic And this is, for me, this is part of my daily life. This is how I treat people. This is how I behave every day. The idea of honor is on our minds all the time, but it's not the way that is portrayed in the media. It is about being a good person. It is about being good to people around you. And I think this mentality should be not quantified. Like, it should not be a mechanic. It's a role play aspect. It's a moment in the game that you build up to. It's not just points to add up and remove from.
Yeah, everybody has honor, and when you make it a game mechanic or a simple game mechanic like that, you kind of strip it of all that nuance, right? And I know there was recently a Twitter feed on the use of love and camaraderie and companionship in D&D. There was a big discussion about whether or not that should be, mechanized or created with a structure or not. And I know that's not what this panel is about. But we saw there with that conversation about love and camaraderie that there are a lot of different perspectives at play here. There are people who view love very differently from one another. So I personally would want that same conversation to happen about honor as well.
Yeah, you can point it out as a simple thing. Like, what is the honorable thing to do? Is to do what is right by the culture or by the law of the community, or do what is right by yourself. Which one is the honorable one? It's hard to mechanize something like that.
Exactly.
Sorry if I can jump in here for a sec. Maybe if we change terms a little bit. I prefer the term reputation. Reputations exist. It's just a fact of being a person in society. Here, even though I'm sort of living in Toronto and I'm living in Canada, which I love, but my reputation still matters. I don't need an honor score to talk about how people think about me at work, or if I was an adventurer, how people kind of think about me. It's just not necessary. It's a way that is, it's taking one small part of a culture and expanding it out in order to exoticize that culture and in many ways other that culture.
I'd also like to jump in really quick about the whole honor conversation, which I also had with Daniel and Steve before. Just to give a bit of context, the Oriental Adventures completely renders Southeast Asia invisible. And Southeast Asia is a very large part of Asia, and each one of those countries is extremely different from the other. And yet, consistently throughout books, and this isn't just about Oriental Adventures, this is about books and tabletop in general, we do not exist. And each one of our countries has its own version of what you could approximate to be honor. For example, in the Philippines, we have a term called delicadeza, which is about how do you socially maneuver things so that A, you get what your family needs, B, you get what you need, and C, you get what you need in a socially acceptable fashion to everybody else in your community. Those are three layers, and I'm already grossly minimizing it, but how do you mechanize that as well, especially if you are an outsider trying to write about my country? Where do you even begin to to deal with the intersections of the Philippines as a Southeast Asian country, and then the Philippines as a Catholic country that has a history of other countries coming in and determining what the Philippines is to them, and then how do you deal as well with the layer of the Philippines as it is now? And where all of that intersects, and how do you even begin to design that? I'd feel very uncomfortable with somebody trying to gamify that if you don't begin to understand the intricacies of how we do social maneuvering here, and what reputation means to us, and what honor supposedly is on our end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even on a lighter note, yesterday, Amar and Ahmed, you two and the rest of the Critical Read Al Qadim crew had this really funny conversation about, all of the characters wandering around Sahara and worrying about running into family members and worrying about all of the different social obligations that they had to their family members. And these are things that you just don't see in games in general. Okay, so we've kind of talked about honor, and I literally know that we could go on for hours and hours and hours. But I don't want to dwell on that. I want to dwell on how we can move forward. I want to, get us to the point where we provided you, the audience, with tips and tricks on, what's just not right and what you could do to move forward and what is done right. So I know that Ahmed has some stuff on Zahara. I want to quickly just go over this thing about Karatur, because Karatur is mentioned. And this is kind of one of the problems that we've had in the past with these old legacy titles, in that, you don't have to use Oriental Adventures, AD&D, or 3rd edition. You don't have to use those books. But in this honor section, this optional rule where it says this ability fits well in a setting inspired by Asian cultures such as Karatur, it kind of draws the reader's attention to that place, Karatur. What is Karatur, and how does Karatur exist in 5th edition? In the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, it says, far to the east, past the wastes of the Horde lands, lie the empires of Sholung, Kozakura, Wa, and the other lands of the vast continent of Karatur. To most people in Faerun, Karatur is like another world, and the tales told by travelers of its nations seem to confirm it. The gods that humans worship in Faerun are unknown there, as are common peoples such as gnomes and orcs. Other dragons, neither chromatic nor metallic, dwell in its lands and fly its skies. And its mages practice forms of magic mysterious even to arch-wizards of Faerun. Stories of Karatur tell of gold and jade in great abundance, rich spices, silks, and other goods rare or unknown in Western lands. So within one paragraph, we see some good, and we see some, I'm not going to say bad, but we see some things that could be improved upon. The good here for me is that sentence where it says the gods that humans worship in Faerun are unknown there, as are the common people such as gnomes and orcs. It's kind of taking these European aspects of D&D and removing them from the Asian aspects of D&D, creating a more culturally relative perspective of Asia. But then it kind of says these mages practice forms of magic mysterious even to the archwizards of Faerun. Now, mysterious magic isn't bad, but this is where there's this added layer of this mystical Asia trope, the wise Asian mentor to a usually white character. The magical Asian exists as a pop culture trope to dispense lessons to non-Asian characters using, well, the wisdom of their people. So this is something that we see all the time, these sort of broad descriptions of a very, very diverse people. I don't know, Ahmed or Amar, did you want to read the description of Zahara in 5th edition from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide?
I'm happy to take it, unless, Ahmed, you have a...
Go ahead.
Far to the south of Faerun, beyond Kalimshan, sorry, I don't think I know that one before, and even the jungles of Khlut, are the lands of fate, surrounded by waters thick with pirates and corsairs, and this is, I'm underlying things. Sahara is a place less hospitable than most, but still braved by travelers who hope to profit from its exotic goods and strange magics. Like Karatur, putting a note in that, for a pin in that for a second too, Sahara seems like a world away from Faerunians. It is thought of as a vast desert, sprinkled with glittering cities like scattered gems. Romantic tales abound of scimitar-wielding rogues riding flying carpets and of genies bound in service to humans. Their mages, called Shair, practice their magic with the aid of genies, and it is said might carry the lineage of those elemental beings in their blood.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go back and comment on the one piece right now, which is like Karatur, which is to say there's a lumping together of all the exotic places to get, even though they're supposedly drawn from very different cultures from all over the world. That just stood out to me right away.
Yeah. Ahmed, do you want to say anything? Because I know that you're actually in this very interesting position where you are translating the Al-Qadim Arabian Adventures source book and using it with members of your community. So how do you approach that? Like, it's something I'm very curious about.
It's not translation. It's more of trying to readapt it to fit our narrative a little bit. Overall, like the actual source books are filled with treasure troves. But at the same time, you find things like hoping to profit from exotic goods and strange magic. So the invitation doesn't feel very welcoming. You are going there to plunder, basically.
Yeah, and we've seen in these books there's good stuff, like you said, there are treasures, but you kind of have to weed through other things.
Exactly. So I think like the intention, I can see it, and I can see the work that is done. I am amazed by how much detail they managed to pick up and put together in different books. But the presentation needed a little bit more attention to make sure, like we said before, the othering and the exoticization of other people. We're not just exotic goods and strange magic. It's the whole generalization of that is, I don't know, it's belittling a little bit. Like we have so much to offer as a culture, we have history, we have so many things instead of just goods and magic.
Yeah, and I know there are going to be people who are in the chat who are wondering, genies and ganassi, are they okay? What do I do with these? I also would like to know, because that is not a culture that I have lived experience with. And I know that, like, in our notes, you put a whole thing on genies and ganassi.
Yeah, I mentioned something from the Monster Manual. It touches on the genies, and there is one section about the Marids. It talks about, first of all, the genies, they want to be rule or be ruled. So as a mythical creature, so far, I don't have an issue with that. Making them evil, all about slavery and all these things, so far so good. But then when we go to the Marid, we hit on the titles that they are egotistical hierarchs. All Marids claim a title of nobility, and the race is awash in Shahs, Sultans, Muftis, and Khadivs. On their own, they are basically labelizing this culture that these titles come from. Like in the setting where Al-Qadim is, where everybody is using these titles, I would say it makes sense, but now you took it out of context and you put it somewhere else, and you're still using the same titles from that culture. So it feels like all these images now, all the bad images that you put on the bad genies are now also labeled on the people these cultures and these titles are coming from.
Yeah, no, totally. I think it's a really good point, and I'd love to know, like, Pam's perspective as well on the idea of monsters, the idea of the monstrous, the unknown, the weird, and how, they are viewed in games like D&D, how they are, often viewed in an adversarial relationship with, the players. And like, so how do you take Southeast Asian or monsters from the Philippines and put that into something like D&D?
Well, I think one of the things that I wanted to bring up, especially after listening to the stream so far, is a perspective that may be helpful for people to recognize, is the idea that in the way that the old books were written, they constantly say one message. The other is bad, the other is scary, and also the other can be conquered. That is the underlying message in all of these older books. And that is a form of colonization. And it would be good to remember that when you're dealing with cultures that are not your own, you can still things from those people, and that they are lived experiences, that they have their own history, and that they have their own voice. Especially if you are, and I'll get a little real here, especially if you are a country where at one point in history, you directly benefited from the exploitation of that other country. So the Philippines, for example, has a colonial history of Spain and even Britain, and also Japan for a brief time, and America. that is a history of 4 different cultures coming in to this wonderful other land, and basically assuming that we are monsters that must be defeated or civilized. So I think I guess that would be my perspective on the whole idea of making something monstrous. In a weird way, by building it up to be something strange and something new, you are also implicitly telling the other person on the end that eventually you can defeat that person or that thing that you've created, and you can exploit it, you can hunt it down, you can take its riches, and you can learn for it for your own benefit, not for theirs, but for yours.
Yeah, I mean, we see that in sort of Chinese mythology and legend and folklore as well. Monsters are, creatures that exist just kind of beyond the realm of human understanding. Or the appearance of monsters is just how people have interpreted nature, and they don't exist as sort of these moral adversaries or representations of evil or good. That kind of concept of how alignment doesn't really go with a lot of Asian mythologies, the idea of D&D's alignment. But I want to move on, and I want to ask you folks, unless Steve, you have anything to say about this idea of monsters. We have very limited time.
My brain's buzzing, but Daniel, I'll definitely take it and speak. But if I were to condense my thoughts down, there was a great blog post from Throne of Salt about monsters, and it was framed with these old stories that you would hear about lions and tigers like assaulting and killing villagers that were basically British colonies. And it was just like this for the people there. It was like a monster in the night. It would just like take people, and there was no stopping it. And it would like outsmarted all of the British people. Never fell into any traps, all that and whatnot. But the article then takes a change and says, actually, as we studied this, we found that these animals were riddled with bullets. In fact, a lot of their teeth were knocked out by the bullets, and they were starving. They couldn't catch their normal prey. They were desperate. And so they did whatever they had to do to survive. They weren't monsters. They were a product of colonialism. And the article then goes on to say, all monsters that we as human beings in real life talk about, there is a cause for them. We want to tell stories, and these monsters are just a framework for which to tell those stories. And it almost always is not so nuanced as they are beings of evil to be defeated. There's usually something else there. And there is the richness of the stories that we want people to be empowered to tell, I think.
Yeah, there's a really cool creature, and here's like a free one if you want to use this in your adventures. There's a creature called a Mingshi. It's a kind of snake in Chinese folklore. It's kind of known as like a chiming or a sound snake, and they're tiny little snakes that have 4 bird wings, and they live in mountains that have rich jade and gold deposits. And when they open their mouths to speak, it actually sounds like chiming bells. Adventurers or explorers in ancient China often associated with them as, signals of nearby treasure. Now, I think it would be so narratively interesting if you had an adventure where you had to actually, find a relic made of jade. And in order to do that, you needed to find and perhaps capture or befriend a Mingshi and have it use its natural affinity for these riches to locate something. But when you assign ideas of good or evil to a creature like this, that really has the same relationship that we have with animals outside of our homes, you limit the kind of stories you can tell with them, right? And there are certainly creatures that have inherent evil, but not all of them do. So that being said, what are some resources for all of the panelists? What are some resources out there that you might recommend to somebody, a 5th edition resource, or even a book, like a textbook or a work of fiction that you might recommend to people to help them, weave Asian stories or serve as a foundation or a really good example of what can be done? Steve, do you have one? I know you've written one.
Yeah. So let's go right to Unbreakable RPG, the anthology that's available on DriveThruRPG. It is a anthology of one-shot adventures for D&D 5e, all written and illustrated by Asian creators. It's not going to give you a setting, and I know that's often kind of the question we get as we do this kind of content. How can I make Karatua a more inclusive setting? But if you take those adventures, even just one of them, and just critically read through how they're constructed, you're going to start seeing a lot of that nuance that we always talk about. As an example, if you were to go through the Vietnamese-inspired settings, you'll see there's a lot of focus on food. And I've talked about this in the past, and I really should talk more about it more. But food, culture, identity, they're all inseparable. And if you look at these adventures and you look about how they talk about food and where food appears, you're going to start to understand kind of its place in the overall cultural identity and the overall society that we're trying to tell you about. And it's done in a very nuanced way that players can, if they so choose, really, really, really engage with. Or if it's not really for them, it's food at the end of the day. They can eat it and move on. So I would say that if you're looking for that kind of, how can I do this better? Take a look at Unbreakable RPG and truly, truly try to read the text that's there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I love that you brought up food. I mean, one of my favorite things to do when, I'm playing a game, whether it be set in North America or it's set in a fantasy world, is like, well, what does the food look like? And I love thinking about that because it really gets you to think about, like geography, because let's think about people's relationships with food and their ideals towards food. Whether there are restrictions on what you can consume, or whether there are only certain kinds of crops that you can grow. Thinking about food or even having food as a starting point can serve as such a cool way to flesh out your narrative. For instance, if you think about like Asia and you think about spicy food, you think about, well, why would people want to eat the spicy food? Why do people want that numbing spice of like Western China? What would that help with? Maybe they live in a region that's really cold. Or maybe that's all that grows and the people there are hardy and can handle these spices. Or maybe they use it as a medicine. There are a lot of really cool things to talk about with food. Amar, do you have anything that you would recommend to people, be it like a D&D 5e book or even just like a textbook or anything like that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna throw out the big tome of this stuff, not a D&D resource or tabletop role-playing resource. It's Orientalism by Edward Said. It's the foundational text of post-colonial studies. And once you read that book, a lot of what it's about is exactly the tropes. And once you kind of go through the book, and it's a big one, it's a bit of a trek. But after you go through it, you recognize all of these tropes in the way these stories have been told for hundreds of years, and frankly have gotten kind of boring. You can, using that, then nuance out the way that you tell stories about different cultures, and also how you avoid running into the same old tropes, which at this point is leading to kind of boring storytelling, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the big things about Orientalism is it talks about power and perspective. And I think those are so important. And I think one of the things that we're trying to encourage you folks to do is, with the right preparation and resources and conversations about safety, is we want to encourage you folks, if you want to interact with Asian cultures and things like that, try playing as Asian characters. And that's a big thing. Try playing as Asian characters instead of outsiders from the West in an Asian setting. And that will really change how you interact with the world and the kind of stories you weave together. Pam, what are some resources that you would recommend to people?
Okay, well, Orientalism is the book. I will second that, especially since it not only talks about power, it also talks about exotification. So you get a deeper understanding of the big scary term cultural appropriation by starting from that point exactly. But on the end of game stuff, I would like to introduce two games to people, or rather two game settings. One is called Lauren Song of the Bachelor by ZXU. He is a Malaysian designer, and that is a fantastic adventure set in a Southeast Asian inspired world. And what's wonderful about it is that, if I remember correctly, it is system agnostic. So you can look at it as a source of inspiration. And if you're looking for something new, or if you're looking to begin to understand one of the many Southeast Asian perspectives. That is a book to look at. It is available, I think, on Itch, and I think it is also under sale from Hydra Co-op. Then there is also a game from the Philippines, or sorry, a system agnostic game again by BJ Resho. It is called Cockamania. It is about cockfighting, and it is set in a small town in the Philippines. So that'll give you a good perspective on something that is from our end of things. So you have two Southeast Asian perspectives already there. And of course, the third, if you are active on Twitter, and I know that this is a bit of self-promotion, but I firmly believe that if you really want to learn something about any kind of culture and any kind of body of people, you have to listen to them first. And one really good way of listening to Southeast Asia is to check the RPGC hashtag on Twitter. You will get people from Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines. I think there are even some people in Thailand and Vietnam using it. All of us like to talk about decolonization. All of us share our perspectives and all of us share our games. That would be one of the best ways to reach us. And it would also be one of the best ways to understand us. Many of us are also friendly. We like to talk and yammer a lot about our what we're thinking and what we're feeling. And some of us post cats and animals if you're into that. So I think I would recommend those things.
And in addition to that, I also recommend like Thousand Islands.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
so incredible. Again, system agnostic, just beautiful. I bought them all, and I was like, this is mind blowing. For those of you who are looking for something more 5th edition, and you want to learn more about Southeast Asia and how to incorporate that stuff, there's also the Islands of Sina Una, another like amazing product.
Oh yeah, I'm working on that. Yeah.
I was like, why did you
Yes.
why did you mention that? Another great product that I like highly recommend. Ahmed, what about you? What is something that you recommend and why? I know this is a tough question.
Can I jump in and recommend following Ahmed's Twitter? Because for all of the same reasons that Pam said, Ahmed is doing some really great stuff. I grew up in the Middle East. My background is Pakistani, but I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia, and I have been learning so much about that history and the culture from his Twitter. Strong recommend. So I know he's not going to do it.
I think you should. Everyone here, follow everyone here. Don't worry about me. Follow everyone else here.
Follow Daniel.
No. Ahmed, how about you? What do you recommend?
So, first of all, unfortunately, we don't have a plethora of sources to find in English. Most of the things that are specifically Arab culture, there was not much effort into translating into English. But a lot of things that are Islamic that captured some aspects of Arab culture, like, for example, there is a book called The Sealed Nectar. It's like a biography of the Prophet Muhammad, but the first chapter of it describes the socio structure of the Arab peninsula before he came to being a prophet. And of course, there are a lot of people who are playing tabletop RPGs, and they would love to geek out about their culture. And our community is amazing. We are growing every day, and you can find so many people. Just talk on Twitter, and you'll find a lot of Arabs reaching out to you. The most important thing is that, especially for our culture, because we get mixed up with other things, so it's best just to reach out with us.
Yeah, there are so many amazing scholars also talking about their folklore, their mythology, their religion. And I think that's a really good point you make, Ahmed. Just talking to people, going to your local college, university, and talking to the anthropology department, the history department. Email them. I know I won't encourage people to go to talk to other people in person, but
go to the mosque.
Or go to a mosque. I think one of for me, my first real encounters with Islam was when I was actually living and working in Jordan, and I went to a mosque and I heard the call to prayer throughout the day, and it completely changed my understanding of it. And I have this incredible deep appreciation for it, even though I don't practice that religion. For me, a couple of things that I would recommend. The first one is actually going to be a textbook, one that you can find pretty readily online. And it's called The Formation of Chinese Civilization. Now, there are a lot of authors who have written about China, But there is one, a legendary scholar, the first Chinese archaeologist who actually went to America to study American archaeological theory and bring it back to China. And his name was Casey Chang. And he wrote this incredible book. It's like 2 players' handbooks thick. And it's just on the formation of Chinese civilization from the Neolithic all the way up into the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age in China. And it is one of the most incredible books if you are looking for interesting takes on Chinese magic, religion, but also the tools of war. Really great book, or anything he's written is just incredible. From like a game resource perspective, I mean, again, I'll have to shout out Unbreakable as well. But I actually have something that I put out, and I started doing this recently because, like Pam said, I think it's important that we uplift each other and ourselves. And so I put out 2 zines, and I'm working on a 3rd one called The Denizens of Mountains and Seas. And they are essentially 2 very short monster manuals featuring Chinese creatures with historical annotations and cultural annotations and how to best use them in your adventures. Now, we've provided some tools, and I know we're running out of time. We've provided some tools on how to best kind of create these worlds. And this is not an end-all be-all conversation. Like Ahmed said, we need to still talk to people. We need to, talk to other members of the community, because I'm looking in the Twitch chat and there are so many amazing people in there who do a lot of great work. And I wish all of them could be in this conversation with us, because we don't represent all Asians. That's so important to say. So important. But I want to ask all of you, we have our world, we have our inspiration, we have our adventures, or we've read Orientalism and we know what we don't want to have in our world or how we want our world to be perceived. But what do you do if you're a player? What do you do for your character? And this is a super loaded question, but how do you play an Asian character? Is there a way? I don't think there is a single way to play an Asian character. But I'll start with my one tip, and I've already seen this in the chat, and I'm so thankful that there is one, and it's don't do the accent. don't do the accent. As much as you want to, be Uncle Roger in your D&D game, shout out to Uncle Roger, don't do the accent. That's my thing. That's my thing. I think I tell this story about my mother buying me a copy of Oriental Adventures when I was a kid, being like, oh, I found an Asian D&D thing, my mom not knowing. And I remember reading through that book and just never using it. And the reason why I never used it was because, well, my characters were always Asian to begin with. So I don't know about the rest of you. For me, it's just like, don't use the accent.
Actually, there's so much to unpack about accents, and I'm the host now, Daniel. Daniel, why is the accent so harmful in your opinion? If you want to give some words to that.
Well, I mean, it just creates those broad generalizations of how people talk. I mean, if you're listening to this in audio format and you've just tuned in, you're like, wait, are these people Asian? You might not know. We all don't speak, we all don't look the same. We all don't eat the same food. We all don't speak the same. We all have distinct mannerisms. And, to say we all speak in one stereotypical way would just do a huge disservice to everyone at your table, right? It also makes you look kind of silly. So for me, that's just don't do the accent, because one of the things you should be focusing on is the other aspects of being an Asian character. What do you believe in? What are your ideals? What are your bonds? What are your flaws? These are all things that are already built into 5th edition, and these are all things that you need to consider. What do you believe in? What holds you back? What, puts you at odds with the other members of your party? Could it be your devotion to family? Could it be your love of food? Could it be your love of spice when everybody else can't handle spice? How do you share foods when you're adventuring if all you have is spicy food? That's a serious problem, by the way. So I know, Steve, you asked a question, but how do you play an Asian character? What would you, tell people?
I think if I was asked this question by someone, I would say I'm not a big person with textbooks or novels even. That's who I am. I'm big into movies. I'm big into TV shows. And I would say there is so much available now on Netflix, Amazon Prime, all these streaming services. And you can watch filmmakers tell you Asian stories, and you can get a very like in like the lizard brain type like connection with other people who are just different than you. So if you watch like Train to Busan, if you watch Alive, if you watch Kingdom, you're getting like this sense of like what people from a Korean culture, what they value, what they fear, and like the tensions that they experience. And as you consume that media, you're going to make connections in your brain. You're going to be like, my experience is kind of like that. It's a little bit different, of course, but I can make those connections. And as you begin making those connections, as your brain gets wrinkled and wrinkled, it's going to give you the tools you need to tell Asian stories in a more nuanced and human way. And I think at the end of the day, that's really, I think, a really beautiful thing if you can get closer to that. I don't think you'll ever get 100% of the way where you're looking to go if you're just like, I want to tell Asian stories 100% authentically. If you're not Asian, you probably can't do that 100%. But as you consume that media, as you hear their stories, as you connect with them on an emotional level, you're going to be a much better storyteller in general. And I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and you'll also see that there are parallels between your own culture and Asian cultures too. You know, in many ways we're different, but in many ways we are also alike. Amar, I want to get through this so then we can do our outro, because the production team has just been honestly so incredible. I want to make sure that we are punctual.
they've been great.
So, Amar, what is something that you would recommend to players who are trying to play Asian characters?
So I'm gonna do a bit of a swerve and say actually this: if you're Asian, you may, like some of us on the panel have, implicitly assumed that we have to play, white characters, or like our elves have to be white, or essentially, like Lord of the Rings kind of a thing. If you're Asian, play an Asian character. Play the culture that you know, play the culture that you're familiar with and you're comfortable with, and bring that representation to your table for yourself. And even if I'm doing a game, even if I'm in a game that I'm not DMing, I will have my character be, usually brown. And that's just kind of how it is. It's just there's a brown elf now. All right, deal with it. And I'll also bring snacks that I grew up enjoying and loving, going back to food, and I'll bring that element of my culture to the table. And people bring chips and stuff, and I'll bring like spicy mixes, and it's a wonderful time for everybody then.
Oh, it always goes back to food. Always goes back to food. Oh my God, now I'm hungry. Pam, how about you? What do you recommend to people? We have less than 9 minutes left.
Well, one thing that I would like to advise all of the European and American folks here, the white folks here, is I've noticed that a lot of people I talk to always say, my culture is not interesting. Please recognize that your culture is interesting. All cultures are inherently interesting. Your lived experience matters. And if you bring that to the table, that might help you, that might prevent you from exotifying other cultures in your attempt to play it. So it's a lot of deprogramming and decoding to assume that something different from you is better when that is not the case. When you start like doing what Steve recommended, where you look at the media and you look at the stories being told by people that are not like yourself, you will inevitably absorb these things and they become points of reflection. So first step, decode the idea that your culture is not interesting and that ours is automatically better. That does not exist, and that might help you reprogram everything about playing other characters.
Nice. That's awesome. That's really important, because a lot of people feel like, I want to be different. I want to stand out. My culture is boring.
Yep.
When that is not the case. And I think taking a culturally relative sort of approach to character creation is just and world building is just so important. Ahmed, how about you? What tips do you have?
I think that you should try to explore things small and grow larger with time. Like you can start with something as simple as in most Western countries, you have a small family of 2 or 3 children with the parents. I come from a very small family of 9 people. So try to explore how does that dynamic work? How does it feel to grow up not only with your siblings, but having a deep relationship with your cousins and your second cousin, and like 3 family trees away. Try to pick something simple and explore it, and give character a chance to walk in someone else's shoes and try to see the world in their point of view.
Amazing. Yeah, incredible. And I think it's just so important. All of you had different answers. I think this is, why I'm so grateful that Pam, you are up at 5 a.m. in Manila. And Ahmed, it's like, was it like 11 p.m.?
It's
midnight?
Almost midnight.
Almost midnight. And then Amar and Steve, it's like 5 p.m. where we are. So we have, a lot of energy left. Pam, you need some sleep. Now, we're running out of time. So one of the things I want to do is I want to, have all of you do a sign off. Where can people find you on the internet? What are you doing? I'll start with myself. The conversation, even though this panel is ending, the conversation doesn't end. So for the next hour, you can find me on Twitter at Daniel H. Kwan. It's like right there in the overlay. I'm just going to do an AMA. If you want to ask me any questions, let's have a conversation with our community. So that's what I do. If you want to, purchase my games, if you want to learn more about Asian culture, check out the Asians Represent podcast. We have the Dungeons and Asians actual play, where we actually talk about creating Asian characters in 5th edition D&D in our Session 0 episode. You can find my games at danielhkwan.itch.io. Steve, let's do this.
You can also find me on Twitter. My handle's down there. I think in the next couple of weeks, I might actually be doing a lot of more posts about self-care and not so much about racially charged tabletop RPG issues. But that said, if you're looking for kind of my own voice as I examine Orientalism and whatnot, I join Daniel every Friday on the Asians Represent Twitch. It's AZNS Rep on Twitch, where we do a live reading of Legend of the Five Rings with some other professionals. It is a very
it's a trip.
It's a trip. I'm not going to say any more than that because we'll go over time. But if you're looking for more of these conversations, you can definitely check us out over on our Twitch channel. It's every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and we also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/AZNSRepresent, where you can watch all of our critical analysis of D&D products. Amar, where can people find you on the internet? We are running out of time.
Make it quick. You can find me at Amar Ijaz on Twitter. Give me a follow. I'm one of the hosts of Asians Represent, so definitely check us out there. I'm one of the cast members in Dungeons and Asian, so you can definitely listen to our actual play, especially where we look at D&D and use that as a system. I'm also facilitating the Critical Read Al-Qadim, where we're working through Al-Qadim in sort of 2-hour chunks every third Saturday of the month. And you can follow the previously streamed episodes on our YouTube channel that Daniel already mentioned.
Awesome. Pam.
All right, I'm the Dovetailer. I'm the Dovetailer everywhere, so you can find my games on itch. You can also find me on Patreon if you choose to support me. I may be doing an Ask Me Anything as well on Twitter, and I will definitely do a thread on all of the RPGC people that I know along with their stuff. So just come talk to me, follow me anytime.
Awesome. And then Ahmed, how about you?
You can find me at 20 Arabia RPG. I'm always on Twitter. And I want to say, if you have ever played Arabian Adventure, hit me up. I want to hear about your experiences. I want to explore the era of how people played it and enjoyed it. And I'm hearing so many great stories, and I want to hear more.
Awesome. I love how you're just so open to people telling their stories and sharing their experiences with a product that portrays aspects of your culture. We are out of time, but I just want to say, Steve, Amar, Pam, Ahmed, I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for joining me for this panel, and thank you for the audience. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. Thank you for learning with us. Again, the conversation continues. Find us on Twitter. Ask us questions. We are happy to help. And this is all about education, and this is all about moving the hobby forward. This is all about taking a game we love, making it better, and making it more inclusive to people who look like us and beyond. All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime?
Hey everyone, my name's Tanya. I will be your DM today for Rivals Live from PAX Online. And I'm really, really happy I get to play with some of my favorite people because two of our founding cast members have come back to join us today. And we get to have a fun little adventure, especially after some heavier RP earlier with most of our regular cast. So I will introduce myself last. And I'm just going to go around, have everyone say who they are and who they're playing today, and then we'll get into some adventure. Sharif, why don't you go first?
Hey, I'm Sharif. I'll be playing Shaka, Tiefling Warlock. Him. Shaka is returning to Rivals after 2 seasons off, so we'll see what he's been up to and how he gets down with the folks.
Latia, who are you? What are you doing?
Hi, I'm Latia, and I'm going to be playing Dahani, the Aarakocra monk who found a new home with the Rivals midway through season 6. Her pronouns are she, her, and she's very excited to see what's going to happen today.
Masood.
Hey y'all, I'm Masood. My pronouns and my character pronouns are he, him. I'll be playing Caleb Lensborn, a half-orc sorcerer who's just on his travels, stopping by Trollskull Manor.
Serena.
Hi, I'm Serena Marie. I'll be playing Ashbourne, a half-elf ranger. I'm excited to be back after 2 seasons off in Hill, and yeah, I'm really excited.
And last but definitely not least, Carlos.
It sounded like you, Serena, had taken time off. In
Oh,
hell.
and I was actually in hell.
It's been hot enough. It's been hot enough in California.
It's really hot here.
Hey everyone, my name is Carlos Luna. I'll be playing Robbie Dirty D Jellymint, a tiefling druid. Both mine and Robbie's pronouns are he, him.
And I'm your DM for today. Normally I play Sleece Astorio, now a paladin / blood hunter who has had a rough end to season 7. But Sleece is off gathering herself at some paladin retreat, finally getting that hot bath she wanted, because she's always in want of a bath and a massage. And instead, today's adventure is going to bring us all back to Trollskull Manor, with Dahani just kind of hanging out by herself in the foyer and doodling on a stack of paper she's often want to do. Dahani, what are you doodling? What are you up to while everyone else seems to be not around?
So Duo had this really after he explained it in a very roundabout way, it was a very interesting idea for something else that we could sell here at Trollskull Manor, and I'm just kind of sketching out labels for whatever this is. I mean, it's really just like multiple pictures of like Duo's face in various expressions. Like there's one where he's like, and then another where he's like, and just in a bunch of, he hasn't quite told me what he's working on yet. He was just like, I need a lot of pictures of my face. So that's what I'm working on, because I got nothing better to do.
Knowing Duo, I'm kind of afraid to know why he needs this many pictures of his face. But while you are doing that, there is a knock on the door, which is weird because normally people just kind of walk into Trollskull Manor because manors apparently have just left Faerun. And it's 2 people you've only heard about but not really met. Is a tiefling and a ranger, a half-elf ranger. And they are looking around trying to see if they know anyone there, if this looks familiar, and they spot you. So Serena and Carlos, tell us about your characters and what you do when you spot this Aarakocra in Trollskull Manor.
Hey, hello, I'm Ashbourne. May I speak to the manager? Are you the new manager here?
No. Tell me, I have at least heard their names.
Yeah. You've in all this time with the rivals, you've definitely heard about them. Everyone has kind of regaled you with the stories of the 2 missing members of the party and where they wandered off to.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna look up from my art and I'm gonna see Ashbourne and I'm gonna be like, oh, I know you. You're the one with the, and she's gonna, you're the one with the,
and Ashbourne
she's gonna
flexes. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
These guys, that's me.
Yeah. I've heard so much about you. I'm not the manager. I just live here now, I guess.
Oh wow, that's amazing. These are my associates, and I flourish my clawed hand towards my crew who I'm with. Am I just with Robbie, or am I with Robbie and Shaka?
You are just with Robbie for now.
Okay.
Do we know where Shaka is, or do we assume
you
that Shaka...
two know?
Yeah.
You probably
assume that
you assume that he's there
because okay, I push Ashbourne aside. Oh, okay.
Actually, no, because Ash would know exactly where Shaka's supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Robbie, you have no clue. All you know
Okay.
is your best buddy has left you.
Okay, so I assume that he might be here. I'm trying to track him down. So while they're having this conversation, I just like kind of push Ashbourne aside. I'm like, Shaka, Shaka. I'm like ringing the bell.
Oh, you must be Dirty D.
And then I show the back of my jacket, the dirtiest of these. Oh my God.
Cool. Shaka isn't here.
Donnie, where is he? Is he sick?
No. Okay. Let me dial that back. He's not here yet.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, Celise is off doing paladin things.
Like training?
I think so.
Tight.
And Duo is currently shopping. And that's why I'm here kind of minding the manor. And Ren is working out.
Nice. He's upstairs in the workout room?
Heck yeah. He's gotten like super flat. Like you two should get together and just like do push-ups or something.
Love it.
Do push-ups. Okay. Robbie has like his notepad out of like where everyone is or where everyone's supposed to be. He's just like, oh, okay, weight room, paladin things. He's very suspicious because this person has a excuse for why no one is here in Troll Skull Manor. And the last time something happened, the last time someone did this, like where someone took over Troll Skull Manor as their own. So he's like very suspicious. Oh yeah, what did you say it was? Paladin things? Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah, she's a paladin. She didn't tell me what she was doing. She just said she's gonna go do paladin stuff.
Okay. Well, is it cool if we just hang out here?
Yeah, I mean, y'all are rivals. I mean, they told me all about you. You're like, this is like welcome home for y'all. The manor is like she flings her arms and her wings out. It's like, the manor is yours.
And just as you do that, Dahani, there is a very distinctive knock on the door that Dirty D would know anywhere.
What? Wait, is that? I want to spin around. What do I see? My heart racing.
You see the door opening, and it is your bestest buddy in his very impressive new armor that he got before his adventures in Avernus.
Hey, everybody. What's up?
And I'm just going to like tackle hug him and just like, I never should have let you go. You were so strong. Oh, you're so strong now. I'm like this close to his face, just so like sure you have something to work with.
Yeah, he's being very method right now.
Yeah, I mean, so I embrace you back, man. You know, I'm super excited. You know, so I embrace you. I go Ash and I embrace
carry
Ash
you over to Ash.
Yeah, and I just like
hey, wait a minute. Did you say you carry Shaka over to Ash?
Drag him over.
Okay, just for that, because he's like gotten buff and he's wearing new armor now. Give me a strength check. Both of you give me a strength check.
Yes.
The best use of a strength check.
Here we go.
This is a good first roll. I feel like.
Yep.
21, natural 20. I swear to God, I will screenshot this right now.
Believe you.
6.
Oh my God. So imagine this, like Shaka is like having a moment of, oh God, I just got back. And now he's like bear hugged by this very excited other tiefling that is like so excited in this moment that he like bodily picks you up and takes you over to Ash.
Shaka! And I like give him another hug.
Yeah,
You're surrounded by hugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, where's Chips?
Oh, Chips is in my bag. Chips, up, and like Chips, the
flap bag that I have, Chips kind of like pokes his head out and kind of looks at you and like tilts its head.
Yeah. Get in on this hug action, Chips.
Get in here, Chips.
Yeah, Chips isn't the most graceful fox, but like kind of spills out kind of like jello and then like climbs on you and starts hugging your face.
Sweet. All right. Oh, yeah. I'm loving it. Loving it.
Yeah.
While this massive group hug and like homecoming is happening, you hear footsteps at the door because it's open. At this point, the doors is just staying open because everyone seems to be wandering in. And you all stop because a half orc just walked in.
Ooh, you're a new face. And like,
Did I ruin the moment? I felt like I ruined the moment. You all were so happy, and now you're not. I feel like I did that.
No, I mean, if you got to check in, go for it, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
This
don't mind
is
us.
a business.
Yeah.
Pardon
Yeah,
me. All
we're-
right. All right. Now, who? Now,
over here hugging.
Do I speak to all of you, or who runs the desk? It's hard to gather. Do you all just hold the pen as you sign me in? I'm Caleb Lensborn. You must have received my reservation. I'm staying here for the next few days. It's delightful to meet all of you.
Donnie, help. Ash whispers to Donnie.
Ash, help. She like runs around. She runs around the group hug and says, Hi. In the absence of a manager, I guess you have to deal with me. Hi, I'm Dahani. How can I help you?
Hi, Caleb Lensborn, first of his name. Very nice to meet you. I was gathering that I would be staying here for the next 2 weeks upon my expedition across Faerun.
Oh, really?
I spoke to who seemed to be the manager. Duo promised me the most kindest, beautiful of lodgings that Waterdeep has to offer. I feel slightly had now seeing.
I can listen to you talk all day. It's beautiful. Guys, it sounds like a symphony over here. I just love it.
I took voice lessons as a very young age from Papa and Mama.
Even how you say that is so, it's adorable.
We have the kind room. That's what Duo was inferring. The kind room, which is it overlooks the outside in a way that is calming.
Oh, can it be a closet
And
and it's just known as the kinda room? It's kinda a room.
Kind of a room. Yeah.
He just called it. Oh yeah, it's kind of a room. The kind room.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Because if Duo was here, he would totally just put him in Selisa's room.
My Duo's out shopping.
Yeah.
No. We can totally put you if you just want to and she like she grabs one of the sketches that she has and she flips the paper over and she hands it over and she's like, just write down your information and we will get you situated as soon as possible.
Stupendous. And he starts scribbling his signature, house information. He's writing for like 3.5 minutes, and you see like 7 words on the page as you get it back in beautiful calligraphy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, how much did Duo quote you for the room?
Oh, he quoted me a very fair price of 250 gold pieces per night.
Oh, okay. And are you paying that up?
Oh, of
front?
course. And he puts like 2 bags of money just on in Shaka's hands.
Thank you. I
mean,
appreciate
you're not going to count it? Count it. Please, I'm not trying to rob you. Please count it.
Okay, I need someone to
this is
RP out
manner.
counting
We gotta
this
trust our
money.
people.
No, I need someone to RP out counting this money.
I mean,
okay, all right. So Shaka goes sort of in the back room. He brings out a scale that is weighted to for like 100 gold. So he puts on gold until it like matches up. He takes it off, puts on more gold till it like.
How long
till
does
it
that
matches
take
up,
you?
And then he puts on the remaining. Say, not that
Less
long.
time than it took me to write my name
A
down.
few minutes.
Well, so you
Yeah,
said
exa-
250
yeah.
gold, and you're staying there for 14
Yeah,
days.
250. Yeah.
So that's like that's almost 3,000 gold pieces.
Yeah.
They're big bags.
At measuring out 100 gold per scale,
Yep.
Shaka is going to be like talking and weighing gold for a minute, I think.
Yes. Yeah. But he's thinking about the gold and thinking about what that can do for the manor. We normally, I'm assuming there's not normally guests that are dropping this kind of dollar. So
no,
he's
no,
I
mean
he's about that life.
After the months we've had, that's not bad actually.
So after the gold is counted, and are you satisfied by this? You hear a voice come out of the back room that you did not expect to hear.
What's the voice?
It's actually Celise.
Celise!
Celise!
Get in here now!
And she comes out and she's like not in her armor. She's actually like dressed kind of casually, but you notice there's a little bit of darkness about her. She's wearing more red than you remember. And she looks like kind of like not her usual grumpy self, but more skeptical than usual. And she's kind of like, shocked? What? Where did you come from?
Hey, Celise.
Hey. Yeah, we
Hi.
came
How
from
you doing?
Avernus. Like, yeah. We just kind of strolled out. We're allowed to like in and out now. We figured it out.
So you just have like pass privileges to Avernus?
Kind of. Like you have to like work up, right? So I've been like interning with like Mad Maggie and stuff and like doing a bunch of, detective stuff in Avernus, and now I can just travel. It's like the best.
Okay. I'm glad to see you. Like she's like kind of really thrown to have walked out, because like remember that back room and how there was a portal in there when all of those things were coming out? That portal's still in the room, except she didn't tell any of you that it still works. That's how she just leaves and goes somewhere when she is tired of everyone. And so you didn't hear it. She just heard the bickering over money, and then she's like, wait, are those voices that I know?
Meanwhile, Dahani is on the floor trying to get Chips' attention.
Oh, Chips is seems pretty preoccupied with the bag. Like they're they don't want to stray too far from it, but is what are you doing to get their attention?
Like just like Dahani is like kneeled down to like wherever Chips's level is, and is just like going like pss, 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 and is like taking a wing and like doing the same thing like.
Oh yeah, Chips is just like kind of like playfully trying to like tap your wing with his front paws.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. That's what's going on with me right now.
And oh my god, I almost called you Masood.
It's okay. That's
I
my
don't
name.
know. It's your name. It's your name. It's not your name right now. What are you up to, Caleb, as all of the shenaniganry is going on?
So yes, that's 2,950 and then 2,951, 2,900. I promise you it's all there. That's 3,000 gold. It should be squared away. Oh, is this your bellhop? How wonderful. I have my bags outside. I would need some assistance in
Oh,
taking
buddy,
it
but
out.
I jump in right away. I'm like, oh, buddy, you paid a lot of money and I want to see you live. So let's just go this way and I'll show you to the kind of room real quick.
A kind room, right?
Oh,
Kinda.
I feel like we're saying the same thing, sort of. We just start like walking up the stairs.
Yeah.
Robbie, roll me a deception check.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Oh, that is a 4.
Caleb is not buying this at all.
Sure.
And he heard you say kind of room. And so he's like, hold on.
Kind of is not the same as kind. See, I'm very happy to say that Mama and Papa were made it an intrinsic rule in our house to focus on linguistics and matters of the tongue. And so when you say kinda, I feel like it means differently than kind. Do I need to elucidate any more to you?
I don't know what elucidate.
Elucidate.
Again, I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost in your pronunciations. It is great. I love it. It like tickles my ears, my ear bones. But like, okay, yeah, it's a kind room. It's a kind of a room, right? We're saying. I feel like we're saying the same thing.
Let me see this room.
So as Robbie is trying to convince Caleb, Celise is back there. She did not jump over the counter because Robbie spared him from his fate of getting beaten into pulp. But she does come around the counter. It's like, there's a room for you. But she leans in very close, like, I ain't your bellhop, though. Just be clear. Let's be very clear.
Oh, then I see. You must be the supervisor, the one in charge. How rude of me. I'm so sorry. But can you tell then one of your employees then to help me with my luggage?
She just raises an eyebrow at him, kind of like, my employees?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what did Duo tell you?
He sent me a very detailed letter describing the beauty and majesty of Trollskull Manor and the 5-star rating establishment for hospitality that you all provide in Waterdeep. And knowing that I'm on my journey, I could think of no better place to stay.
Where were these 5-star ratings?
Oh, he included the letter after I promised my initial down payment of 2,000 gold before providing the rest upon arrival.
Hold on. So, what? How much?
How much gold did happen?
Cut to Duo just swimming through gold like Scrooge McDuck.
Yes.
Like, what is going on?
That's where Duo is. He is counting all of the money he has swindled from people
From the
until they
Lensborn
arrive.
family. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab Caleb's bags. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like,
I'm gonna help too.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, let's bring these to your room. Well, now, do you have a lot? How much
There's
bags
only like
do you
7.
have, I guess?
There's only like 7 steamer trunks.
I'm good.
Are they like Steamer heavy? trunks? Are they heavy?
Steamer trunks, they're
Huge.
right?
massive.
All right. Well,
Right.
Well, I'm gonna grab as many as I can. I guess 2,
Yeah.
maybe 3. I guess. Yeah.
I'm pretty strong.
Yeah. So like, I'm gonna grab them. I'm gonna be hospitable since like you just dropped all those dollars.
So while you all are doing this, Ash, you notice your bag is moving a little bit. And Chips isn't in the bag.
Oh, hold on. Oh, something's amiss. Okay. Ash kind of crouches because she's not sure. I mean, she just came back from Avernus. It could literally be a small fiend. It could be anything, right? She crouches. She kind of readies her like taloned hand, and she slowly goes to the lip of the bag and opens it.
And out tumble 4 hellhound puppies.
Oh my god, it's so cute. What?
And Chips looks at you very guiltily as a fox can look.
Chips? What happened? Is this you?
How much stuff can your bag hold?
Oh, a ton of stuff. Like as much as I want it to. But so Chips, you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. First of all, you're not in trouble. Okay, little man. All right.
You see, like he like leans down and his ears go back, and he gives you the saddest look. Like,
so Chips, we wants to start a biker gang in hell. So this, I told him no, but apparently now I've smuggled over customs hellhound pups. Who wants one?
Okay.
I have a very important question.
Yes.
Yes. Wait, in or out of character?
In.
Yes.
Do they have names?
What do they taste like?
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Carlos, what?
We almost all just like for a moment
Yeah.
was just like,
Yeah.
that was
Well,
a
I don't
totally
know.
normal question to ask.
I heard I have a question. Like it waited too long, and I was like, "What are you going to say?"
Carlos, I'm
What's that?
concerned. I'm concerned before this episode. They have names kind of like how cats have a Jellicle name, but unless you speak Infernal, you won't understand it.
Got it.
So you could try to give them names, but they most are just looking at Chips and then looking at the rest of you like, this isn't where you tricked us. Like their little barks, like they're barking at each other, like you tricked us. This isn't Avernus. We didn't get bikes. What's happening here? Wait, there's tieflings, and wait, this isn't like, because they're hellhound puppies, they're really smart. Kind of like Mabari, but they're all just like, there's all this confused yipping happening between the 5 dogs. Well, the 4 dogs and Chips.
Yeah, because Chips is trying to calm them down, trying to reassure them.
Right. So this is where the fun part comes in. You all could either spend time to try to train these puppies and figure out how to get them back outside of your in and out pass, because now you're going to have problems when you go back, Ash. Or you also came back partially because it was an old friend's birthday. And maybe they could use some cheering up.
Which friend is having a birthday?
Archon, they are a tiefling bard that moved to Waterdeep after the travels ended with the Order of the Sunfish. You know, they met you in Avernus, but they were able to get out because it wasn't quite their time.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been trying to readjust to mortal life, and they don't have a lot of friends. And because they're a tiefling, even though Shaka's been around, people have seen Dirty D, there's still a little weird mistrust of tieflings. So he's got like very few actual friends, just the people who pretend to be his friend.
Mm-hmm.
Then they come and ask him stupid tiefling questions.
Baby.
So you know that he's around, and you know that his birthday is coming, so he could absolutely use some friends. Or you could go off and do other things and hopefully keep these puppies safe.
So I feel like this is my fault. Thank you all for being so patient. Ash is gonna try to as she's like panicked because like all of the yipping is happening. I imagine the scene of the puppy sort of running around the lobby, and Ash is trying to catch them and put them back in her bag, but like is completely like failing. So that's what I'm doing.
So there's a little bit of puppy chaos happening, all while Caleb is still standing there, and then Shaka has been very kind to go out and get a steamer trunk or 2. I don't know if you want to try to pick up 2 steamer trunks.
Yeah, sure. I'll pick up 2. Why not?
You know steamer trunks are huge,
Yeah, so
right?
they're huge, but I'm trying my best.
Oh my God. I should make you strength check,
I am
but
trying.
I want the comedy.
I mean, I'll strength check if you want. I will, but see, I'm basically trying to get Caleb out of this as soon as possible, because I feel like if he sees things get too like ridiculous, he's gonna take his money and leave. So like I'm like, hey, let's go up to the room. Like I got some of your bags here. Follow me.
Oh, thank you. Yes, delightful. Oh, let me grab one of them. And like he struggles with one of the steamers behind as you carry like 4 of them in front of him.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
and like I'm basically gonna take him up to my room is basically what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna take him to
Smart.
Okay, because I was gonna say there are other rooms in Troll Skull Manor. It is an actual manor, so you don't have to give up your room unless you want to.
I guess I don't know the state of the other rooms. And knowing Duo, I probably don't trust the state of the other rooms. So I at least, so like I'm gonna bring him into my room.
All right. Both of you let us know what that looks like.
Oh. That's quaint.
Yeah,
It's rustic.
Yeah.
Quite
This
homely,
is
lovely. Yes.
Yeah, so like this is what we reserve for our like finest travelers.
Mm.
It's known as postmodern. I don't know if you're familiar with
I am
that.
not. Tell me more. I would love to hear. Postmodern. How does one past modernity?
See, it's a state of mind, my friend. It's a state of mind.
Interesting.
You know, it's like an open concept.
Okay.
You know, and you know, it's something that not a lot of people have stayed in because we haven't had that many people up to your level.
Oh, wow.
You know, and we tried to reserve this place only for the finest.
No, I can tell it hasn't been used in a while. It looks delightful. Let me check the bad. Lift on. Oh, okay, yes, this will do. This will do. And turn down service is when?
Well, so like actually part of postmodern stuff is kind of a self turn down service.
Can I ask
because
a
we won't
question?
want to dirty your stuff, right?
I don't know what turn down service is. Like
Isn't that-
I've heard
Isn't
people
that when
say
they,
it
like-
before, and I feel like I'm too old to ask that
Yes.
question. So I'm going to
That's when
ask that
you are
question
way too old
in
to
front
ask
of a bunch of people on PAX.
I've always interpreted as like when they like change your like sheet.
Your
Yes,
sheet.
that is what it is.
Yeah.
They like turn down the bed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Turn down the bed.
Yeah, it's
Turn
actually-
down for
The bed. That's what I'm putting in my head.
Oh my god.
Yep, thank you.
It's the
Okay,
sheets,
that's what that-
towels.
That's what I mean.
All that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Good job.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you for educating me.
So I turned down myself. Fascinating. Honestly, Waterdeep's customs and rituals will surely be journaled about on the way back, and some for better or for worse. Ha ha! And I take out a little notebook and start writing merrily.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Oh, me? Calimput. I've just been around making my way, and this is my first time really making it as far as Waterdeep.
Okay, great. Well, if you need anything, just make sure to just come downstairs, and there'll be somebody there to help you.
Wonderful. Then, should I need any additional assistance? Is there a bell I may ring, or is there what a signaling device may I use if I care not to leave the comforts of this four-poster?
Shock is going to look around quickly for something that he could fashion into into a signal of some sort. He finds basically like a piece of glass, kind of like a wine cup, right? And like a metal straw. So like he like gives it to him and says, just hit this on the glass, and not too hard though, because you don't want to break.
It's 100% gonna break the first time I use it. I promise you, it's gonna break in my hand.
God.
But somebody will be right up. It might be a small kobold that's might be dressed as a ghost, but don't worry about that. It's fine. And
what character? Be sure to include in my road guide. And just kind of turns down and starts writing.
All right. And I leave the room and go back downstairs.
While Shaka has been away, have you managed to catch the puppies?
I have caught 2 out of 4. I have caught the one named Glumthok, because these are abyssal names. And Zorvoth. I've caught those puppies.
And I'm holding guacamole.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Guacamole.
And the 4th puppy is just like now just tussling playfully with Chips because they're like, no one's trying to eat me. And I showed up here with this fox. I might as well play with him since the others were dumb and got caught. Dahani, what are you doing with all this madness?
I think I helped catch 2 of the puppies. Like I probably helped catch the puppies that Ashbourne caught, and I think I don't know. Her brain's kind of in overload right now because there's an awful lot happening. So she's kind of on the ground tussling with Chips and the 4th one.
Okay. Dirty D, what are you doing once Shaka comes back downstairs?
I think I'm just kind of like, when you're like, when you haven't seen people for a while and then like they show up, you just expect for like something fun to happen. So you're just kind of like, huh? I don't know what we're doing, but we always have fun. So I guess I'm waiting. Like, what is it? What's it gonna be? I don't know. Do you know? Okay. Yeah, I think that's kind of like his entire mood right now.
That kind of,
Yeah. Drinks? No drinks? We could just talk? Okay. That guy seemed pretty cool upstairs. Let's invite him.
Well, Arcane, is that right? I'm sorry.
Archon.
Archon's having a birthday party and he doesn't have a lot of friends, so I was the only person he invited, but I can invite all of you and we can all go to his house.
That sounds good. I'm not for that.
Do you want to take your new friend with you?
Yeah. He paid so much money. We might as well hang out with him and be his honorary friends that he bought.
I don't know if we have to put it that way. We could just say
what?
we could just include a party in his package or something. We didn't have to like actually say like we're
like
included.
You're my best friend now. You dropped so many dollars.
You deserve this because you're rich. No, I think that's the wrong message to send to him. I feel like that's how he would take it.
Like the Waterdeep experience, like in addition to staying at one of the finest places in Waterdeep, he also gets a night on the town.
That's right.
Who knows what will happen, but
love it.
Experience Waterdeep.
It's a nice, a nice authentic social gathering.
I could upcharge for that type of stuff.
I think so.
We will upcharge for that.
See, technically we have.
That's what I mean. And like I don't want to like assume stuff about like our new friend Caleb, but like it doesn't seem like he like knows how to like chill out. You know what I mean? Like it seems like this would be really good for his heart.
Yeah, some people.
I'll go up and ask him.
Well, before you do
have
that,
fun.
Well, before you do that, Shaka, you've just gotten back after who knows how long in Avernus, as well as Ashbourne. Are you gonna like catch up with Dirty D? Are you going to be like, well, I guess we got to save these puppies, let's go?
Yeah, not really. I mean, yeah, not really. I mean, he might want to catch up with me, but I'm kind of like, hey, Dirty, what's up? I mean, we hugged it out,
And if I gotta be honest, I think in Dirty D's mind, it's like when you hang out with your high school friend, like afterwards, after you've both have gone to college, like you both had your own life experiences, like all Dirty D wants to do is talk about the past, but like he's just like, I don't know where I fit in this guy's life. This feels weird. So he's kind of feeling that a little bit like, yeah.
Oh no. It's like the awkward college reunion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys have that with like people, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like where you're just like,
Oh, yeah.
oh my God, we were best friends, blah, blah, blah. And you guys aren't like not like besties anymore. But when you see each other, you just kind of always talk about that time. In your
Man,
life.
swim team sucked.
Yeah, so hard.
Like that type of thing. I think Robbie has been traveling and doing his own thing for a while. And yeah, like
yeah, I guess let's go to this party. Let's hang out, hang loose.
Yeah, they're like that friend you keep on Facebook, but you hide their posts but stay friends.
yeah. They haven't done anything to like get blocked or anything, but like you kind of know.
But they're one post away.
There's something there.
All right. I mean, I've had too much time to come up with strange things while during quarantine. So Shaka and Celise is just standing there, just like watching all of you, wondering like, where's Shaka been? Where's Ash been? I remember that tiefling, and he looks really awkward right now. And that Ponzi guy that just went upstairs, she really doesn't like him. So, Shaka, are you going to try and retrieve Caleb?
Yeah. Does anybody want to come with me?
Yeah, I'll come with you.
like a group invitation.
Oh, that sounds
you know?
nice. Yeah, let's do that.
All
right.
Celeste, do you
Dahani?
want to come to the party?
No.
Okay.
Really? You're not coming? You're gonna come. You're gonna come. Right?
Who's gonna
Probably
watch the manor if I go?
I'm sure Duo will be back. We'll send a message to Duo that there's more money for him to pick up. He'll come sprinting.
Do you remember Duo, right?
Oh yeah. The little ghost guy? Yeah, I remember that guy.
The ghost.
Yeah. The ghost.
The ghost.
Wait, hold on. You guys are making ghost fingers when you do this, right? Like haunting?
It's haunting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Ghosts.
He's a ghost. He thinks he's a ghost. He still thinks he's a ghost.
Does he really?
Nice.
Yeah. All this
Oh,
time, he still thinks he's a ghost.
That is one long storyline.
One joke that will never die. And
It's my
Yeah.
favorite. I love it.
The kobold that thinks he's a ghost.
I mean, Rin's also upstairs, and if he doesn't pass out after working out, he's here. It'll be fine.
Okay.
He's here,
And
but
we can-
Brandon
we-
isn't.
I mean, we can ask him to.
Put Rin somewhere.
You know.
Sure,
but,
we
yeah,
could say
let's-
Rin goes.
Yeah, let's ask this new guy.
I'm gonna assertively knock on his door.
Yes.
Then I gesture to shock.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was about to- so like you open the door and just see all of us just standing there.
Ah, yes. Hello. Are we starting our evening entertainment already?
We have some entertainment for you for sure.
Oh,
yeah. It's mix and match, so you gotta help yourself to your own entertainment. But we're gonna go to this party.
Yeah.
So like we were wondering if you wanted to come with us.
An authentic water
Party?
party?
Oh,
What
how this guy's
shenanigans will we get into? Well, how delightful! Yes, immediately. This is the type of thing I was going to speak to whichever one of you is concierge about. I wanted to get into some of my own antics this evening, but this, and I've got company along the way. Oh, please lead the way.
Of course.
He has a calendar for the day that just says antics 7:30.
Absolutely. Once a month, I allow myself 2 hours of antics time.
Once a month, baby.
I would like an antic now. 2 antics, plural.
2 antics delivered on the 15th of the new moon.
Exactly. Yes.
Shaka, you gonna explain these antics and shenanigans and japes?
Oh
No,
yeah,
he's-
no, yeah. Come
He
with
sounds
us.
he's already down.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
just
like,
follow them. Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, let's roll.
I'm excited to
Doesn't
see
even
the
know where it
town.
is.
Take me out. Let me see the city. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna stop at my friend Arcane's birthday. He's sort of like not expecting all these people, but it's gonna be really welcomed.
I
Yeah.
like this because where I'm from in Calliput, showing up on someone's birthday uninvited is very rude. But here in Waterdeep, it's a asked. I like this. Yes.
Yes, it is a surprise party troop that I'm bringing to him.
I'm learning so much.
Oh dear. Have you gotten the 4th puppy and chips yet?
I mean, I'm still hanging out with them, so I could scoop them.
I feel like the initial shock of like being in a place they weren't expecting has made them chill out a little bit. Like they're more like relaxed maybe. So I think that because they're hellhounds too, they wouldn't like just go. They would have to like just want to be held, right?
Yes, you see like 3 little hellhound puppy faces when you like fix the flap of your bag so they can see what's going on. And Chips is on your shoulder, and Dahani, you've got the 4th puppy. Because it's just like, all right, I guess I get carried. It's cool. And Celeste waves you off, and she goes to like put all this money away, like making a note to herself, like, I'm so gonna yell at Duo when this is over. I'm so gonna yell at Duo when this is over. Um, so as you leave Troll Skull Manor, it looks different to the three of you. And Dahani, this is kind of normal after you've gotten to know the rivals and you've really moved in and made your own room, your space. But for Shaka, Robbie, and Ash, the area around Troll Skull Manor has really changed. It's gotten cleaned up. Basically, it's gentrified. Where there was like kind of a mom and pop meadery, now there's like Mead Are Us, and there's like one every few blocks. Look, River Waterdeep's the hotspot, and this tiefling.
Were you gonna say River North? Were you gonna say River North? I know you were gonna say River North.
I can't help it. I'm from Chicago.
That's awesome.
It's tough.
It's like River. Dang it. But this like really, really cool tiefling named Fieri has come along, and like after he visits places, it becomes like the really, really cool hotspot to go. And so now like spots that you all would go with the old group, you can't even get in without a reservation 3 weeks in advance. Shaka, you actually see like what used to be like the tiefling hotspot is now like there's just orcs and half orcs and elves just out there chilling. Like that used to be your spot to go to. In fact, it's where you left Robbie to like sit for hours and hours and hours while he waited for you to come back like the good friend he is.
True.
And you do you feel guilty when you pass that bar and you turn around and see Robbie?
Yeah, I'd say there's a little ping of guilt. He tries not to show it though, but I would imagine some of it is evident in his face. That I'd imagine Robbie probably would pick up on. Yeah, so yeah, he's trying not to show it, but he definitely feels a little ping of it for sure.
Robbie, do you notice?
I'm gonna roll an insight here. See if
all right.
I notice some felons.
My answer will be based on what you roll.
I got an 18.
Oh, yeah. You absolutely catch that on his face.
Hey, okay, buddy?
Oh yeah, just thinking about something, that's all.
Yeah. You were looking at that place that like you kind of like left me at that one time, remember?
Yeah, man. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I kind of messed your life up.
What? You didn't mess my life up? What are you talking about?
You had a good job. You had a wife and kids. You were just out on the town and you ran into us, and ever since then you've just been, different. That's all.
Okay. I had a dead-end job which sucked so hard. You have no idea. Okay. I still have a wife and kids. I love my wife and kids. We spent this entire time just traveling, solving crimes. God, I can't wait till that season comes out. I mean, my memoir, my books that come out. I got a book deal about our adventures. Oh God, we're the Dirty D Club. Huh. Tell you what, we're selling off shelves at select bookstores. Huh.
What's your wife's name?
I do not want to say it, but someone come up with a better name than Pretty P.
Oh my God.
I mean, that could be like your nickname.
Priscilla. Yeah, Penelope. Her name's Penelope.
Nice. That's all I got. That's all I want.
Answers your question.
But yeah, Shaka, are you kidding me? If anything, I was on cruise control for the longest time, okay? And then like and here's the thing, man. Like, I know, like I bring you up all the time and whatnot, but just because I'm so thankful, like you're a good friend, but all the rivals are my good friends as well. You know what I mean? You're kind of like the entry level into this world. And like, I'm very grateful for you, but like at no point is that on you. I'm a grown up. I make my own decisions.
All right, thanks. I really appreciate that, because there's some times where I do wonder the impact I have on people. So I'm glad that you think it's a positive impact. I appreciate.
Oh,
that.
for sure. I have a book deal. Are you kidding me?
This is the type of drama I read about in my stories. This is riveting.
Yeah, it's in your stories. Yeah, I mean, hang out with this crew long enough, you'll have a lot of stories yourself.
Well, extra pipit in Caleb's step as they sort of
A
hop along.
story. Me, a story.
Me, a protagonist? No, I've always been an NPC.
Okay, Vera, calm down. Dahani, what are you doing? Are you listening to them or did you just keep walking?
No, I actually I've been kind of so Dahani is a very fast walker, so she walks behind everybody in an attempt to not walk ahead of everybody. So she's just kind of like in the back watching this whole thing play out. And like she doesn't know a lot about the rivals that were here before her. So she's just like really interested in this character development.
This is plot being spun out live in front of you.
Exactly.
So you all keep walking, and much like places that we all know here in the real world in Chicago, where you can be fine, it's a beautiful touristy place, and then you turn one block and it's like, oh, we in the hood now, or yeah. So because being a tiefling of not a lot of means, Archon is not living front and center near the Magna Mile, as it would be in almost said Waterdeep, in Waterdeep. So Ash, as you are like trying to remember where he lives exactly, as you're fumbling in your bag, and one of the puppies like pulls out a sheet of paper and just hands it to you.
Thank you.
Look, they're hellhound puppies. They're smart. So you like find his address, but as you're walking and trying to like look up and like look at the address, because like it's because it's cryptic, because he doesn't want to be found easily, you like walk right into someone.
No, excuse me. Sorry, I was reading. What do they look like?
So what you found is like two orcs, and they're dressed well, but you can tell that they're not really nice gentlemen. And they look at you and they look down at you and they're like, should watch where you're going.
You are correct. I apologize profusely. I'm looking for my friend's house. What are you guys doing?
Oh, we were just looking around because we heard that some of the rivals were back in town and we owed them.
Oh yeah, that cool music group, the Rivals. Yeah, they're really great. I don't know where they are, but you should try the other end of the Magma Mile. I think that's where they're setting up their next concert.
Oh, they're not a music group. And what the other one looks at you and like squints and is like, we know one of them had that dragon hand.
This thing, it's cosplay. I could take it off if I wanted to.
Oh my God, you have to do a deception. You have to do a deception. Because I want to see you try to fake taking your whole arm off.
Oh, everything is bad. Oh, it's cocked. Hold on.
You dug this hole.
I did this. I always do. Oh, my deception's really high. 17.
Yeah.
So they believe that it's, they don't know what cosplay is. Oh. But they do kind of believe that it's not maybe your actual arm.
Right, Dahani will roll up and be like, yeah, I made that.
And they both turn and look at this random Aarakocra that just like materialized out of nowhere.
I came down from the sky.
And they're just looking around like, we didn't see a shadow. And they both notice that you're holding this puppy as well, this hellhound puppy. So you flew with making no noise, no shadow, and you're holding a hellhound puppy.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
They don't believe you.
I'm fast as heck, yo.
Do you say that to them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh, I can't believe you just said that to them.
Whoa, Donnie's a badass.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Looks like
Hurry
I
to say
got a
heck.
badass.
Hurry to say heck.
Charisma
That's-
7.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. So they just they give that like, oh, that's cute chuckle. Like, oh, you're fast, huh?
Yeah.
Can you outrace a scimitar?
Whoa.
Are you throwing it or?
And one of them like actually goes to pull his scimitar from his not what's the right word, not from the scabbard, and he does the impossible thing that the Witcher does, which you shouldn't be able to pull a sword from your back. He's like, oh, I wasn't gonna throw it, not unless you try to fly away.
Hey, let's calm down. Let's calm down. And there's no need to have weapons out. Like, what's going
Yeah,
on?
this escalated like super fast, man. What?
Yeah.
Why are you?
Like, we're just trying to get to a party. That's it.
Yeah.
And the first.
Do you want to come to a party with us?
Oh, Shaka.
No, we don't want to party. We owe the rivals. We owe them kind of a ass kick. And you see, when they were trying to prove themselves, they picked on our little gang for no good reason other than clout. And you're one of them. You were with that group.
Doesn't sound like something the rivals would do.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like us at all.
Yeah.
The band.
Yeah. We sorry, the rivals don't just pick on petty.
We who are familiar with the rivals know that they would never do anything like that because they're a music group and really cool.
Yeah, and
Oh
awesome.
my god, all of you give me charisma or deception checks.
They're
It's
studio
all
gang-
bad. It's all bad. All of it.
Oh no.
The situation has escalated in an uncomfortable manner.
That sounds, Robbie, that did not sound good.
Crit fail.
Oh boy.
Guys, we're the rivals. Don't you understand? Like he does not pick up.
Yeah, I rolled a 0.
I got
You have a 0.
I have a -2
She has
modifier
-2.
and I rolled a 2.
Oh god.
I got an 18.
I got a 15.
So hopefully that balances out the 0 and the crit fail.
Does that make us like 10?
Your average is 10.
Yeah.
So the two orcs, like, they're just, you know how like when, oh god, which one of you did like the two-headed creature in one of our seasons and they were arguing with each other? Like the heads.
Oh
were
yeah, that's
what
Oh, that was Masood.
Yeah, it was the Etten,
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Etten, but it's two different people. And they're like, but you heard them. They're the rivals. No, didn't you hear the little one? She said that the rivals is a band. It's like, and they start arguing with each other. And as they're arguing, you hear more people coming out of this alley because they fully expected like a fight to jump off or to rob whoever's coming down the alley. So you're basically like, why are y'all taking so long? Like, we got smash and grab to do.
Gentlemen, if I may, me and my traveling compatriots were on our way to an eschewed event, and we would be remiss to be tardy. Perhaps you may let us pass now as you discuss your confusion and come find us later.
Good day.
That doesn't work.
I'll roll. I'll try to make a persuasion roll.
Okay, do you have any spells that can do persuasion or?
I
mean, you are a sorcerer.
I'm a sorcerer who is I made it so his big thing is he can talk well. So yeah, I'd like to at first try to can I get it so we have a little bit of lead time. That's where I just put a little bit of space between us.
Between you and the orcs that are arguing?
Yeah, while I'm conversing with them as I like push the group.
You can get maybe 10 feet away before they realize you're trying to get away from them.
Okay. Can that 10 feet be around a corner slightly?
Ooh.
Sure.
Then I'm gonna cast Seeming as we round the corner.
And what does that do?
Spell allows you to change the number and then change the appearance of any number of creatures that you can see within range. So it's basically I can cast Minor Illusion on as many people as I want. I will burn my 5th level spell slot to make everyone look like their clothes change to wear bellhop uniforms, and as they accompany me around the bend, it's like. And now they won't recognize us. See, I even look like a bellhop. We're just a bunch of bellhops along our way.
Do you think normal people just look like bellhops all day?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm very jealous of tassels on the shoulder, and I think that should be utilized more often. It adds a lot of fun. But they just keep moving before those hooligans get after us.
Okay. What do you need to do to cast this spell?
I need to a creature. Let's see. I just need. It's a visual and somatic are the components. The spell disguises physical appearance as well as clothing, armor, weapons, blah blah blah. I can make someone 1 foot taller, 1 foot shorter. The extent of illusion is up to you, but people can make an intelligence check against my spell save DC. If they succeed, they'll be aware that the target is disguised. So basically, all of us now have like this group disguise.
I love it.
Okay, so once you do this, because you're gonna have to pass them to get through this alley to get to Archon's place.
Oh, perfect! We round the corner, immediately change outfits, and double right back in new costumes to try and pass it.
I'm gonna do an intelligence check.
Please.
What I will tell you what I rolled.
I want it to be the bellhop uniforms from like Grand Budapest.
That's honestly what I was thinking in my head. Yeah.
I'm guessing it probably doesn't work out. It's only a 12.
I have a 16, so no, it does not.
Okay. Tell us what's sneaking past these orcs that clearly don't recognize you all, even though you were there 5 minutes ago. Looks like.
It doesn't matter.
In my head, it's everyone just like rounds the corner and then doubles back immediately and kind of holding their hats down. Everyone's got mustaches now that are just like present. All gray. It doesn't matter if it matches everyone's hair. That's a gray mustache, big gray mustache, just sort of on the way. And I whisper to the group, "This is how I would sneak out when my mom and papa would ground me. I would just impersonate one of the bellops, and that's what you do when you need to go have fun." Okay.
And Ash is like imitating his walk because he's doing sort of like a goblin stuff.
Dahani is flying like halfway into the intersection before she realizes that a bellhop probably shouldn't fly, and then she like lands really quickly and begins.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I mean, when in Rome, I start walking the same way. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the bellhop's got to be synced up. We got to be synced up. You know.
Yeah, and also Chips is also dressed like a bellhop.
Yes.
Oh my god!
And Seeming is any number of creatures I choose.
Yes.
And a gray mustache.
Oh my god!
With a gray mustache.
Now I need art of Chips as a bellhop with a gray mustache.
Adorable.
You managed to fool these orcs who are basically just trying to like come in and pick a fight with the rivals. You fooled them somehow with these bellhop uniforms, and you get past them. You get past the other ones that are like, now you just got like a group of orcs in the street kind of arguing like, what are you talking about? What bellhops? We know what the rivals look like. That was them, and now they've got. So you just hear this as you're walking down.
Okay, go.
The alley.
Caleb, that was awesome. That was so cool. Man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
just
you.
Just to let you know, Caleb, you just passed the first part of the orchestrated like adventure of Waterdeep that
Yes.
that we have you
It's an
on. So,
interactive,
fantastic
like an
job.
escape
Fantastic
game,
job.
an escape room tour where I'm suddenly, oh, this
Absolutely.
is delightful.
I mean, we only deliver
You
to
made
find
it
us
seem
for our
so
guests.
real that those folks were going to attack us.
They were. It's immersive.
They're
I know.
very good actors. I'm very impressed. Well done. You know, 5,000 was not enough gold, if I'm serious. I will leave that review. You should charge more.
I mean, tips are always appreciated.
Oh no, you don't need to ensure promptness. It's expected.
Oh my god. So at what point does the spell drop then, Caleb?
I honestly, I wish this wasn't such a meme spell. It lasts for 8 hours, but I cut it off. I cut it off once we're around the corner. Once we lose eyesight of them.
I'm just going to sleep in a bellhop.
We go to this birthday party. We're all bellhops.
I mean, I won't say
it's a bellhop themed birthday party.
I won't tell you you can't if you want to, but he's already said he cut the spell.
I cut it as soon as they get out of eyesight.
A Home Alone 2 birthday party.
Oh my god. So you do get further down the alley, and then Ash, you realize that you shouldn't go to a birthday party empty-handed.
So, okay, I know that we're this far, and I was gonna give Archon these puppies, but I feel like I'm also giving him chores, right? So maybe we should have an additional present that's not a chore. You know what I mean?
Or at least one that could help with the we could go to the Waterdeep pet supply store.
Oh,
Does it have things for puppies?
The
Is there one around
Yeah,
here?
is there pet
I'm
store?
sorry, did you just say the Waterdeep Petco?
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
challenging it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think there happens to be one like right.
Oh yeah, 5 feet from where we're standing, right?
Yeah,
There it is.
I see the sign. I see the sign.
No.
Oh, it's a fake sign.
Okay, where else? What else? Well, Archon, he loves magic.
And he
right?
loves reading.
Loves reading, so we can hit up that bookstore / apothecary, right?
Yes.
And we can see if they have Dirty D's book too. I'm
Oh
really
yeah.
interested in
Actually, the only people who carry my books, I don't know. You have to be a certain age to get it. I don't know.
Oh.
Just from the title
Wow.
alone, I don't know why. It's weird. It's just whenever I write a
weird.
book, people just assume
They're
they're not bad books, guys.
So you
It does have the
say.
word dirty on it.
They're not. They.
Gotcha.
I just. It's my name. I need a better pen name.
So your first name is Dirty?
I mean, you can use like Robbie Jellement as your name, you know.
It's his
You could use that
nickname.
name. in your-
yeah, but
so-
I have to have a pen name.
So you have
You
to
know,
have
like-
a pen name for your nickname.
Yes, exactly. Like, I wish I could remember one author that had a pen name. Eric Blair and George Orwell, right? Wasn't that his real name in real life?
I don't know those individuals in
I
this
don't know them
reality
either.
that we exist in.
I don't know if they're real, but maybe they are.
No.
Yeah, it's
Mark Twain.
It's a
maybe.
series about like these it's a detective family that
Your
goes
book?
on and solves my books.
Oh,
Go
wow.
out and they solve mysteries on the road.
You sure they're not at the bookworm's treasure? You sure they don't sell them there?
Maybe we can go check it out.
All right, let's go.
I hope that they have it.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Are our likenesses in your book?
What do you mean your likenesses?
So, like, when you write about your experiences, do you have characters that resemble or like are us in it?
Any character resemblances that are found inside the book are purely coincidence, and he reads this paragraph that his publisher made him memorize, like right away, so he doesn't have to pay royalties to anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, purely coincidental if that actually happens.
Oh, cool. So
Yes, there is a character named Smash Door in there. I don't know if
Smash Door?
has nothing.
That's-
It's nothing to do with you. Nothing at all.
That's awesome.
They wear a boot.
Just like
They have a lizard boot.
Smash
One
boot.
Their foot. Oh.
All right, so yeah, let's roll up in the
Yeah,
store.
let's go to the bookstore.
All right, so you enter the bookstore, and there's like a halfling that is on a stool, and they're fussing as they try to like go through these inventory, and they just look up and they're like, "Oh yeah, just tell me what you want, yell if you need me." And they go back to what they're doing, like they don't care because they're used to like people coming in and not buying anything all the time. Ashbourne, you know that Archon loves to read cozy murder mysteries. If there's books on pet care, especially infernal pets, that would be lovely. And also trashy queer novels, like the ones that you read and they're on your like. There's no such thing as a Kindle. I'm trying to think of like an equivalent. Like your clip, you're bored and you've got a candle and you're trying to like read them and not get wax on the pages.
Nice. Okay. So I go up to the very busy. What did you say that they were? A gnome?
A halfling.
A halfling, right. So I go up to the very busy halfling and I go, "Excuse me, hi. I'm actually looking for a couple of different books. Can you tell me where your murder mystery / pet section might be?"
And this halfling like peeps up over the stack of books in front of them as they're trying to kind of look. Well, they're not the same section. So murder mysteries are back where you came in, and they look around the store like they kind of have to remember where stuff is. And like, oh, pet care is on the other side of the store, lower shelves, just so that way kids can kind of get to them if they want to read picture books about dogs, but we don't get a lot of kids in here.
What about like hellhounds? Like hellhound care, like how much you should feed them, what you should feed them, if they should avoid water or eating after midnight, like those types of things.
And this little
Common
old lady,
mistakes.
Common.
Yeah, the little old lady halfling like scrunches up her face. Well, that would be a gremlin. And wait a minute. And they're like, hellhounds don't belong on this plane of existence.
Yeah.
Figure
Do you have hellhounds?
No. I have a friend who so I'm from Avernus. When I have one of those cool Avernus passes and I flash my Avernus, like you may travel between places pass. My passport, do I have it? Yep, that's what that is.
Sounds legit.
Sounds legit to me.
What's the pass? What's the pass from oh god, what's the Bruce Willis movie?
Oh, Leader Dallas Multipass.
Yes.
What was that?
That was so fast.
Multipass.
Multipass. Yeah.
Fit that one.
Lilu.
And they just look at you like, well, don't they have those books in Avernus?
Yeah, but they wanted a souvenir from the upper plains,
Well, if we have anything like that, it will be in the magical care section. 4 rows back, kind of in the middle. One of your taller friends may have to help you reach it, though.
Thank you. And I'm like, and I just kind of like skitter off into the
right.
Pet care section.
All right, let's split up. We can get these books because it sounds like they're at different parts of the store. So I'll go toward the infernal pet care one. I'll try to find that one.
Yep, that's where I am headed as well. So we're buddies. We're hanging out together, Shaka.
Sweet.
And I'm gonna go look for murder mysteries at the back of the store because there's a puppy in my arms.
Yeah, I'll go
Oh,
check
yeah.
out the mysteries as well.
I've been back there the whole time.
And so is there a biography section perhaps? And I'm like harassing this gnome, trying to figure out every like genre while they're like talking to like actually searching.
Gnome? Who are you calling a gnome?
Oh, sorry, halfling.
We don't all look alike,
Hey, let's go check out murder mysteries, buddy.
That actually seems very wise. Okay.
Caleb's not gonna live to this one shot.
Caleb, was that halfling? What? When you looked at what that halfling was dressed as, did you recognize them as a bellhop?
I assumed that they were in a position of service and therefore hospitality. Yes. So, in some terms, the bellhop of the book world.
Okay, we gotta talk about how you talk about how people work and make money. Okay, buddy?
Everyone's a bellhop.
I mean, we're all bellhops to other individuals, are we not? I mean, I'm a bellhop to my supervisor.
Just yeah, I mean, it
my therapist is a bellhop for my emotional baggage. You know.
Oh my god,
that is true. I mean, I honestly can't argue with you on any of this stuff.
Sound. I'm writing a thesis on it.
I think it's pretty deep. It is pretty deep.
Okay. So Dahani, as you are looking for mysteries, the hellhound puppy that is like nestled like between your like on your shoulder, because it's like very cozy. It's like, oh, these wings are warm. I'm good. It was kind of asleep and it must be having a dream because it like gives a very loud bork. It almost like rolls, is like starts to roll, but you catch it. But the bork does give you away, and this halfling. What was that noise? I heard a dog.
I said fork. I said fork. I have a fork in my paintbrush bag, and I was reaching for it, and it stabbed me. I said fork.
Fork.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some strange Aarakocra curse word?
No, it was about the fact that I was stabbed with a fork that I left in my painting satchel.
I don't want to know how a fork got there instead of a paintbrush, but hurry up. You all are disturbing my inventory. Hurry up. If you're going to buy something, hurry.
Okay. And I grab like a book and I just grab a book.
Yeah.
And then I stuffed the dog in my painting satchel. It's not quite a bag of holding, but it's like you need to stay there for a second. Big old satchel. It'll fit.
Yeah, I want to. Would you say we find a book on Hellhound? Like, do we actually find that, or do we find something?
Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah, so I'm like, all right, 20, dirty 20.
Yeah, you find a book in Shaka because you can read Infernal. You find a couple books. One is all in Infernal, and one is Infernal in the front and translated to Common in the back. On the care and feeding of hellhound puppies.
I'm definitely gonna get the translated one because I don't know if Archon knows Infernal, so like I'm gonna show it to my Ash to like say, I think we got it.
Oh, it's perfect. I need to get some queer romance novels as well. So hang tight, and I'm gonna zoom to that section because I just remembered that was also something that Archon would want.
Yeah, so you can actually like you see like when you go into a bookstore and there's like little tabs on the end of the row and it tells you what.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Great. So I pick one up. What does the cover look like of these books?
Oh, the first book you pick up, it's got a half orc looking very like burly and strong and swooning on one arm of this other gent is a blue tiefling that's basically swooned over, and they're wearing like a buccaneer outfit, and the chest is open, their sword is dangling from their fingers because they've been swept off their feet.
Yes.
Ooh.
This one is perfect, and one for me. So I'm gonna get two. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's I grabbed both of those books, And between all of us, I think we all have books to buy. Is that?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Now this is when I turn to Caleb and say, one of the best ways that you can support Waterdeep is to support the local, the local business people here.
Yes, I would love to.
So it will be our honor to have you purchase these books, and support the city.
It'd be our honor to allow you to purchase these books.
to allow you to purchase.
I have.
You don't have to.
No. Please. I've been blessed to be surrounded by literature and pages filled with the rich smell of a good book binding. Not everyone is so fortunate. I would love to purchase these texts. How much?
Let me roll a d12 to see what they cost. Since our money bags is buying them. Oh, that was a 12 on a d12.
Oh.
Ooh.
I guess it's the most possible.
Those are 6 gold each.
Oh, unfortunately, I'm sorry. My day out purse only carries enough for me to have for myself. It's got 3 gold in here. I don't. Yeah.
I have money. Yeah, I'm gonna put down money. Ash doesn't really buy anything. So I think I can pay for these, right? How much is everything?
You got 3. Each of you got a book. And also because Caleb called the halfling a gnome, that's also why she upped the price.
Oh, boo.
But since when she sees you pulling your purse out, she's like, "You're gonna let that nice young lady pay for all these books? What kind of gentleman are you? You ought to be ashamed of yourself." And she's like wagging a finger at Caleb.
What kind of gentleman am I? I'm the kind of gentleman who wouldn't let such a thing stand. And he starts taking off like his watch, his rings, and like.
You don't have to, man. It's gold.
No. Melt this down. It's fine. I have gold. This cape is made of gold. It's gold silk.
Put your cape back on. Oh, God.
It's unneeded when I have my bellhop friends with me. This matters more.
Buddy, again, we're not bellhops. I mean, we have
We're all bellhops. We're all bellhops.
It's just a weird word that you've latched onto. I feel like there are other people in other service jobs that are not bellhops. Oh, but man, that watch is awesome. Let me see that bad boy.
I kind of like this watch. I will ponder this, but surely this much cover it. This must cover it.
She picks through the things that you've thrown down on the counter.
Yeah.
She takes a couple rings. It's like you let that nice young man keep that watch. He seems to be nice, unlike you.
Oh, and this cape too.
I was gonna give him the cape back, but now it's Dirty D's. And she takes her time and wraps up the books very nicely, individualistically, and slides them over to Ashbourne. You all have a lovely day.
Thank you. You too. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
And I would like to one ask Caleb if I could hug him. Hey, Caleb, can I give you a hug? This is so nice. Is that okay?
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Physical affection is not common in my household.
That's okay.
How about a handshake? Is that all right? My
Yes.
papa gave me one every year, and it was all I needed. Thank you.
A handshake is perfect. When I
Poor boy.
When I shake Caleb's hand, I would like to kind of lean over in a way that sleight of hand gold in his pocket. I want to kind of pay him back a little bit, but without him knowing.
All right, give me sleight of hand.
Cool. Oh, my sleight of hand is so good. I forgot. That is 21.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you totally slip us some coins.
Yeah, I give him 8 gold pieces. Mm-hmm.
All right. You have paid him back his generosity, even though his generosity was more of he was shamed into it.
Yep. That's why I don't like it.
All right. So you all have your books and things that you're going to take to Archon, and you get out of the bookstore, and you make your way down the rest of Shoal Skull Alley, and you can make stops if you like if you want to pick up wine to take with you, or you can just keep going to Archon's party.
I would like to see if there's some sort of bakery or something. I'd like to get him like a cupcake with a candle in it, kind of like a little treat. If there is a bakery in there.
Let me see if there is a bakery.
If not, is there a street vendor that sells baked goods?
There's definitely a bakery. I rolled a 19 because I rolled a 19 when it's not combat. Yes, you find, so Shaka, this is new to you. It's a very lovely bakery. It's well lit by candles. There's a rainbow looking cake in the window. And you're just like, that must have taken a lot of work. And when you go in, there's just like beautiful pastries lining the shelves. And, whether they're kept fresh by magic or they were literally baked that morning, not quite sure. But you do find a bakery, and there are delightful, wonderful smells and delights in there.
Hey, y'all! I think we should get Archon a little cupcake, maybe. I mean, nothing big, right? Just something that he can have and enjoy. What do y'all think?
That's a really good idea.
That sounds good.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, it gives Caleb a chance to see our wonderful bakeries of Waterdeep.
So, are those a particular thing? Are you like known for your pastries and your bakes and your cakes?
Mm-hmm. All of our bakes, all of our cakes.
All three.
What a good hot take on your bakes and cakes.
Thank you for doing that. It prevented me from having to.
Wow.
Yeah, please let me smell the buttercream.
Yeah. So
just sounds weird when you say it.
That does sound very weird.
Sounded weird.
What is weird about every cakes? You know what? Let's smell the cakes. How about that?
Okay.
Hold on. Wait. You're going to actually go sniff the cakes.
It's a phrase in Calimput when
he's just wafting.
It's wafting.
You're wafting like wine.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I had this image of you like literally picking up a cupcake and like inhaling it.
Now that's good cake.
Yeah. Yes. So Ash, is like Archon, does he want chocolate, vanilla? Like, is he partial to a certain flavor or just anything?
Yeah, I think Archon, he's not picky at all. I think that he likes like the double chocolate type of like really decadent. I also know he likes like raspberry and like cherry like filled things. So if we can find something that has like a little bit of a surprise inside.
Ooh. Okay, so like a chocolate one with like a raspberry filling or something like that.
That's what I was thinking, like a dark chocolate with like a smooth buttercream with a raspberry ness inside. I was doing well, and then I didn't remember how to describe things.
It's got stuff in there.
Yeah.
I turned to Dahini and be like, last year Ash got me a stapler. like, what's going on? You're buying cakes and puppies and books.
Well, for your job, Robbie.
Right? Did you write books? I feel like a stapler would have been a very thoughtful gift to keep your manuscripts from going everywhere.
I guess so. It's just like I like cakes. Sometimes I go into bakeries just to smell cakes.
Robbie, do you want a cupcake?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not that I just want a cupcake. It's just like, it's just nice to be given a cupcake by someone. It seems.
I will give you a cupcake, Robbie.
Okay. I will also give you a cupcake.
Well, guys, I don't want to be cupcake Kid or like.
Oh, that's such a cute nickname for you, though. I love it. Cupcake Kid. Can we
No,
call
no,
you
no.
that? Are you sure? I love it
Dirty
so
The
much.
Adventures of Cupcake Kid. Yes.
Wow.
Oh, the alliteration. I love it.
Oh my god.
The Cupcake Kid. Jelly Mint.
All right, I'm gonna go up to the whoever's selling this stuff and say, "Do you have a double chocolate with raspberry ness inside?"
This lovely elven lass turns around and goes, I'm sorry, what? Raspberry-ness?
Yes, raspberry
What
ness.
is, do you mean filling?
Yes.
Filling.
Yes. A filling of raspberry ness inside, yes.
Yep.
And she just like frowns at you for a second before she like walks down a couple cases and taps her finger on it. Well, we have this cake and it's got raspberry filling. I'm not sure what raspberry nest is supposed to be, but this is lovely, and I'm sure whatever occasion you're buying it for, it'll be lovely. You should buy it today, though. It's got raspberry ness, as you put it, a chocolate ganache topping, and it was made with raspberry liqueur.
Oh, that sounds great.
I'm-
We'd like a
I don't-
12-pack, right?
I don't know. Yeah, that sounds
Of a whole cake?
Well, that sounds a little pricey to me.
Oh, yeah. It's a cake.
Like it's
not a
it's an
cupcake.
actual cake. Now,
Mine was a cupcake. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was thinking of just one cupcake for him.
Oh, so you
Just
could
like
say
one
that because
singular
she.
thing. Yeah. I was thinking more just like one single serving, just like a cupcake for like one person, because it's a
But-
special day for them.
Side note, Shaka. Would you, on your birthday, want to eat a cupcake by yourself with everyone watching you eat it?
I think you bring up a good point. Do you think that we should get a full cake so that it could be shared with everybody?
Yeah, I think so.
And then
Or
you can have leftovers.
Yeah.
All right. As long as we can afford it, sure. Okay. How much is the full cake with the raspberry liquor and the
Yep.
and the all that stuff on it?
Give me your
Um,
cakes.
God. Do you say that?
No, it was just be funny.
Oh, because I was like, Robbie's about to be wearing a cake. That one's just, it's 1 gold and 20 silver.
Oh, I feel like Shaka would have that.
I hope so.
Yeah. So
Now, have you
so-
converted your soul coins to gold?
We haven't gotten a chance to go to currency exchange yet.
Yeah,
no.
exactly. But I will offer this person a soul coin and like say,
She visibly recoils. She's like, no, I don't want the damned currency. Don't you have gold like other people?
well, no,
Here,
but
I got it. 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 I
Okay,
got it.
Dahani,
There you
fine.
go.
Since you got the gold, can you buy a cupcake for Robbie as well?
Wow.
We're really good friends to each other.
Robbie, what kind of cupcake do you want?
Ooh, I don't know. A plain? Is there one just plain?
Plain?
With
Plain,
nothing
Robbie?
on top?
Look at all this
I
stuff
don't know.
around here.
You're so hard to shop for.
That's called a muffin.
Yeah, you just want a muffin.
Oh, but I don't want the thing on top. What's the thing on top?
Frosting?
The round.
The
Yeah,
muffin top.
I don't want. Oh, definitely no frosting. What's the other thing on
You
top?
just don't want like the cake part of the cupcake.
Oh
You
yeah,
just want a
yeah.
cup.
You just want the cup.
No, but what are the cupcakes that are hard and flat?
Cookies.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, I think you want cookies. You've described
That's what I
a
wanted.
cookie.
I wanted a flat cake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
it could be a brownie. A brownie is also a flat cake.
Oh, that's very true. Is square
Oh.
or circled?
Yeah.
I don't need
Because you
square
want
food.
square or a circle.
You don't. It doesn't need square food. I
it's a
actually
cookie.
Need
I don't
that.
need square food. Yeah.
cookie.
Squares don't happen naturally in nature. I don't like it.
Big
Is that
druid
true?
guy
I just
ass.
said that right now.
for a
But I'm
moment.
trying to think of anything that's square in nature, and I can't think of anything.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, my dad, he's such a square. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he gave you like
Oh, Caleb.
I mean, he gave you like a yearly handshake. So yes.
Wow.
Handshake.
So
There you go, son. Make it last. Make it last.
Dahani was trying to say something.
No, I ask for 6 cookies.
It's always good to have cookies because then other people can, pick and choose whether or not they like them.
And so your elven bakery chef is boxing your cake, and she's just like, yeah, just every day it's fucking weirdos in here. Just why can't you just buy a cake and like she's muttering under breath because she's like, squares don't occur in nature. Just and so she doesn't even ask you what kind of cookies you want. She just like scoops up like 3 chocolate chip and then 3 like butter cookies and parcels them up nicely and puts them both on the counter so you can pay.
And I give money.
All right, she takes your money. Is there anything else you require?
I don't think so. Right, everyone?
No, I think this is good.
Anybody else want anything? No, we're good.
Thank you so much. You've made a birthday like 10 times better. I appreciate you. I'm gonna walk out.
And as you're exiting, you hear a very lilting voice. Birthday? Did I hear birthday? No birthday's complete without flowers. Don't disappoint your friends.
Just ignore me. Keep walking. Keep walking.
No, that's so.
You have to stop Ash from being upselled because she would be upselled.
Keep walking.
Okay.
So you all are ignoring the voice calling out about flowers?
I don't know. I think
I'm
Caleb
trying
turns
to
around
ignore it.
at
I'm
the
trying
back.
to ignore
Yeah. Wait, are they complimentary?
Do you mean free?
Oh, that's what the term is here. Yes, free.
No, I've got to eat too, good sir.
Oh, understood. How many flowers does 3 coin? And he opens up his coin purse and sees like now 11 gold pieces. So he's like, huh, I guess I put more in here than I thought. Yeah. How many coins does this get me? How many flowers does this get me?
Do you hand her the whole 11 gold?
Yeah.
A lot of flowers.
It's my going out purse. You know what I mean? I have more money back at home, but this is just yeah.
She goes through it and she just hands you her whole flower cart. Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day. Be blessed to Paylor. And she runs down the alley.
She really wanted to close up shop. Okay. Like push the cart back out.
And you've got a whole flower cart to yourself.
Wow.
What? Okay, you have experienced an authentic Waterdeep hustle.
Yeah, you were tricked.
You've been hustled out of your gold.
Oh, look at that! What an experience! It's truly 5 stars. No physical damage happened to me, and now I'm left with a wonderful aroma of what is this? Lilacs, lilies. Oh, such a delight.
Some dogwood flowers. And meanwhile, Ash, what have the puppies been up to while they're in your sack? And what has Chip been doing while on your shoulder?
So I feel like the sack that I have is like the a sack of holding, essentially. That's how I'm able to just like hold Chips and all the puppies comfortably. And I think that Chips kind of goes from my shoulders to the sack from my, like, he like goes back and forth because Chips is really trying to like start a club. Like that's the reason why they're there, is because Chips really wanted to venture out on his own, and like and I told him that he couldn't on his own. So he's trying to like, I guess, be a leader. He's trying to influence them within the sack.
He's a doggo. He's a foxy influencer, is what you're saying?
Yeah, he's a foxy influencer / leader of a biker gang. Yeah.
All right. I can dig that. I can dig that. So you all are burdened with both glorious purpose and many presents.
Mm-hmm.
And you finally get to a yard. It's small, but it's well cared for. It's It's very much, it looks like someone's taking a lot of care with the appearance of their home. And you get into the gate and you can hear what sounds like someone playing a lute and humming, but it's not as loud as you'd expect for a party to be, especially a birthday party. So what do you do?
Oh boy. So we're basically like the party. Like Ash is bringing the party, right?
Yeah, there may be like one other person that showed up so far
Yeah.
before you got there.
Okay, we need to make a group decision right
Yeah.
now. Okay.
Wait, are we fashionably late or are we very early or
God,
The party starts when we get here, buddy. You have to catch up.
I
mean, we have gifts. We can't just leave.
Yeah, but we could
Yeah,
say
at
we
least
have
we
a
can
set
have
time that
someone.
we need to leave, just so we're not like trapped in here.
Oh, you mean like a party contingency plan when it gets too awkward and you have to like dip out for like no reason? Yeah.
That's smart, but I will say it seems like if we all left at the same time, it might leave a bad taste in their mouth.
Yeah.
I say we go and put the cake down and kind of survey, because maybe there's people hiding around because it's like a surprise.
Oh, like
party.
yeah,
So
like one of those parties where
maybe
people
there's
hide.
people. Yeah. So maybe there's people around.
So we should sneak in, hide
Yeah.
in Archon's house, and then jump out and yell surprise at him.
That's exactly.
I
what
would
I'm
never
hearing.
have done this back in my home state, but if that's what happens in Waterdeep, then yes, by all means.
Great. He's sort of an introvert. So like when we yell surprise, make sure it's a gentle and kind intention. Like don't like scare him, but like greet him with your warmth. Okay.
Yeah, don't be weird about it.
Don't be
but
weird about it.
But be cool about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you going to knock? Or you're just going to walk in the door?
Well, with this surprise party plan, I think that we're just gonna walk in the door and hide places.
Yeah, so I think so too. Yeah, like we're just gonna walk in.
Yep.
All right. So you open the door to find a bard, a tiefling, like playing a very sad song on a lute. And there's like one other tiefling there that's probably like their only friend. And it's not like sad and moody where it's like dark and they're sitting like by themselves moping, but they're just like playing this lute, and the other tiefling is there with like a glass of wine. And when the door opens, they both go, do you normally just not knock when you enter places?
Yeah, we're all friends and surprise. Where's Archon? Is he in this room?
Yes. Is he one of these two people?
Yeah.
He's not. At you
Oh, he's
yelling
not.
surprise, you see a very tall, stately tiefling with purple skin come out, and he drops his wine glass. Ashbourne, you made it!
Archon, buddy! And I like run and like give him a big old hug. Yeah.
And he hugs you back. It's like, I didn't know if you'd make it. I know Waterdeep isn't really close.
Man, like it's your birthday, and of course I'm gonna make it. And I brought a bunch of friends and so many presents for you, man. Like, and I hand him a puppy.
And he just like, he takes a squirming little ball of kind of brimstone smelling furry animal, and he's like, did you smuggle this out of Avernus?
Not on purpose, so it means it's not illegal.
And the puppy's like excited, like trying to like lick his face. He's like holding this, because like the puppy's like, you smell like home, you smell like home. So he's like, not on purpose, as he's like trying to avoid being like licked by this doggo.
Nope, it was an accident, but I feel like you could use some company, right? And I'm gonna start like showing him the pack, I guess. right? Because there's 4 doggos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like this would be a good reminder of home, and they can protect you, and they're super smart, and this one can write.
When did hellhounds learn to write?
Yeah, how did it learn to write?
Didn't you tell me that? Was that a thing that you said? Oh, no, he handed me a note. He didn't write the note.
Yeah.
I mean, we can say that that's true.
Assumptions were made.
The question isn't if they have the intelligence to, it's whether they have the thumb or not. That's like
Yeah, with their mouth.
So you know what, just for fun, the one that handed you the note like sits and starts barking at you like, of course I can write, and they hold up a paw and they're like a polydactyl dog. You know, like how cats sometimes have a thumb.
Mm-hmm.
Or like an extra finger, and it looks like they've got 5 fingers and a thumb,
Mhm.
but they're barking at you in Infernal.
Yeah.
And so they're like, excuse me, I am smart enough to write.
I know. I'm hyping you up. I'm hyping you up, Guacamole.
We knew Guacamole was going to be the problem in this group.
Oh, for sure.
So he like cradles a puppy and like just starts giving it pets, and then he looks around and notices everyone. So who are your friends?
Everybody introduce yourselves. And I gesture.
Hey, I'm Shaka, and I got a cake for you.
I'm Dirty D, and I brought cookies. Flat cakes.
I'm Dahani. I'm Dahani, and I bought the cookies, but also I got you a book.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, I'm Sir Caleb Lensborn of Callanport, and I brought you a cart of flowers.
Did you bring the cart inside?
You just wheel the whole cart.
Yeah, of course. I don't know what's custom here. I was gifted a flower cart. Roll it in.
Wow. So he like wrinkles his nose. He's like, "Oh, lilies, those are strong. I'm not allergic, but they're very strong. Do you mind taking the cart back outside, please?"
Oh, not at all. And today I am someone else's bellhop. What a day. Pushes the cart out.
So he gestures you all to sit down and relax while he sits on the floor, and then all the puppies kind of tumble out and get on his lap. They're like, because they're excited to see a tiefling. He smells like home. Like, and then what is Chips doing? Because I can imagine Chips is like, my biker gang, no.
Yeah, I think that Chips is sort of like arguing with them, like, no, and like barking and then like looking at the bag and barking and looking at the bag, trying to do like when I say Chips in the bag and Chips like immediately goes. He's trying to do that with these hellhounds, and they're like not into it.
Oh my goodness. Roll persuasion for Chips.
Yes. I love rolling for Chips. Oh, buddy.
Oh no.
That is a 5.
Oh no. So Chips does not persuade the pack of puppies. But Archon is like, while he's enjoying this puppy's attention, he looks at you, he's like, Ash, I can't take all 4 because, well, zoning, and do you know how much they charge tieflings for rent here? And he looks at Shaka, tell her. Like they rip us off because we're tieflings, right?
I mean, they rip us off, but no one said that you got to tell them that you have the puppies.
I got nosy landlords. That wood elf that moved in across the street, he'll narc on me first thing tomorrow. He probably is like writing a letter to our landlord now.
Well, if you can't take all 4, maybe I could take 2 off your hands. It seems like Chips really wants a posse. We're working on independence because we're pretty codependent on each other. So maybe if you're okay with giving me Glumthok and Guacamole, I'd be happy.
Sure. What are the other names?
There's Zorvoth and oh gosh, the other one is Servoth. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 2 should be doable. And he he like gathers the two that like perked up at their names. One of them was in his lap anyway, and the other one like perked up and like came over, and so he's like petting them and they're excited. And so he's like, oh, you mentioned books. Did you bring books too?
So many books. And I take out all the books that we had collected that were in my possession. So, sorry, they're the How to Take Care of Hellhound book, the Delightfully Queer Romance novel, and
Is that
the
murder
Murder
mystery?
Mystery.
Murder Mystery.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's like over the moon. He's like, oh my God, I got a mystery and a puppy. This is amazing. Well, you know, he welcomes y'all, make yourselves at home. He introduces the other two tieflings as Biggs and Wedge. And, you know, he's like, you know, make yourself at home. Enjoy some of the cake you brought. And he like just gives you another hug, Ash, because he's like really happy no one forgot his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And enjoying this impromptu party with a bunch of new people is how we're going to call this episode done.
Heck yeah, this was so
Very
wholesome.
sweet.
It's so
That's awesome.
It was a good episode.
It's helping somebody celebrate their birthday.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
We needed some wholesome.
No one got hurt, killed.
No one got hurt.
No one got hurt, killed. No one.
Yeah.
Although
I mean, those
Calder's tried
orcs
his
tried
best.
it.
There's that.
Yeah.
Those orcs tried it.
The orcs tried it because I was like, that's a chance for combat, but you outsmarted me. That was a really good solution.
It's the power of the bellhop.
Power of the bellhop.
We all doubted it.
We did.
Like we're all
That was
bellhops of the soul.
That
Yeah,
was
bellhops in our heart.
Oh my God. That was a really, really smart solution. I liked it.
Honestly, I what we were making characters, and I was like, oh, a level 10, and so I'll like do it, and I was like, this just looks like a mass minor illusion. That actually seems pretty cool. Like, because instead of just like doing the cantrip over and over again, it's like just cast it as many times as you want. So, folks at home, seeming, a spell you can use.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, thanks for letting me run you through some silly shenanigans on a Saturday afternoon.
That was great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for doing it.
You.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tanya.
Oh, no problem. So, I don't know what order we are actually on the screen, so I'm going to go in the same order we introduced ourselves. But Sharif, who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you next?
Hey, I'm Sharif. You can find me at sharifjackson.com, SHAREEF Jackson.com, and Sharif Jackson on all social networks. You can find me on Rivals of Waterdeep on Sundays at noon. We just finished up our second episode of Kids on Bikes. It was definitely very, very strange. We will be getting back to our D&D campaign in a couple weeks. So you can find me there or on the tweeters.
Tweeter.
Latia.
Me. Hi, I'm Latia. You can find me mostly on Twitter at Latia Jaquise. It's under my face there. You can find me also on Rivals of Waterdeep because that's who we are. And also I stream on my own channel, twitch.tv/TiaJaquise. Also, you can find me dropping cryptic hints about a super awesome RPG that Tanya and I are involved in called Into the Motherlands, which will be starting soon. Yeah, that's what I do.
Masood.
Hey, all. I'm Masood. You can find me on the internet, Instagram and Twitter at Marudeboy, MEHRUDEBOI. And yeah, I'm here with the Rivals every Sunday, playing some great games. We got another session of Rivals on Bikes lined up where I'm the DM and dealing with the spooky town of Corrington in upstate New York, where I really did feel like I saw everyone's souls for a moment earlier today. It was very fun. But yeah, I'm also part of this awesome group called Indoor Recess, and we play Mythic Odysseys of Theros with Roll20 on Tuesday nights. So you can come check us out there. I stream with them on Thursdays for the show called Once Upon a Game, where we look at narratively driven video games with me and my co-host Katie May. This Tuesday, I forgot to mention Mythic Odysseys. We had our season finale, so we're on break. So what we're going to do is over on our channel, Indoor Recess Crew, we're going to do a watch party for Twilight Twilight. I've never seen this movie, and
I've never seen it either.
Look, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be so much fun. Okay, I want to have that apprehension. Like I wanted that Tanya, I see you're giving. Like I want to just be like, it's gonna be bad, and I'm gonna have fun anyways. Like I think that might be my attitude.
Carlos.
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name is Carlos Luna. You can find me on all social media under Carlos Crits. You can also find me on Indoor Recess with Masood on Tuesdays. We will not be playing this Tuesday. We just had our season finale, so they're making me watch Twilight. I hate it. I have the opposite experience of Masood in all things. So you could. So I think some people say that you might be Team Masood or Team I don't know why they bring these.
That's amazing.
Other than that, on Wednesdays.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
That was fast, right?
That was very fast. That was good.
On Wednesdays, you can find me on the Dimension 20s YouTube. You could also find me on dropout.com. I am in their side quest, Pirates of Leviathan. So yeah, that's every Wednesday, I believe at 4 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah. Serena.
Hello, I'm Serena Marie. You can find me on Twitter at SerenaXMarie, or if you like adorable illustrations, you can check out my Instagram at SerenaIsAbee. And I am the marketing and community manager for Critical Role.
Yay, and I'm so glad you're able to come join us.
Same,
So
this
happy
is
to
the
have
best.
y'all back.
Ah.
So happy to have y'all back. This is awesome.
We have to do this more. We have to do this more. And I've been your DM for these silly, sweet shenanigans. My name is Tanya DePass. You can find me with Rivals. I will actually be your season 8 DM when we resume on October 11th. And I do way too much. Thursdays, I DM Dragon Age over at the Wandering DMs channel. Saturdays, I teach people to play D&D while in Animal Crossing called Dungeon Crossing. And that is 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Central on my channel and Gary Whitta's channel. The same Gary Whitta that wrote the Book of Eli. He is one of our players. And starting October 4th, Into the Motherlands, a new Afrofuturist sci-fi RPG that I'm building with an amazing crew of people, which includes Latia, will premiere October 4th, 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central, for 12 straight weeks of untapped worlds and all new places. So come hang out with us and check press, because we're talking to Nerdist this upcoming week. So hopefully there'll be an awesome article out before we premiere. And so come back, check out Rivals every weekend after today and see what we get up to in what may or may not be some icy climates. And with that, we are done with 2 minutes to spare.
Yeah.
See y'all.
All right.
Awesome.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, everyone.
Peace out.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX Online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18 plus species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200 player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pangea, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Come get some!
Is this all you got? Come get some! Who even bothered to with my fucking hair? Is this all you got?
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Enchanted is a co-op adventure where you discover magical potions, serve otherworldly guests, and pacify monsters. Gather your party and journey on a quest to overcome the evil wizard, who just happens to be your landlord. Running a magical inn can keep you busy every day and every night. During the day, work as a team to cook food, brew magical potions, and serve your customers. Just remember to watch out for those pesky monsters, or they'll scare the guests away. At night, make meaningful choices to impact the future of your inn. Do you unlock the secrets of alchemy, or revive the spirits of the land through music? Developed for a simple, accessible pickup and play experience, Enchanted can be played in any style you want. Can you work together and save this magical inn?
Trickshot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trickshot.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery. together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little goodberry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material.
The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our panel, Empowerment Through Games and Animation. We've got a great group of people here today. My name is JJ Bouchard. I am the Patient Technology Manager at CS Mott Children's Hospital. Pronouns are he, his. And the group that we have here today, 3 different groups, Extra Credits, CS Mott Children's Hospital, and Child's Play. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi there, I'm Kristen Freitag. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a child life specialist at Michigan Medicine.
Hey everyone, my name's Connor. My pronouns are he, him, his. I am a patient technology project manager at CS Mott Children's.
Hi everybody, my name is Matthew Kroll. I am the showrunner and narrator of Extra Credits, also pronouns he, him.
Hey all, I'm Jeffrey Zatkin. I'm the studio director of Extra Credits, and I am also a he, him.
I'm Kirsten. I'm the Philanthropy and Partner Experiences Director at Child's Play Charity, and I am she, her.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. And so, like I said, we're all kind of from different areas, but we were all really dedicated to using video games and animation to help educate people and help them cope with the hospital experience or other things that they're going through in their lives. And before we really get into all of that, I just kind of want each group to kind of talk a little bit about what they do at their institution and what their roles are. So, Kristen, if you kind of want to explain like what Children's Hospital is and what a child life specialist is, I think there's probably a lot of people out there who maybe aren't aware of what your role is.
Definitely. So I'm a child life specialist at CS Mott Children's Hospital, which is part of Michigan Medicine. We're a hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We service families and children from all over the country. My role specifically as a child life specialist is to help children and their families cope with being in the hospital setting. I work in a radiation oncology clinic, so I work with children who are coming to our clinic to have radiation treatment as part of their oncology course. So we do a lot of preparation, a lot of child-friendly language to help explain what to expect each day that they come to the hospital. So it's a little less intimidating, a little less scary. And we also try to infuse as much fun and play during their time at the hospital to make it that much more child-friendly and that much less scary.
Awesome. Thanks, Kristen. And Connor, do you want to kind of describe your role a little bit?
Yeah, so I am part of the patient technology program, which is underneath Child Life. So what we do is we use video games and the newest technology to go ahead and achieve therapeutic, educational, physical, and recreational goals that the therapists kind of put out. Or we're just sometimes there just to have fun and kind of, again, make the hospital less scary while connecting with these patients in a passion that they already have. So a lot of what I do is either set up events for kids to come hang out, which right now is a little different, but at least other than that, we go ahead bedside and hang out with the kids. We have a go-kart that we use and we bring it in. And then depending on what they want to do, what they'd like to do, or what they're kind of used to doing, just bringing that normalcy back into their rooms.
Awesome. Thanks, Connor. And so I'm lucky enough to work with both of them. I let them do the hard work of describing their positions. My role is I'm the manager of the patient technology team and the therapeutic gaming program that we have at CS Mott Children's Hospital. I helped found that program with the support of groups like Child's Play and Extra Credits, and I spend a good bulk of my time reaching out to different donors and groups to kind of see what else we can do to provide kids with all of the experiences that Kristen and Connor are providing. I also worked in both of their positions. I was a child life specialist for a long time, and also a patient technology manager. So moving on, let's hear a little bit from Matt and Jeff about extra credits and what you guys do.
Matt, want me to describe the channel? You want to describe what we do?
Go for it. Yeah.
Excellent. So, hi, I'm Jeff again. Matt and I help run a channel called Extra Credits. It's a YouTube channel. We have over 2 million subscribers. We've been operating for about 10 years, and we make original animated videos that help teach people. And we have 3 main shows that run at this point. Extra Credits, which is about video games and game culture and video game design. Extra History, which helps teach history in more of a storytelling way. And Extra Mythology, which kind of takes older mythological tales and helps tell them in a slightly more modern setting. And again, all is animated shows, all written, animated, produced, edited, by the Extra Credits team. So we're an educational animation studio whose distribution is through YouTube. And our main person that everybody hears is Matt.
Yes. As I said before, my roles are of showrunner and narrator. So basically, I am the person that is taking all of the talented work that all of our talented team does and putting them together and putting them sort of in the right spot. A lot of scheduling. And then, of course, getting to read the phenomenal scripts by our writers and then work with our artists and get things through the gate. And, of course, when the cases come up, getting to work on phenomenal projects with all the people like that we have right here. Because, I mean, our tagline is because learning matters. And that, of course, goes through a lot of different spaces, as do our shows. So anytime that we can team up with like-minded folks trying to do good for people, we're always super psyched to do that.
Oh, and actually, I forgot a quick thing. So previous to this, I ran a video game research studio for a decade, and for a decade before that, I was a video game designer. And so I've been running small creative teams for over 20 years, and YouTube is very much a small creative team for what we do. So I kind of help run the channel, and Matt handles everything that goes through production.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys. And Kirsten, you want to kind of explain a little bit what Child's Play is?
Sure. So I'm Kirsten, and I get to do all of the fundraising. So for our Child's Play team, really we take the generosity of the gaming community and we get to turn that into the power of play in our children's hospitals, and supporting groups like Connor and JJ and Kristen through gaming and understanding that gaming can be therapeutic. So I get to do all things working with corporate partners, working with employee giving campaigns, all the way to individual donors, or cool ideas where JJ and Connor and sometimes Kristen will hear through JJ, hey, we have this idea, we want to do this, and trying to find one of our partners or our groups that can help make that happen. And I feel like it's always where we get to bring the creativity and the magic into the children's hospitals, because I come from that world. That's where I was at for a number of years. So really making sure that we can not only give in-kind donations through gaming, carts and systems like Connor talked about, all the way to making sure that they have an annual check to purchase all the things that they need. And then the Gaming Technology Specialist Program, which JJ created, and we were like, that's rad. How do we get on board with that? And now we have supported over 20 in children's hospitals across the country.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing to see what Child's Play has done and what they've inspired other charities to do. It's really the lifeblood of what keeps our program alive. So it seems it's kind of a natural, thing for Child's Play and hospitals to connect and for us to reach each other. But what I'm really curious to kind of find out, and what maybe our audience is interested in learning, is, how did we get connected with Extra Credits, and how did Child's Play get connected with Extra Credits? Do you guys kind of mind talking a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think first I would say, I know Jeff, you actually have a great story about your connection to Child's Play before I talk about how I met you guys. I feel like that totally is first.
Sure. So actually years ago, one of the studios I used to work at was up in Seattle. It was Monolith Productions. And while I was there, DigiPen asked me to come speak at one of their student things about it. And I met Mike and Jerry there, who'd also been invited to speak. And we were fascinated with each other because I read their comics, and I don't think they'd ever met a live designer. And so we chatted, and I also met Robert Koo there. And I stayed in touch over the years. And probably 7 or 8 years ago, Robert Koo and I had breakfast at a conference. And he was talking about the Child's Play initiative and how they were buying games to give to hospitals. And I was running a research studio at the time on games. And I said, how do you pick your games? And he said, oh, we, kind of see what we think would be good. And I said, I think we could do some research to figure out which games are the most effective for certain types of people in hospitals, based not on their actual thing, but on their symptoms. Are they woozy? Are they in pain? Do they need calming? And so we started a multi-year initiative to research that and help provide better data into Child's Play through my old company, EDAR, on this. And that continues to this day. And so that's kind of how I initially got connected, just through an interesting breakfast and an interesting DigiPen talk.
Yeah, and that created the therapeutic game guide, which was incredible.
Which we use every day and share with our child life specialists and with our physicians and with our parents and family. So that's really cool. I didn't realize that connection. That's awesome.
That was, I said, breakfast meetings are great. Get your coffee, figure out a thing that might help some people. I mean, all good.
Well, it's interesting too. So, I mean, I came to both Extra Credits and Child's Play again years ago as a fan of the organizations. Like before I was involved with Extra Credits, I donated to the first Child's Play. I was trying to be as actively involved with that, sort of like the beginning side of just giving where I could. And then when I finally got involved with Extra Credits and I found out Jeff's story and then this whole connection sort of happened, it was just a very nice, it's always great when you get to meet people you respect and they're awesome. And so that was just I don't know, I always like that this all worked out.
Well, and it's actually, I said it's our anniversary because we met at PAX last year I'm newer to the team. And so we went and met at a Starbucks. And I think we both went to different Starbucks initially in downtown Seattle because it's super easy to do.
It was at the same shopping center, had 2 Starbucks. And we each went to a different Starbucks because we didn't know there were 2 Starbucks in the same shopping center.
Yeah, and really just got connected, and you guys were just so generous in saying you want to do something philanthropic and great with your channel, and so we started brainstorming about our hospitals, and then we have, 180 amazing hospitals and programs, but we also have a few that we know time and time again, every ask that we have, they deliver and they tell that patient story and the mission, and so that's how we brought JJ in.
And that's actually really funny because the first time I ever met anyone from Child's Play, I was actually brought to my first PAX about 7 years ago to speak on a panel with Zach Weigel from Gamers Outreach. He invited me because it's a local charity here, and he brought us out there. And that's when I met Child's Play for the first time. And then they came back to our hospital about 2 years later, doing a big tour giving to hospitals all over the country. And at that time, my role had evolved from a child life specialist to what Connor's role is now, as kind of a project manager, trying to just make all the video games in the hospital work. And that's where, I think it sparked the seed with Child's Play to be like, oh, we should fund positions like this everywhere. Because my position and Connor's position were entirely funded through donations and through different organizations. Mine was from a charity called I'm Not Golf Classic, and Connor's is through Child's Play. But
that's a really important thing
to
point out really quick, is that a lot of the charitable contributions you hear about to these things, they actually result in jobs getting created that can, then full-time help people out. And I think that's not always a thing people realize when, it's like, cool, I'm giving to help a thing. This is concrete, seeing what some of the things you're giving towards actually help do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our whole Q1 grants are focused all around capacity building. So whether that is actually funding a position and working with hospitals to say, we'd love to do a 2-year transition and then have them become part of the hospital infrastructure. And we have seen so far with our 20 game techs, 100% have turned over into full-time positions within the hospital.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were able to grow our program from just one position that was philanthropically funded to now we're under an operational budget, and we have 2 more positions that were assisted through Child's Play. And what's really cool is we're seeing positions like ours sprout all over the country. Some are funded by Child's Play, but then other organizations, just like Child's Play was inspired by a charity that supported my position, like other organizations are seeing what Child's Play is doing and they're helping, because Child's Play can't put all these positions up by themselves. So it's really cool to see how different charities and different groups are working together and a big part of that is because Child's Play and PAX, the PAX community, are bringing all of us together. And I, like you said, like those morning coffees, you know, I go to PAX every year and I sit down and I have another coffee and then I come back, and the hospital keeps letting me do that because every time I come back, we have a really cool new project, or all of our technology is still completely supported through donor funding. So it's these fun projects that we do with Child's Play and Extra Credits and other groups that keep them going. And so with that, I'm kind of interested to hear a little bit about how Child's Play and Extra Credits got together and then decided to come and work with us, because that was a kind of a surprise, and it is a kind of an interesting story within itself.
So that's the Because Games Matter series. Want me to cover it, Matt, or you want to start on that one?
I mean, I could just do the beginning of it, and we could I'll toss it back.
Sure.
Because Games Matter is something that's been going on for a while, and we always just look for stories of that how games have affected either an individual or a community in a positive light, in a positive way, oftentimes not heard about. We had a few sort of I believe how it started was like just knowing people in the industry or you know, friends of friends of friends that had interesting and compelling and moving stories to sort of further the idea that games are more than just entertainment. They are art, they are therapeutic, they are many things to many different people. And so we were always on the lookout for new and compelling stories of that ilk. And then Jeff.
So yeah, and actually even backing it up a little bit, so every December for the past at least 4 or 5 or 6, somewhere around that year, is Extra Credits has dropped a couple of their normal shows that they would be posting, not taking sponsors or advertisers, and instead takes these stories that Matt's talking about and turns them into animated videos.
Right.
And with them, we'll go partner basically with a charity to help promote that charity in addition to this. So we'll find a really good story and try and partner that with it to raise awareness on the charity and help bring donations towards that, because December is a great month for giving. And so part of what I do every year then is I go out and I look for different groups to partner with. And because it takes a while to get through the process, if you think about this, we have to find the group has to find somebody with the right story, we have to get the story written, bring it in, and then get it narrated and animated and, you know, everything put together. This can often take months. So when I was at PAX, or when I go to PAX every year, I try and set up a whole bunch of meetings of potential people to talk to see if this would be interesting. And one of them was with Child's Play, because I have a long history with that. And then Child's Play was like, oh, we might know some people.
It was cool. It was Eric and I sitting there talking about it, and it was like, well, this could be about Child's Play, but really what matters to the gaming community is that truly the power of play is in our children's hospitals. And so that's where we started brainstorming like the gaming technology specialist program and how do we get the word out there? Because when you think we fund 20 of the 25 positions, you know, right now in the world, and that we know of anyway, for children's hospitals. And so it's like, we have to get more momentum around this, and we have to keep doing this because we see the impact that all of you, not just Child Life, but the gaming techs that come in and support Child Life in that way, the impact every single day that we hear about. Or, you know, Connor will send me little snippets of when they're doing Lego robotics or they have their arcade, and then it really kind of spurs what else can we do. And what I love is when we do one project like this, and the generosity that Extra Credits had, and the little bit of hounding they may have had to do with me that they're being so generous and not saying, is like, we need that, do you have it, are you ready? And so connecting everybody and really that relationship that now has spurred into something even more exciting and new.
Yeah, well, I think that was pretty amazing for us, because you came to me, and I think it was like early November or mid-November, and we're like, hey, we have this really cool group that wants to like do a piece about you guys. And that's like crazy time for the hospital. Like Kristen can say, like, we've got so many events going on and so much stuff happening, and we get a lot of emails about cool things that are coming up. And I was like, well, yeah, sure, have them come over. They can view one of our mod arcades, which is something cool that Connor throws every other Saturday pre-COVID, where a bunch of kids would come into a room with, we have these giant drop-down screens, kids play video games, and it's a great event. We invite guests all the time to it. They like community partners come and help us out. And they were like, well, this is actually a cartoon. And I was like, what? And it was really funny for me because I'd actually seen Extra History on YouTube a few times and really enjoyed it. I was a history major before I got into all of this, and but I hadn't put two and two together just because of life. And so I quickly like wrote up, and they were like, "Yeah, just describe your role and how you got to it." And I ended up writing up my life story because I was kind of basing it off of what I had seen in your previous videos, because games matter. And I was like, wow, this really speaks to like my story. I am a type 1 diabetic. I was diagnosed when I was 7, and I was actually spent a week in this hospital that I work at. And I kind of shared my story with them, and they were like, great, thanks. And I didn't hear anything for about 3 or 4 days. And then all of a sudden they're sending me back pictures of me and my friends and all these people that I described in the story. And I was like, oh my God, I had no idea this is like a dream come true for me. I'm going to be in a cartoon, but also how good they did.
Animated pictures. Sorry, no, we weren't stalking through your Facebook and taking.
Right. Well, that's the cool thing, and we have some images coming through too, where you'll see like there's a great picture of me. I sent a picture of them, and then they like made a great little cartoon version of me, and people were like, wow, they even got your like little white bristles right. And it was really funny.
Also, real quick, shout out to our wonderful artist of your episode and many of the Because Games Matter episodes, Scott DeWitt. He and our entire art team, but he's great at taking actual photos of people and turning them into our bean art style. And I think it's the perfect mix of like little touches and simplicity that kind of let you be like, oh yeah, that's me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it was just really cool. You guys, you showed the evolution of my life and how I got to this as a kid who had diabetes, and then became someone working in the hospital with other kids with different diagnoses and using video games to help us through the whole thing. Because video games were a huge part of my life and my coping mechanism, and how I help kids cope as a child life specialist, and now as the manager of the patient technology program. But then what was even cooler was not only did you make one cartoon for us, but then you were like, well, we want to do 2. And I was like, okay, well, you want to do one about a patient? And you're like, yeah, that's what we wanted, not you. And I was like, okay. So Connor was working with a patient, and I'm going to let Connor kind of describe his story a little bit, but he had a very special kid that he'd been working with for a while. And Connor, do you want to kind of talk? Like, I just went to Connor and said, hey, do you have anybody who might be interested in this? And then Connor said, oh, I think I have the perfect kid. Connor, do you want to kind of describe that for everyone?
Absolutely. Yeah, when JJ kind of pitched the idea to me, he's like, have you heard of this? And like, he was geeking out. I will tell you 100%, he was geeking out in his office. He's like, just wait, like, have you seen these videos? They're so cool. It's like, cool. And I kind of like caught up and read over them. But when he came up with the idea of like, do you have a patient whose story that you like really want to share? Instantly I was able to think of Jacob. So Jacob's story is on the Extra Credits YouTube page. Jacob is hard of hearing, so he is a deaf patient. He's one of the first patients I ever worked with. He is literally the first patient I ever worked with. JJ got to shadow me on that one from my first start. And over the year, we really got to bond with each other. And the one thing working with him was really like learning the barriers of communication. So the idea of creating an animated video that would tell his story in a way that he doesn't have to worry about that barrier anymore, especially because he does give back to his community. He does care. He made kind of like a soft spot on a lot of us who have worked with him, just from his general compassion. That same year we made this video, he came back and donated socks to the entire floor that he spent his Christmas on last year. Yeah, like he's just a genuine good human being. So instantly just went ahead and reached out to mom and was like, hey, like, this is what this group is doing. I thought Jacob would be an awesome participant. Is this something that you would like to do? Like, is this something he would want to do? And they're completely on board. So Jacob kind of told his story, and mom wrote it all out. Mom was with him kind of diving through it. And it was a lot of like communication back and forth, like through email, over the phone, talking to mom, who talks to Jacob, who talks to me. So it was a lot of like communication just to get it all put together. So that way he was able to tell his entire story and kind of his journey with cancer and how he was able to overcome it, and really show that like message of hope that he kind of leaves with every person. So being able to actually put that into a video and see it like come to life and like I said, like that the animation's amazing. You even have his expressions with certain things that really take heart to you. One thing that was really big with Jacob was introducing him to Cosmo. It's a little robot that has like a facial recognition. So as soon as it sees you, it lights up, it changes its face. And of course, like with folks who are hard of hearing, like your facial animations are what make that communication happen, whether or not there are words spoken. And that's one of my favorite things of working with them is I don't have to say 2 words and we're already like having straight up communication, just acting around with each other. So with the robot, he was able to, once he realized like you can do like text to speech, as soon as he got it and it started like, he was like looking at it, like, did it work? And I was like, yeah, it's working. He went ahead and he wrote, "I love you, Mom." And the robot said it. And it was like one of those moments that like it stuck in my heart forever. It was literally the first patient I worked with and got to see him kind of like develop over these years. But really seeing the compassion there, I was like, yes, Jacob's the one for this video. Let's do this. And you all made it happen. And thank you for putting Cosmo in the video too, because that made my heart sore.
Well, it's funny. I actually didn't know the background about Cosmo, and I knew it had to be something special because of the way that that they wrote the script. Because Cosmo's mentioned maybe 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I guarantee that this piece of technology has some sort of special underneath meaning. That's great to know. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yep. Cosmo
This is
went
the
to
fun
every
thing for us. We get to find out the backstory around the things too.
Yeah, no, Cosmo went to every infusion appointment. So he was with them every time he was staying in house. Cosmo was there with him. So we kind of have little Cosmo battles. Cosmo also does fist bumps and like you can interact with him in different ways. So when Santa came around, so every year Santa comes and visits the hospital and they go room to room. Santa went into his room the day that he found out like Cosmo could do all these cool things. And the first thing he did was turn it around so Cosmo could give Santa a fist bump. Yep. And that's how he wound up getting his Cosmo, actually, from like a generous donor who was like, this done here. Here's a Cosmo for yourself. But Cosmo's his dude. That's a little robot that we use at the hospital just to have fun with it.
This is why we need more gaming technology specialists, you guys. This is why. This is why I work so hard to bring in more money.
It's those little moments. But yeah, that's kind of Jacob's story, added onto his amazing story that he tells himself.
That was actually something we were really interested, not just the ability to have somebody who normally would be using sign language, have their story told in this way, as you said, was just really amazing. And it speaks to the inclusion that you can kind of put in with animation, where you can simplify, we can take a large story and hopefully, boil it down to here's a story with an actual through line, help get people interested, let them know about it, and let them know, again, things like this exist so that we can raise awareness and bring, more interest, more dollars, more volunteers to do it.
And it was such a wonderful natural flow between JJ, your story, and because that was, again, yours was sort of like a full circle, like just like from someone who benefited from things like this to someone who is helping to provide the things that you benefited from, and then to go from that to Jacob. And to hear just sort of, for lack of a better term, like the next generation of people who are having their lives bettered by all of you folks working and all of the folks donating. It was just such a wonderful flow for that year's stories. It was great to see.
We usually don't do 2 with the same group, but we'd also never had the opportunity to kind of take one of, here's somebody kind of doing the operations level of it, but here's somebody kind of coming in at a patient level from it. And that's why we thought it was such an interesting thing. And because we usually actually do 1 to 2 videos a year. Last year we did 3, and we'd been planning to do 2. This was just the extra one. We were like, we'll figure out how to do a 3rd one.
Yeah. I was really impressed with the turnaround time too. I mean, I got you a script, and in 2 weeks you guys had a cartoon, a full cartoon, and then on top of that you had Jacob's cartoon right after that. I think Jacob's actually came out on Christmas Day.
Yep.
I believe
so. I mean, talk about an awesome Christmas present for that kid, and it was, for me, it was really impactful in that you know, I started as a kid here, and now I'm a professional here, and that's kind of what we try to do as patient technology specialists, is show kids, like, even when you're here, you can still grow, and you can even, like, some of our kids actually have jobs, like, they're working from their rooms. You know, we've taught them how to use things like Facebook and YouTube and different social media platforms to grow their brand, you know, because they can't go to school like other kids. And so have Jacob have his own cartoon and maybe see, like, oh, I might have a, you know, a future in robotics or in cartooning or something like that. Like, that was just really, really cool for them.
And you may not have even realized it, but the photo where all of us have like our little blue hair going on with them, that's literally the entire team of patient technology. That was JJ's, or not, it was Jacob's last day of infusion, or chemo. Yeah. So we went in. I actually came in on my day off. That's why I'm wearing jeans. Sorry. But literally just came by to say hello and say congratulations. We all dyed our hair blue and walked right in. And we wound up playing Uno, not even video game related, but just all of us there together in that space from the entire year of all of the in and outs of the hospital and the treatments, just to kind of have that full celebration in whole. So you literally got the entire, not only JJ's story and Jacob's story and patient technology at Mott, but kind of those in the next generation, which is us, you know, thanks Child's Play. Literally being able to produce us to continue to do these things. So
and that kind of leads into the next one. So Kristen's been kind of quiet because she was, during all of this time, Kristen and I had actually been working on a different animated video that wasn't meant to go on YouTube or anything like that. It had a very specific medical purpose, and we'd been trying to go the cheap route. And I'll kind of let Kristen explain what she was trying to do, and then how we were so lucky to have had this great experience with Extra Credits to then ask for your help. So Kristen, why don't you kind of tell your story about the radiation video?
Happy to. So for about 2 years, maybe even a little longer, I had been working on a project with some help from JJ to create a animated video that I could use as a teaching tool for our kids and our families who come into the radiation clinic. The goal was to have a short, maybe 5-minute cartoon that was realistic, that could give kids a understanding of what they're going to see, what they're going to hear, what they're going to feel as they go through their radiation journey. But it was delivered in a very child-friendly approach. And so JJ helped me connect with some animators, some volunteer groups that were in our local community. A lot were students, and so that was just a little bit of a slower process with all of their schedules and everything that they had to navigate. So then COVID came around, and unfortunately the volunteers and everybody had to just kind of hunker down. So the project got dropped, and JJ had just had such wonderful experiences with Extra Credit and told me how quick and wonderful these cartoons came out. Maybe if we ask real nice, we can make a connection and maybe pull off a third cartoon. So we started talking with Jeff, and we reached out to some donors to pull in some resources to create this video that was kind of turning into a passion project over the last couple years.
You got to mention the voices in it too.
Yes. So there's a lot of steps to creating this cartoon. So initially I had written a script that described each step of the radiation treatment, from the very first day of consult, coming to the clinic, meeting the physicians, to the next steps, all the way through the last celebration of your last day of treatment. I had that script then reviewed by some patients that we had that actually had completed their radiation treatment, some young children that I was working with. And then they offered to be our voice actors in the cartoon. So the voices that you're hearing and the stories that are shared in this cartoon are actual stories from children who I worked with in our radiation clinic, which made it very special. And we were actually able to have some feedback from those kids too, of how much this meant to them to be able to prepare other kids and to feel like they were doing something that could benefit others who are going to be coming in for their radiation treatment.
But
And
yeah,
then-
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just saying, when you guys reached out, it was one of those ones we were really super excited about this, and Matt went and rearranged, feels like half of our backlog to be able to bring up, like, okay, we got a writer, we need, we're going to need a sound editor for this to get some of the voices in. He needs to do the VO. We need to free up one of our artists, get some editing time, because now we need to edit Matt's voice in, but actually, Matt, how many shows or how many things would you say we're usually working on at a time?
Anywhere between, from script to post,
Yeah.
15 to 27, 28. I think 28 at one time was the most at one point, which we try not to do because that's too many. But
this is, videos take months between, they go to writing voiceover, sound edit, animation, regular, that they all go through steps. Whereas I introduced us as a production, animation production house, which isn't far off. Our distribution is YouTube, but we make animated videos. And so this was one of the things when you guys said, hey, we've been working on this for years. I was like, well, we knock these out, in a pretty quick order if we can actually get everything in.
And it was something that when I heard about it, when Jeff sort of passed it off to me, and then Kristen, when we were working on the script, etc., I just knew that it was something. It's kind of out of our wheelhouse because it was not ever meant to be on our channel, but it's one of the videos I'm the most proud of being a part of for the entirety of Extra Credits, because the script you wrote including the voices of the kids, like it's obviously crafted to make comfortable and help children sort of go through the entire process as you described, but also, like, I had no idea, just as an adult who had never been involved like that close down to it, like, it's so helpful for everybody. And I knew that when Jeff told me that, and when I saw the script, I was like, oh yeah, like this is a thing that we need to do. I loved it.
Yeah, I know. You guys did a wonderful job. We were mind blown at how quick it started moving once you were able to have the script and the voices and even all the sound recordings we did of our actual radiation machine and putting a recording device in when our CAT scan machine turned on. So the kids are actually hearing the noises that they will then hear. So there will be no surprises when they're first coming through and making their own radiation mask and what that experience will be like.
Yeah. Again, I do have to shout out Scott DeWitt also did the art for that episode, and he was eternally thankful, as was I, just running the sort of production side of things, for the tons of beautifully organized reference photos and things. We had to be very much more specific than we usually have to be, especially with medical equipment.
Yeah,
and
we don't usually draw medical equipment.
Yeah, so he was very thankful for that, as was I. That made the process go so much smoother. So. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of positive feedback from our physicians in the clinic as well, who are amazed at how detailed and realistic those images are. And I had the opportunity with the world we're in right now, so many of our consults have been taking place over video appointments. And so I've been talking to families who are local and also out of state who are preparing to come to Ann Arbor for their child's radiation, and being able to email this very approachable, friendly explanation of their child's upcoming treatment to these families, and they can watch it at home with the kid and also with the brothers and sisters and whoever else. It's been very helpful for sure.
Well, and I think we always talk about gaming and technology and all these things in children's hospitals. And so when JJ mentioned it to us, to understand a child's roadmap of what's going to happen to them in a hospital and doing an animated video where they feel like it was made for them, for Child's Play was like, this isn't something we've done before, but I think it also takes their roadmap to the next level, right? And how can we do this again, or look at doing this for other disciplines that can then be shared with other children's hospitals using technology.
Definitely. And we tried to keep it general enough so that it could be usable for any child going through any radiation clinic. So not only it's based in our Michigan Medicine Clinic here in Ann Arbor, but it's definitely moldable for any clinic.
Yeah, it was I think what was really cool was the kids' involvement, and then the fact that the cartoon itself is kind of, I think when people are thinking like animation to educate, they think little kids, but the way that the cartoon is made, the style, and even the performers, our actors or voice actors, you know, they're of various ages, from different walks of life, and they all, so it feels like an adult would learn just as much from this cartoon or this animation as a child or a
I
teenager.
certainly
And a
did.
teenager wouldn't feel like, oh, this is belittling to me, like I'm too smart for this. Like,
Right.
no, there's some really good stuff in there, and it's kind of fun to watch, and it's better than reading a pamphlet or, you know, like
And you just
having a
touched
doctor
on
explain it to
another
you.
big goal of this cartoon too, that we do often work with adult patients who might be a little anxious coming up for their treatment or who have young families at home. So this is a great tool that they can also share to help prepare themselves, but their children as well.
Yeah. And I actually have a quote from Vera. She was one of the actresses, and she said her favorite part is that it will help other kids in the future and help explain they don't need to be scared. Is that something, Kristen, that you feel like that's the big thing? Kids are scared, and to hear from another kid, is that?
Definitely. That was what was so important to me, to include our own patients' voices and to involve them. Even when I wrote the script, I had them read it. I had their parents read it. You know, is this true to what your experience was? And to have that buy-in from somebody who has walked through those halls and had that treatment was so important.
Yeah, and then Vera's mother, Emily, said, I would say the project empowered Vera to feel like she could make a difference. It allowed her to give back to child life and to future fighters in hopes that they would feel supported and encouraged. What it did, it gave her a voice. For that, we will be forever grateful. Kristen and her vision for this was invaluable, and I believe if we could find a way to have other kids talk about their journeys and their voices, this should serve as an example of what empowering fighters to give back can do. Really, really strong stuff coming from a parent who's watched her daughter go through a lot, and to feel that way after all of her daughter's hospital experiences, I think is pretty amazing.
No kidding.
Every time you
Cool.
guys get me. Every time. Oh, man.
Well, this was, I mean, we're very, you know, we're very good at making a very certain kind of thing, but getting to go out of our wheelhouse and, you know, have some fun and do some good is really, just I'll have to say, personally satisfying.
Yeah.
And I know I heard from a lot of members of the team, same kind of thing. Everybody who got to work on this was really thrilled to have gotten to work on this one. And yeah, it's just, we were very excited about it. We're now kind of looking around, we're like, hey, we want to do one of these again.
Well, there's a lot of child life specialists at Matt who would love to have their departments represented. There's a lot of procedures that could be explained.
Yes, Kristen's quite the envy right now.
I was going to say, you got my number.
That's awesome. Well, and we're getting close to the end of our time. Does anyone have anything else they want to kind of like last thoughts or anything that they want to share about their experience?
I mean, I'll just sort of say sort of a blanket. Well, to start, thank you to everybody on this panel. I mean, Jeff and I, you know, we work on extra credits and we get to talk about a lot of different things, but by far, both Because Games Matter, working with Child Play, the hospital video, like they have been the things that have been in a current time that is draining for everyone. Personally, these projects have been the most rejuvenative to me. And it's so nice to, I don't know, just thanks for inviting us on this panel and letting us sort of talk with you through this journey, because I hope that not only these videos themselves, but us talking about it and talking to everyone in chat right now, that this will sort of be another step in helping spark more people to donate and volunteer and become specialists, and, you know, all of that jazz. So thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much. Like Child's Play, everyone who supports Child's Play, everyone who supports, who goes and watches extra credits. I I don't want to speak too much for Kristen and Connor, but just personally, like, we haven't talked at all about what it's been like working in a hospital during the pandemic. But I will say that working on this project for me was like the first, like, oh, this is my job again. Like, this is what I was doing, having this exciting project, working with other people, collaborating to do something. It was the first thing throughout the pandemic that felt normal again to me. And then to be able for it to actually work and to go as fast and as smooth as possible, it just speaks to the professionalism of all of you. But also, like, I even just for our staff, I don't think you guys are aware of like the dramatic impact it had for us, like just morale wise, to like keep going and being like, yeah, we can still provide all this awesome stuff for our kids, and there's still groups out there supporting us, and do something that just feels normal. So thank all of you for helping us like make that possible.
But don't you think in a way this created that moment of like, now it is COVID, we not post-COVID yet, but that we're
Right.
able to meet the patient where they're at. And I think that gamers have always been so great about giving back and rallying behind causes, but to see their funds in action in a way like this through the generosity of extra credit with their series, and then this in addition, and Child's Play with raising money, but what you guys do right every
Yeah.
day in children's hospitals is
Definitely.
finding ways to meet kids where they're at. And so any gamer on here, any family listening during PAX, and we're here, there's so many ways to give your time, talent, and treasure to help children's hospitals, to help kids share their stories, and really create such a lasting impact.
Definitely, like JJ was saying, it's been a little more challenging to be as effective with our work and supporting families throughout the pandemic. And this is a tool that allows me to be as productive and efficient with teaching these kids and preparing their families for what to expect where they are, if they're at home or if they're with me in the clinic.
Yeah, and I'll add on top of that video games and technology are one of the few things that we can actually like clean well, and that can still connect all of our patients to each other through the internet, through Wi-Fi, like the same way all of us gamers are staying connected just by playing whatever our favorite game is right now. Like that's how our kids are staying connected. That's how we were prepared in some ways that other hospitals weren't, because we've been trying to connect our kids through gaming all the way up until the pandemic, and we continued to use those same practices after the pandemic. The gaming just leads to that. So continue to support your local hospitals, continue to support groups like Child's Play, and if you're curious, you can reach out to wherever your local hospital is. We are wrapping this up, but we do have on one of our last slides kind of information, like links to different groups. You can see all of the videos that we talked about. You can connect with Child's Play, Extra Credits, us, and see how you can help. But also, I just really encourage you, wherever you live, support your local hospital and find out ways that you can do that, whether it's through time or money or just giving them a thumbs up, letting them know you care. And I think with that, we're going to wrap it up. Thanks, everybody.
Right.
We appreciate you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
everybody.
Thank
Happy
you.
PAX. Happy PAX.
Happy PAX. But wait, one more thing. If you want to see our radiation video, just stick around. Thanks.
Hey there, my name's Matt. This is Zoe. And these are our friends.
Hi, my name is Alec.
I am Vera. And I am Alex.
And we're going to tell you about the Radiation Oncology Clinic. And Alec, Vera, and Alex are going to tell you about their experiences with it.
It's great because radiation medicine gives us super healing powers. We all have special building blocks, kind of like Legos, in our bodies, called cells. Just like Legos, cells help build all the different parts of our body. Sometimes these cells, or building blocks, get sick and can't work the way they are supposed to. Radiation helps shrink and remove these unhealthy cells so your healthy cells can keep building and growing.
The best part about radiation is that you can't feel it. It's just like having your picture taken.
That's right. But before you begin, you'll meet a whole team of people who will help support you through your treatment. First is your radiation oncologist, who's a doctor that knows a lot about helping people using radiation therapy.
You will also meet a child life specialist. She will explain each step of your therapy and help you have fun every day at the clinic. Everyone in your radiation team is happy to answer your questions, so you feel comfortable and prepared.
Next, you'll have a simulation appointment. This is when your radiation team will give you a CAT scan. No, Zoe, not that kind of CAT scan. This kind of CAT scan. And maybe an MRI. Both of these machines take special pictures of you, and they help your radiation team find the sick cells that you want to get rid of.
To make these pictures, you have a very important job. You must keep very, very still, like a statue. While the machine is taking pictures of you, your radiation team will make you some things that will help you not move.
If the sick cells are in your head or by your neck, your radiation team will help you make a mask that fits your head perfectly. First, you'll lie down on the bed that goes into the CAT scan, and then a couple people from your radiation team will place the warm, stretchy mask over your head and button it in place. Now, while making your mask, your job is to hold still so that it copies the exact shape of your head. And then after a few minutes, it cools and looks just like you.
I like to pretend I am a superhero when I wear my mask. They even painted it like Spider-Man for me.
If the cells are in a different part of your body, you and your team might make a special bed that helps keep your body still. It's made from a very cool liquid foam. You'll lie down on the CAT scan bed. Then your radiation team will move the foam around your body. And again, your job here is to keep your body very still. After a few minutes, the foam will rise up around your sides, and it kind of feels like you're laying on warm pizza dough.
Then it will be a perfect copy of you. I like to put stickers and pictures on mine.
Once you've made your bed or mask, your team will use the CAT scan or MRI machines to take pictures of just you. This means your radiation team has to step out for a moment, but as soon as your pictures are done, everyone comes right back in the room with you. Remember to hold still so your pictures turn out crystal clear. Your mask and bed can help you.
You'll get some colorful marks and stickers on your skin, your mask or bed, to help your team always get you in the right spot.
That's right, Alec. It's important that you're in just the right spot for both these pictures and your radiation treatment. After your simulation, your radiation team will take a look at the pictures and create your own radiation plan. This plan will be special just for you, showing what type of radiation you need and where you need it. Then you'll come back to the clinic for your first day of radiation treatment. You'll lie down the same way you did for your simulation, but this time in a different room. And you'll use your mask or your bed if you made one. And your team will make sure all of your stickers and marker marks are in just the right spot. Then they'll move the radiation machine around you and give you your radiation medicine.
Your radiation team will have to step out of the room for a minute. Don't worry though, your team can still see you and talk to you over the speaker in the room. They can play your favorite music, or the child life specialist can read your favorite book to you. You can also bring your own music, blanket, or toy to hold during the therapy.
Remember, when you're getting your radiation treatment, your job is to hold still. Because holding still helps the radiation machine go right to the spot in your body that needs it while leaving the other spots on your body alone. And you might see or hear the radiation machine moving around you in a circle. But it will never touch you.
You won't feel the radiation at all. It's invisible. You might smell a weird smell or see a little light for a few seconds. After just a few minutes, you're all done for the day.
Then after your first day of radiation treatment, you can go home to play, eat a snack, or take a nap. Some kids even choose to go back to school that day if they feel like it. Now most people will come back for radiation treatment many times because this helps the medicine work a little bit each day to get rid of those cells and bumps that you don't want. But your team will always work hard to make the clinic fun for you.
When you're at the clinic, you can spend time doing all kinds of fun stuff like making crafts and listening to audiobooks.
I like to play with video games or just relax while I wait.
Then on your last day of treatment, your team will cheer you on as you get to ring the Victor's Bell to celebrate finishing your radiation therapy.
I really look forward to ringing it. I can't wait for you to ring it too.
Now you know what to expect during your radiation therapy. Thanks so much to Alec, Vera, and Alex for helping me and Zoe out today. And thank you for watching. We can't wait to hear you ring that Victor's Bell. Bye, everyone.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in, like, dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as shadow puppets, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, is it to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that, see, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly, the light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me be the commencement speaker here at PAX Online 2020. As I stand here looking out at the sea of graduates through their webcams that do not have secure ports, I am seeing a lot of people that live the same way that I do, and many that live a different way, not the way that I do. And there's a lot of trash right next to trash cans, and it's just got to go in. There's no, I don't know why it didn't go in. It's not like the can is overflowing. There's plenty of room. Clearly you threw and missed the shot, but go ahead and pick up your garbage, and it looks bad. You're not doing a good job with how you live, and the lifestyle choices that you've made are a mistake. What does it mean to graduate from college? Is it just a piece of paper that they give you and let you have and keep it, and then you put it on your wall if you're a psychologist, so people know that you went to school? Is it? Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's more than that, and it's important. And you can have an important piece of paper on your wall, too, when you graduate. How many people here have graduated before? Show of hands. How many of you have graduated from PAX Online before? I shouldn't see any hands up. It's not possible. Stop lying. As I stand here before you today in today's modern society that so many things have changed, and yet so many things are the same. And they have not been different enough to consider changed. And yet, how many things of those are changed? Have you considered that? You can go to every class you want. You can go to every school you need. But there's one thing that you can't learn, and that's on the street smarts. You can't learn it on the street. You can't learn it in the classroom, in the sheet. There's not a school of hard knocks. When somebody asks me what I'm most proud of about when I graduated from UCLA, for real, yes I did. It's about the time I had there. I learned how to learn and I read how to read. If you're going to a university now, congratulations, you've made a great choice for your future. If you're going to a university in the future, congratulations, you've made a great choice for your past. A wise man once said, don't pinch the viper. Well, what do you mean by that? It means when you come across adversity, don't pinch it. Keep your hands to yourself and make sure your eyes are on the horizon. Clear eyes, blue eyes, can't lose. I know a number of you are waiting to get out of here so you can eat, because it's late and it's time for food. But you gotta hold on to those grumbly tummies a little bit longer, okay? Because I got some important words for you. Who's the tallest person here? Show of hands. Got some tall people out there. Guess what? In real life, being tall is not as important as being tall of heart. There's nothing like the learning experience that bonds us all and brings us together in holy matrimony, married to our ideas, tomorrow's thinkers today. Being tall of heart. We saw a whole community come together in the face of adversity. We saw the whole group, when adversity showed its face, they just came as fast as they could, and they solved the problems. And I lost my train of thought. Doesn't matter what car you drive, doesn't matter what kind of a computer you own, doesn't matter if you rent an apartment or a duplex, it's a great time to invest. I want to leave you today with some inspiring thoughts, some inspiring quotes from some of my favorite poets and philosophers. Don't judge before you cash the check. Never forget, it's a little bit of folksy wisdom. When the can's open, throw the money down the hole, because tomorrow never comes fast enough. If you take 2 bits and throw them in a well and show them what you're made of, you'll never regret a day in your life. But the work you do is what breathes on the wheat fields of glory. Congratulations to all the graduates. You're wonderful, and we're all proud of you and so grateful for this community. We will see you next year, online, in person, it doesn't matter. This is a beautiful thing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, PAX Online. It is I, Tycho Brahe, High Priest of this dark congregation. No,
What does that make me?
A friend of mine. Thank you for coming. No, hey, so while we get started, I mean, obviously we have to do something. We have to try to maintain the tradition wherever possible, right?
Yes.
So
Give us a couple notes.
So I'm going to sing an original composition that I've made in honor of tonight's battle.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Boo-doo-boo, boo-doo-boo-boo. That's it. That's all. That's all we have. It's
Okay.
it's the final something. I haven't named it yet. It's still too fresh. It's still too fresh, Michael.
I've never heard anything like it, and I loved it.
No, it's exquisite. Now, but there are other faces right here. I'm told on your very screen, faces you may know, like Chief Omega Tech Travis Erickson. But there are two others you may not be as familiar with, even though they have toiled in your service long over these 9 days of PAX Online. That's right. I'm talking about your Omeganauts. First up, number 2 in the overall Grand Prix, we have Melbourne, Australia's GTA.
It's true. This is our first international Omegathon finale.
Exactly.
It's incredible.
Right. No, it's a supreme honor to be able to gather these competitors from far and wide, only the best. My understanding, and it's my great pleasure to introduce,
representing the United States.
Well, I looked it up. Nebraska definitely in the United States.
Oh, did you Google it? Nice.
I did. It came up right away.
I didn't believe it.
No. Discord, put your emojis together for Wolfox, hailing from Omaha, Nebraska. I understand that Wolfox was able to secure was able to secure the number 1 position. I also understand that Wolfox had various techniques and skills that were on display that others could observe and then find success thereby. My understanding is that this is a powerful competitor. And so, I mean, obviously, GTA has my vote.
Thank you.
Right?
Are we supposed to vote?
People
I thought we were
always-
supposed to be impartial.
Has that ever happened
No,
once?
absolutely not. In that case, I vote for Wolfox. I have
Well,
to, just to go against you.
You had an opportunity there. You had an opportunity to be part of something great, Michael.
Something bigger than myself? No.
You really could have. I could have worked it in now.
I'm going to be a part of victory. That's what I'm going to be a
Indeed.
part of.
Now, precious chat. Obviously, as is traditional here during PAX Online, we are now going to put it out to you. If you could please type right there in the window, what game do you think it's going to be?
Give us your guesses.
Give us
Best
your guesses.
guesses. I don't want
the best guesses that you have, the supreme guesses, the ones that
Yeah.
you think it's going to be.
Really try, please. Fall Guys, no.
Absolutely not.
For Loop, that's terrible.
Ridiculous.
Halo,
Halo,
disgusting.
Flappy Bird, get out of here. Snake, good
No.
God. Pac-Man,
Chess boxing.
God
no,
damn
we
it.
can't.
Although, 2021.
Rocket League, no. These are terrible. These are some of the worst guesses.
Actually, Michael, on some of these, I am definitely taking notes. We got to bring it back.
ABC
but no,
Mouse. That's a good one.
But the truth is, and the chat knows that as well. They're just humoring us. Obviously, there was a leak earlier today.
The final round of the Omegathon, I mean, did make it out into the public.
I know it. I know that it blew up on social media very briefly. It was trending locally. But yeah, I mean, so in what you heard, and obviously what you've prepared for, no doubt your plushies are arrayed around you, is Streets of Rage 3. And
That's wrong.
I'm here to, that's wrong. It's incorrect, and it's idiotic to even think so. And it speaks poorly of you. But that being said, the final game is Streets of Rage 4. Now,
It's a whole nother one.
it's a totally separate street, a unique new rage. Obviously, the number completely different than the previous one. Now, Travis, what's the unique rule set that we're operating under?
So pretty straightforward method. We're going to keep modeling this Grand Prix that we've been running, which is giving them a chance to just compete on their own individual score. So we're going to run them through level 1. They get to Wolfox as the champion of the entire Grand Prix. Has selected. He got the privilege of selecting to go second, so that he sees the score. The GTA. This will be a nice refresher for Wolfox, not running first to give away all of his secrets. But the bonus that GTA does get is of the 4 characters in the game, GTA gets to select one, and then that character is eliminated from who Wolfox can pick. So we are running through level 1 all the way through the end of the boss, and then we'll have their total score. The game accounts for time and combos and all those things that will give us a very comprehensive score of their street rage.
Well, no, hold on a second, Travis. Now, my understanding is that Streets of Rage 4, it's not only going to give us an index of their performance in the round, it's also at a very deep, very rich, very intimate level going to tell us whether or not they're good people. Is that?
Oh,
is
yeah.
that one
No,
of the...
we'll know from the end of this whether or not they're good people.
Oh, and
okay.
Travis, the winner of this Omegathon.
The winner of this Omegathon is taking home, getting delivered, I suppose, a gigantic $3,000 Corsair goodie pack.
So if it's not Australia, that would be great.
That would be
for us.
No
offense. We could save a lot on shipping.
We've just learned why you're Team Nebraska now.
Well, no, I was just going to say, yeah. I suspect that the $3,000 Corsair pack will cost about that much to ship. That's my guess.
Yeah,
so it's
probably.
So think about it like this: if you win GTA, if you come away with it, and I think that you will, there's no reason that you wouldn't. It really, for you, it's a $6,000 gift pack. So that's
double the price.
Yeah, think about that.
Bug.
All right. Well, hey. So T-Rav, are we ready to push these contestants directly into the grinder?
I believe that we are. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Ready.
Wolfox, ready? Oh, GTA, I do not see your stream live.
Guess I'm not
Winner
ready.
by default.
Yes, he's not ready. Yeah, there he goes. Wolfox wins. He plays the game.
That was very quick.
Listen, I want to thank, first of all, I want to thank GTA for not streaming.
For truly just needed it to be there at the end. I see a game.
All right, there's the game.
Aussie.
No.
Well, I mean, we've had worse technical problems on stage in a final round.
Yeah. We had to build a machine once.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Many a time.
Yeah, it's happened more than once.
More times than we need it. We had a fun time when we sent this game to GTA today. He had an 8-hour download.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no!
It luckily didn't take that long.
All day long?
But no, I gave it to him at 5 o'clock, and then he said, I have 8 hours, and I got real worried.
Oh, real wealth. And tender birds.
What? What were they doing hanging out in the sewer?
And also, I gotta be honest with you, Michael, if I found a turkey inside of a phone booth, I would not put it in my mouth.
No, that's not... Found turkey is not what you want to eat.
No, we don't actively seek that out. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's street food in the most literal sense.
I don't think of telephone booths as food trucks, though.
Well, I mean, legally, it's a semi-permanent structure out there.
Right.
You need to broaden your horizons.
See those pipe points now.
Yeah. Crazy wealth.
This guy's just gonna wait for his
Well, I was just gonna say another combatant down here.
Hey, I thought we were gonna be pipe friends.
we both kind of brought the pipe here. I guess not. Okay, that's fine.
That's cool.
Yeah, see, I like that for the apple, someone had the presence of mind to put a tiny apple plate underneath it.
Yeah, keeps it off the ground. That's edible.
That's food, broadly writ.
Yeah, check the garbage for some turkey. That's what I do.
It's piping hot.
It is,
Yeah,
somehow. In this town, their garbage cans cook hot turkeys.
Yeah.
They're sitting there and they bake all day.
And and by the time you're ready for them,
they're ready for you.
Yeah, exactly. After 5 or 10 minutes of crime. Whoa!
Except for that.
It's nice of them to line up for us.
Yeah, they're taking their trip. She's kicking that car right now, Bob. Why don't we give her a second?
You know what? I mean,
she seems real mad at that car.
She's working on something. There's something deep down she's got to figure out with this car.
Whoa!
Star move!
I don't think that's what it's called.
Yeah, it's literally called a star move.
Oh, nice, dude.
Did I mention I've never played this game before?
But it doesn't look like it. What I'm seeing over here,
beating up all these guys.
What I'm seeing over here is A+ content, and it's the sort of content, obviously, that Wolfox can't contend with.
I guess we'll
Sewer
see.
guys, watch out.
Oh, there we go.
They hate knives.
Oh yeah,
they're anti-knife.
Hey,
barrel turkey. Honestly, that's a step up.
Oh, dude, this is...
Who's this guy?
Is it some kind of cyborg?
He's got robot legs.
That's not sporting.
That's
frankly.
not fair.
Yeah, you're gonna be glad you have this steel rod.
Keep him in pipe length. That's what I say.
He's got a pipe now.
Oh, he's got a pipe.
Oh, that's it.
Don't let him get that pipe.
No, that's in the Prima guide.
Yeah. You hit him so hard you broke your pipe. Where does he get these pipes? Does he produce them?
Well, he is from a long line. He's from a pipe manufacturing dynasty, and so for him,
wow,
pipes are a norm. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, now just jump down in this hole, and I think you're done.
Nope, that's only halfway.
Oh,
halfway.
You've got
this guy
more,
seems chill.
more guys to fight.
Just
yeah,
be
this
cool.
is...
He has not even attacking you. You're gonna hit him.
Yeah,
He's hanging out.
Are you gonna be the first?
Hey, lady, what's going on? You're acting kind of. Whoa! Why you electrocute me? Hey, what happened? Like those guys are no threat. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Look at this. They don't even take their hands out.
No, not once. They didn't do anything, Michael. They didn't do anything the whole time.
Wow. I don't know. There's some morally questionable shit going on.
You wanted a picture of their character, so
I was just
this
gonna
game
say
will know.
it's deeply ambiguous.
Now I feel like everyone else is just coming out like, hey, what you did to those guys was not cool. Take it easy, lady.
Well, yeah, and this is not a safe place.
I don't know if that 2 hands on the knife, hold it at your belly and run is a great move. I mean, I'm not even a criminal, and I feel like I could come up with a better way to go at somebody with a knife.
Just stab. Oh, a lot of cans up here. A lot of snacks.
Get that money.
A lot of wealth. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I put my wealth, Michael.
In cans?
Oh my gosh, yeah, in cans downtown.
Yeah. Watch out. This train is run by the Snake King gang.
There's no law.
There's no law
It
here.
says so.
Just the snake law.
What are the edicts of snake law?
Well, Edict 1.
Snakes only.
Snakes only. That's obvious.
And then I think that's it. That's probably all you need, really.
If you're in, snakes know.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. It's like if you have to ask.
Yeah.
About snake law. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
She's got like electric snakes. She's the leader of the Snake King gang, Jerry.
Dude, there's no question. There's no question. This is obviously her Ophidian court.
Ophidian?
Yeah.
What's that? Snake?
Well, it's like how many times can we say snake? I mean, we gotta. I'm fine with a bunch, but every now and then we gotta switch it up.
I think snake's a pretty great word.
That was a great dodge.
Yeah, that was really good.
Okay. She was in the midst of some warlock snake magic thing.
These guys aren't even trying to fight you.
No,
you could just body slammed him.
No, the hands in the pocket guys are the heroes of this.
They're conscientious objectors. They're like, listen, we're a part of the Snake King gang, but I don't want to hurt anybody. I didn't sign up for that. I thought we were just gonna hang out.
You know what? And I'm not gonna do it. I was pressed into this gang under false pretenses. I thought there was gonna be way more snakes. There's just one snake.
She's the only one who gets the snake. How's that fair?
Yeah, if they had said, "Hey, join the one snake gang," I'd be like, "Okay,
no,
that makes sense."
Look, they're dying for her and her snake.
They are.
Uh-oh. Yep.
Oh man.
She give you the zap. Look at this guy. I'm not gonna hurt you.
And frankly, I think it's weird. Yeah, this is just like tumbling. This is like Sanka. It's like circus school.
Can you kick the snake directly? Like, can you kick the snake head out of her hand or something?
I don't know. Try that.
Maybe there's a button for snake kicking.
I guarantee there is.
Oh, I think that means you're the king of the Snake King clan now.
Yeah, dude. GTA, you should see if you can get that
Almost
snake.
died. My health is so low.
That might affect
All right.
the stage clear.
So, Travis, you should write this
will close
down.
through. Yep, we're
I
getting
want
ready
to
for
tell you
the
how to do your
score.
job.
Star bonus. All right. Whole thing, 19,252.
That seems, I mean, I have nothing to base that on. There's no frame of reference, but that's high. Seems high.
It's the highest score yet.
Yeah.
Now, first time with Blaze, so keep that in mind, Wolf Fox.
Yeah, no Blaze for you.
Yeah, I was deciding
All right.
between Blaze and another character, so I guess I'm going with the other character.
Wolf,
Yeah,
it looks like
good
your
choice.
stream went away as well.
Really?
I'm ready. I am ready to devour.
All right,
Oh,
should be
watch
up now.
stream?
There's Wolf. We could watch that stream.
All right, this is it. This is for all the marbles. Easy.
All set.
I'm no dead.
that for turkey.
Yep. Oh yeah, or a ramen.
Or a delicious ramen bowl.
Yeah, that works too.
Honestly, Michael, if I saw ramen, if I saw like a steaming bowl of ramen that someone had left again in a phone booth, the math is completely different.
That's different than a whole hot turkey. I agree.
Yeah.
If it looks like someone has prepared a bowl of ramen and left it there.
Yeah, and it's like, I just want to get it before they come back.
Right.
That's a time pressure.
An entire hot turkey, though, just on the ground.
Nope. The answer is no.
Oh, he's gonna get the pipe.
Secure the rod.
It's like a John Wick show. Watching this.
It really is.
I think
It's
you're gonna.
compelling.
Yeah.
And there's the gray wig. Obviously, is the most powerful.
What is that?
I think it was a rice ball.
A rice ball.
Oh,
yeah.
That makes sense.
But it also looks like a tiny
I can
grandmother's
only see
wig.
it as a helmet.
Put it right on top.
You're gonna want to check those garbage cans for ramen.
Oh, for steaming hot ramen. That gleaming ramen. Yeah.
Fire knee. They need to watch out for that.
Yeah. And that's a 16-hour tonkatsu broth right there. You don't.
Into the garbage can.
Yeah. It's
A little
mean.
snack. Wow. Whoa! I didn't expect.
It's a surprise every time.
Oh my gosh! Into the car.
That was so tired. So like, I guess I'll get up. I don't know.
Maybe she'll stop hitting me. Oh, that fire knee.
The star move is coming.
I think, this is my opinion, Snake King Gang needs to unionize.
Oh, there's no question.
Because this is not fair.
No. Yeah, it's very autocratic. It's all coming from the top, you know?
She gets one cool electric snake and everybody else has to get stabbed and beat with pipe.
No, that's literally your choice in this outfit.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's Robot Leg Guy. He gets a pipe and robot legs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
He doesn't give a damn about pipes. He was born in the pipes.
No, yeah, she really adopted it.
He makes pipes.
Yeah, they just manufactured, right? Like his legs are some kind of pipe factory.
Look at pipes everywhere.
Well, okay, hold on. He's got some kind of psychokinetic power over pipes.
Yeah, he controls the pipes with his mind. Wow.
Some kind of magnetism.
He cuts that pipe.
Oh, got the pipe.
Pipomancer.
This is rough stuff.
That's pipomancy. I didn't care what else. I mean, that's the only way to say it.
There's one word for it. Michael, it's
Pipomancy.
pipomancy. Yeah,
They
it's
don't.
more.
Oh,
Hey, oh, did you see that?
little foot came up.
No, I think that it was to raise like a hacky sack.
Oh yeah.
I think it was a celebration.
Dave Matthews.
Yeah, listen to a lot of fish. He's out on the quad.
They're playing a little hacky sack.
That's all it is.
And then they get the fire knee.
Trevor's supposed to come over later.
Wow.
So we actually finally saw some aggression. Like after all this,
they've seen too much now.
Whoa!
What? With the guitar?
The guitar came out.
The animation in this game is just bonkers.
It really is.
So
I think especially when light gets cast onto the 2D art, it's really
yeah. We'll hit him with the pipe. Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
I got up.
That's it. No, yeah, I mean that's on him.
Check for turkeys.
Yep. Rice balls. Get those wigs. Eat those wigs. Cash.
Money. Uh-oh.
Oh.
This car belongs
Oh yeah.
to the Snake King clan. What are they? Gang.
Yeah. Get a hot bowl of tauntaun men.
There's no law here, just paradise.
Okay. Here we go. Already, yeah, she's already.
Wow.
What an intro.
Just pipe across the room. completely unimpressed by the snake.
Yeah, not a fan of serpents. Oh, caught the edge.
Apparently stays there for a second.
Yeah, it's an enduring snake, to be sure.
Nicely dodged.
And the snake's power is only too real. Whoa,
man.
Oh, here it comes.
Seemed interesting.
God, the ritual. We knew that ritual was coming, though.
Honestly, I don't think the way she's treating this snake is right.
No. I mean, obviously, there's. As soon as we get done with this stream,
yeah,
I'm making some calls.
What I've seen here is disturbing. Just as a pet owner, I don't even like snakes.
Yeah, but I think it's a weird way. It's a weird way to behave.
Yeah.
And I think no matter what, it's like I think that we can all agree that using your pet snake as a focus for some kind of elemental lightning, it's not done.
No.
It's not.
Can't be good for the snake.
No, and it's definitely not good for Wolffox.
I think we just Wolffox. You have to hit the snake. Only the snake takes damage.
It's a snake that really the one in control.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Just using her as a puppet.
It could be a situation where you can befriend the snake and then maybe use the snake. Maybe you can become the leader of this game. I don't know. Maybe that's the secret ending.
That snake is almost dead. Oh!
Blame me! Right now. Let's see how it goes.
It's time to add it up.
Health bonus. That's in there. Star bonus. Healthy. Rank A.
Nice work.
Rank A. Coming in.
Very close.
Coming in with that lifetime score of 23,958. Travis.
So close.
That puts Wolffox once again just crushing the competition and taking the lead.
Awesome.
Congratulations. You are our PAX Online Omegathon champion.
Exactly right.
Feels good.
Now, and in GTA's case, they get automatically seeded into the human Omegathon in the real world when such things are possible. Is that correct?
That's a thing we could make happen.
Yeah. We have a button that we can push, and we can make those dreams a reality. Obviously, PAX Online, thank you so much. Let's hear it for Wolffox and GTA.
Hey guys, nice games.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, now Travis, as is traditional, after we have gone through the gladiator combat, then we typically throw the wheel hard in the direction of charity.
Yes, tell us.
Do you have any information on this front?
Yeah, Child's Play had an amazing 9 days supported by everyone with PAX Online. We had Cookie Brigade. You guys were outstanding with Hot Dog Fairy. That came in amazing.
We did our best.
Hot Dog Fairy picked up a little bit more even after the fact. So Hot Dog Fairy closed at almost $13,000.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, we came together. The whole community banded, and Child's Play raised $63,412 this PAX.
Good Lord.
That is outstanding. If we compare that to previous PAXs, that's just
huge.
On that nice same graph of rising right up. We did outstanding, and your community support is what really does that. So thank you everybody who participated with PAX Online.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Well, now we have moved into the culmination of the PAX Online event. So obviously, we do the thank yous. We retain the old ways. We maintain the tradition wherever possible, and that means because it's a PAX.
Let's thank our exhibitors.
No, that's wrong. You did it exactly wrong. No, you start with the enforcers. Who are the spine of the show? Obviously.
Well, then let's tack on to that. Let's also thank the moderators.
Absolutely. In these strange times, a new force was needed. and obviously maintaining the vibe, which somehow, Michael, somehow managed to retain the feeling of PAX, even in text.
Yep.
Just exquisite. Thank you so much for to the enforcers and to the moderators. Second, of course, the exhibitors.
I already thanked them.
Absolutely. But lots of interesting demos up on that Steam page for sure. A lot of great streams from devs over the course of it. It was a delight to behold. And of course, thank you so much for being the first graduating class of PAX Online University. Thank you so much for rolling through.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate it. You really have brought the PAX energy to this strange new dimension.
Somehow, and we thank you for it.
Yeah, and hey, thanks so much for rolling through. We will see you when it is safe to do so.
Bye, everybody.
See you.
Bye. Follow Baby Fit.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles from 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single-player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. The hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory and around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over